Assalamu alaikum, brothers and sisters. Welcome. Yesterday was day 123 of Iran Revolution Live, and today it is day 124. And inshallah, tomorrow will be day 125 of Iran Revolution Live. And we are here with our esteemed brother, Zolfaq Armin. Welcome, brother Zolfaq Armin.
Alaikum assalam to you, wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh, my sister in faith. I thank you for this opportunity. And we're here with our dear sister in faith, Sakine, our esteemed host. I want to thank first and foremost God for this opportunity. Hopefully, we will have enough lifetime to be able to, by God's will, to be useful
Inshallah.
to our audience, to Islam, to the Ummah, to the Mahdi, to our supreme leader. Hopefully, we can make them proud. Hopefully, we could be useful to the cause of Islam. And hopefully, our audience will find our words helpful and useful. And hopefully, it will strengthen their faith,
Ameen.
strengthen their resolve in our
Ameen.
jihad. Ameen.
Ameen. Jihad. Ameen. Brother Armin, why don't we start day 124 with the blessings of the message of our esteemed supreme cardboard leader who has put out a new blessed message for the Ummah and in the cause of jihad. Let's share his message, brother Armin.
Yes. Okay.
Shukran.
Bismillah.
Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim.
Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. Okay.
قل هو الله أحد الله الصمد لم يلد ولم يولد ولم يكن له I don't know.
Kufuwan ahad.
Kufuwan ahad.
Yes.
Shukran.
Okay. Our dear Lord, our supreme leader, our holy supreme leader, Mujtaba Khamenei, sallallahu alaihi wasallam, said just hours ago, he came up with a glorious statement to the entire Ummah worldwide about the future of the region and the path towards freeing the Islamic world from the great devil, the United States, in the region. He blessed us with this message by saying the presence of American forces in the Persian Gulf is the main source of insecurity. He then also said, marking Iran's National Persian Gulf Day, he said Iran's management of the Strait of Hormuz would ensure stability and benefit regional nations, the entire Islamic world, basically, adding that foreign powers had no place in the region, except at the bottom of the waters. So if they want to stay, they can stay, but at the bottom of the waters. He also vowed to protect the Islamic nuclear and missile capabilities, which the United States and Israel have tried to curtail through airstrikes.
Shameful. The Kafars should know that nuclear capability is the right of the Islamic regime. Nuclear capability is our Islamic jihad right. We have a right to jihad, and the nuclear is our red line.
Yes.
Allahumma salli ala Muhammad.
90 million proud and honorable Iranians inside and outside the country.
Brother Armin, can you please share the message on the screen? The message from our esteemed Imam, Ayatollah Cardboard Supreme Dictator.
Okay.
The gay one, by the way. I'm speaking about the one that's gay.
Of course. خواهر این شبکه معانده اشکال نداره این رو صفحه بذارم.
عیبی نداره دیگه چیکار بکنیم. مجبوریم.
Okay. 90 million proud and honorable Iranians inside and outside the country regard all of Iran's identity.
Oh, wait, brother Armin, we have a Palestinian brother here. Palestinian brother.
Oh.
Palestine. Everyone send a prayer for Palestine. Palestine, the fake country. Send a prayer prayers for Palestine.
By the way, sister, I'm going to allow you interrupting a man on this show, but we need to have a talk later. It's not very Islamic for a woman to constantly interrupt a man. So,
brother Armin, you're absolutely. Yes. I apologize, brother Armin. You know, I also just remembered it's also not Islamic for me to be on top.
That's true. That's true. Thank you. Good observation. 90 million proud and honorable Iranians inside and outside the country regard all of Iran's identity-based spiritual, human, scientific, industrial, and technological capacities, from nanotechnology and biotechnology to nuclear and missile capabilities, as national assets, and will protect them just as they protect the country's waters, land, and airspace. That was the message of our great Supreme Leader, Amin, Ya Rabbil Alamin.
And brother Armin, this is 100% proof that our supreme cardboard leader is alive, because he put out a text message. So putting out a message in text is 100% proof that the supreme cardboard dictator is still alive and not totally in a coma, not possibly disfigured, possibly even dead. This is 100% proof that he is alive and that someone behind the scenes is not writing the messages on his behalf. Amin.
به کوری چشم دشمنانمون. Yes.
Should we end with a salawat, brother Armin? Allahumma
sallallahu Muhammad
wa ala Muhammad wa ajil faraja.
Yeah. Sister, I'm not looking at you, but some people are telling me that your shoulders are showing, and I just wanted to remind you, I'm not looking at you because I'm not allowed to, but just wanted to let you know that that's not Islamic.
Yes, well, please don't look, because as we have shared on Islamic Regime State TV, when a man looks at a woman, that actually ages her because of the laser pointers coming out of the man's eyes, brother Armin. So thank you.
Yeah, I'm more worried about my time in hell than you aging, sister. We should fear Allah. We should fear Allah more than we fear the aging of our skin.
We do. All right. Okay.
Okay. Oh, we're done. Okay.
Oh my gosh. Hi, everyone. Hello. Sorry. Probably freaked some of you out, but hello, everyone. Durud, our compatriots, our Hammihans, welcome to day 124 of Iran Revolution Live with your wonderful and amazing host, Mr. Armin Navabi.
And your wonderful and amazing host, Mrs. Goldie Ghamari.
Thank you, Armin. Wow. So, I mean, I felt like that was, well, first of all, the chat guys, we had to troll you for a little bit, but I feel like that was the only way we could really share Mujtaba Khamenei's new message. Armin, what's up with the supreme cardboard dictator?
Yeah, not even still after all of these days, 2 months, not even an audio message. By the way, Goldie, you're good at durkaing, like that's for somebody who has not been in Iran for most of her life. That's pretty good. You're really good at this. Good job.
I try. Although, you know what? You're right. I shouldn't interrupt you, and I need to be more like.
No. That's not me. That's that other Zulfaq Armin guy. Don't.
Yeah, that was Zulfaq Armin and Sakina.
Yeah.
So, chat. Sorry if we traumatized you guys, but think of that as a little prank on YouTube. So, there you go. Armin, how are things going?
Well, we're hearing the drums of war again. It seems like everything suggests that everyone's analysis suggests that we might be heading towards, again, might be heading towards a quick and fast return to military operations. It seemed like some people are suggesting that I heard on some people's analysis that they were covering the reports coming out that President Trump wants a quick and easy, quick and military operations to go do some unfinished business. Um, some Morad Vaisi was suggesting that the targets will include like Morad Vaisi and other people were suggesting that they seem to be interested in going in and removing some regime leaders and also some power plants maybe. But apparently President Trump wants to do it really quickly just to add to the pressure on top of the blockade. Are you saying the same thing, Goldie?
Yeah, like absolutely. And I mean, I do agree. I think, whatever needs to happen, it has to happen quickly. And so, Armin, all of this goes back to, we haven't spoken about this in a while, but this goes back to King Reza Pahlavi's messaging when it comes to how to support the people of Iran, which is maximum pressure on the Islamic regime and maximum support for the Iranian people. And when we look at his interview yesterday, I know we played it yesterday. Maybe at some point we should play it again because it was really good and it was really important. But it's the exact same message, right? Maximum pressure on the Islamic regime and maximum support for the Iranian people. That's how we can free Iran from this Muslim Nazi occupation, which, by the way, is continuing to execute innocent Iranians, Armin. So even today we heard news, and it was very, very sad. A young, this is so
Karate.
sad. A young 21-year-old. His name was Sasan Azadvar, and he was hanged today, guys. Another young, innocent Iranian murdered by the terrorist Islamic regime. So this is happening every day. And this is what the no war with Iran people support. This is what the Democrats support. This is what Europe supports. This is what the Pope supports. Basically, anyone who opposes Israel and the United States, booming the Islamic regime, and supports diplomatic negotiations with the Islamic regime. This is what they support because this is what the Islamic regime has been doing to Iranians for the last 48 years. And guys, this is why Iranians want President Trump and Prime Minister Netanyahu to finish the job because they're murdering us every day. And Armin, on top of that, I don't know if you saw the video, but AJE, the war criminal, gosh, I hope AJE is next. I hope AJE is next. He has to be next. Him and his entire evil, crew of demons. I hope that they're the next military targets because I don't know if you've seen this, Armin, but he was on Islamic Regime State TV, and he basically said on Islamic Regime State TV that they're going to continue the mass slaughter of Iranian people, and no one in the international community can tell them to stop or tell them what to do. And that was
Goldie,
he said that on TV.
Goldie, what this confirms? This confirms that they fear the Iranian people more than foreign pressure.
Yeah.
Okay, because the executions increases foreign pressure on them, but the executions are meant to scare the Iranian people from not doing the next uprising. So the fact that they do the executions and put it out there publicly shows that they fear an uprising from the Iranian people more than they fear external pressure.
Yeah. Yeah. And I shared that video with you if you want to translate it.
Oh, okay. Let me see.
It's an absolutely horrifying video, but like the fact that they're just blatantly saying this on Islamic Regime State TV, it just kind of shows you how evil these people are.
Let me first share it. Okay, so Goldie's caption says, SOS, SOS, SOS. The terrorist Islamic regime occupying Iran is openly boasting about mass slaughtering Iranians. Iranians need help. First, Goldie, thank you so much for being such a amplifying voice of the Iranian people. Like, your account gets seen a lot. Like, your account is a very, very powerful account, and it gets when you share something, it gets a lot more attention. And you're using it exactly where the Iranian people need it the most. So thank you for that. I just want to say that.
Thank you.
So the caption of the post that Goldie quote posted is saying, urgent, a promise of mass slaughter on live IRGC TV. The Chief Justice of the Islamic Republic brazenly went to state television and shouted at President Trump, who are you to tell us not to execute them? He officially declared that the regime will completely ignore the international community and promised to carry out execution swiftly and ruthlessly. The very men whose hands are dripping with blood of 45,000 innocent Iranians are now promising a rapid wave of new hangings. The world needs to see this. Finish the job. No more talks. So let's listen to this video. So guys, SJE, by the way, hold on, let me just before, so for people who might be new here, let's look at our bingo card. And if you look at the judicial branch, the two most important people within the judicial branch are SJE and Salavati. Okay, these are the, and SJE is important because he's the head of the judicial branch, one of the heads of the three branches of government. Salavati is a judge, and the reason why he's very important is because he has the highest number of executions that he ordered as part of as a judge.
Like guys, these demons get off on executing people. Like they just, it's like a kangaroo court, and they just sign death warrants, and it's one of the most horrific things ever. Like these people are so evil, so evil.
Yeah. So let's see what they are saying. So this is him. That's Ejei at the head of the table.
یکی از خواسته‌های به حق مردم این هستش که این کسانی که جنایت کردن، این کسانی که همراهی میکنن با دشمن، این کسانی که دارن به عنوان پیاده نظام دشمن احیانا در داخل و خارج.
So he's saying one of the requests of the people. So let me give you the context before I say he's basically his message is that we're executing the people, these criminals from his perspective, because the people of Iran are demanding it. And guys, remember when regime officials, when they say people, they're not talking about the vast majority of the Iranian people. Whenever the word people is used by regime officials, they're talking to about their own base. You know, I don't know how many percentage, 5%, 4%, 3%.
I think it's like 5% maximum. So they're speaking to their 5% base.
Yes, they're talking about to their 5% base. Whenever they say people, that's what they mean. So he's not wrong. If that's the definition of people, the 5% base support that they have, when he says they're demanding that we do executions, he's right. Okay, so he's saying one of the demands of the people, like to what to do with to these people who have committed crimes, meaning they're basically the protesters, the people who are working with our enemy, basically they're supporting our enemy.
پیاده نظام دشمن احیانا در داخل و خارج.
So the people who are acting like the foot soldiers of our enemies inside and outside, basically meaning that they're being used by Israelis and Americans. So the demand of the people is for us to chase these people, to identify these people,
سریع محاکمه بشن،
for them to be sentenced very fast.
البته طبیعی است طبق قانون بر اساس انصاف، بر اساس عدل.
So it's natural that we use based on the law, based on fairness, based on justice.
این درست اون چیزیست که دشمن نمیخواد.
This is exactly what the enemy doesn't want. Like basically he's suggesting that executing these people is something that the enemy doesn't want us to do. So basically he's suggesting we should do it because our enemies don't want us to do it. By the way, guys, let me tell you what's like. You see these people taking notes. This is in the Islamic Republic. This is a virtue signaling tactic, right? So, like everybody knows this is being recorded. Everybody knows that whatever he's saying is not like this nuanced, complex analysis that you need to note take, right? But they found that so many officials are, when they're sitting and they're looking like they're not paying attention, many times on TV that looked embarrassing. So they turned it into a virtue that if you want to look like you're paying attention, have some pen and paper in front of you and take notes as a way to show that you're paying attention, to make the person speaking look more like he's saying something important. Like what he's saying is nothing that you need to write down, but this has turned into a culture within the Islamic Republic that have people taking notes to make the speaker look like he's saying something very significant.
افراد هست لعین تصورشون هستش که حالا فرض کنید قوه قضاییه.
Armin, if you look at the guy, he's not even writing. Like he's not even like writing properly. He's just like making like random notes and stuff. Like just like he's just like scribbling.
Maybe.
به احوا اونها حرکت میکنه. ما میگیم اعدام نشه. تو کی هستی که میگه اعدام نشه؟
So he's saying like I think he's talking about Trump, right? He's saying like Trump comes, he's not mentioning his name. Let me actually see how he refers to it.
احوا اونها حرکت میکنه. قوه قضاییه به احوا اونها حرکت میکنه.
So it's like basically saying the enemy thinks that our judicial branch should act based on what they want. Like basically Trump comes and says like, don't execute these people. Like who are these people who think that our judicial branch who basically should give in to their demands?
ما میگیم اعدام نشه. تو کی هستی که میگه اعدام نشه؟
Like he comes at us, he didn't mention Trump by name. He just mentioning like them, but he means Trump. He said like he comes and says that these people shouldn't be executed, but we say, who are you to tell us not to execute?
تو غلط کردی که میگی یک فرد مجرمی که دستش به خون عزیزان.
Like you're SHIT talking, like you're speaking nonsense when you come out and say like you should shut the F up, basically coming out and telling us that somebody who has blood on their hand shouldn't be executed. By the way, none of the people who they're executing has blood on their head. He's full of crap.
به ناامنی در زمان جنگ تلاش کرده. ما اینا هر مجازاتی را که
So he's saying these people were causing insecurity during war, so whatever punishment we want to give them, we will give them.
قانون بشه مجازات میدیم. هیچ اعتنایی هم به این حرفا و به این بحثایی که بعضی از این مستکبرین فکر می‌کردن که هم.
So he's saying we will never pay even the slightest amount of attention to these arrogant people. But by the way, he's contradicting himself because you're saying like we will pay no attention to it. I mean, you're paying attention to it right now. This is you paying attention to it.
الحمدلله قدرت استکباریشون شکست، یعنی قدرتی که خودشون برای خودشون فکر می‌کردن.
So like thank God that their power has been destroyed. The power that they thought that they have has now all collapsed.
بنابراین از شما باز میگم اینو تأکید دارم و میخوام که پرونده ها رو سریع دقیق.
So he's like, this is why I want to emphasize and ask you to do the sentencing fast and accurately, like get on with the sentencing. Basically, he says like, kill them already.
برسید و احکام زودتر صادر بشه.
Like do the sentencing faster.
طبق قانون اجرا بشه و در همه مراحل اطلاع رسانی بشه.
And also make sure you put out the information, like execute people faster, basically, like to do the sentencing faster and put out the information out there faster as well. That you did this. This is, guys, this is because they're doing this and they're putting this video out there because they're really afraid of an uprising, and this is supposed to make people want to stay home. That's what they're trying to do. And look at them, like most, like there's so many of them are mullahs. Like I swear, guys. I mean, I think like we're going in the opposite direction with the Islamic Republic, because I remember 10 years ago it was half. You know, like in these types of meetings, mullahs and suit wearers, and now it's like, I don't know, majority mullah now. We're going backwards. And okay, wait, hold on. I have some good news. So
let's go to your updates.
Oh, okay. So Defense Minister Katz of Israel. Oh, I think I lost audio from my browser.
It happens sometime.
Yeah, and share again. So guys, Defense Minister Katz is coming with statement after statement after statement, like these days, making us. I have a feeling that Katz is like so ready to go to war. Do you guys get this impression from Defense Minister Katz? Is like he's like waiting. He's like ready to go. So because we get the most statements from anybody, like the most statements coming from somebody that talks about going back to war soon is from Defense Minister Katz. So look at this. Katz is saying he has the most aggressive, language, which I like, saying it is possible and soon we will be required to operate in Iran again to ensure the realization of the goals. I mean, this is probably in Hebrew. Yes, but this got a lot of attention on Iranian social media. So I just wanted to let you know, guys, that this is something that a lot of people are talking about. Also, we had a news from inside Iran. So let me bring this. So we had basically the Islamic Republic. I mean, it says Iran's on Iran and International, but the Islamic Republic's Navy chief, just the new one apparently, just came out and said that Iran will soon, like the Islamic Republic is. I'm reading it from Iran International, but it should say the Islamic Republic. The Islamic Republic will soon unveil new maritime capabilities, warning that enemies will see the weapon they fear very much nearby. Okay, so let's actually listen to this.
Iran's Navy commander says Islamic.
Oh, okay, this is in English. Good. I thought I had to translate this.
Iran's Navy commander says Islamic Republic will very soon confront the enemy with a new weapon that it is deeply afraid of. Rear Admiral Shahram Irani said the weapon in question is right next to them, adding that he hopes that they don't have a heart attack. He said enemies thought they would.
Oh my God. These people are so full of crap. Unbelievable. I hope they don't have a heart attack. Like, shut up. Like, oh my God. Like, you're all bark and no bite. This is so embarrassing. I'm embarrassed on behalf of you. Like, stop it. Like, what is this? Okay, wow, you're so scary. Goldie, are you scared? Look at his face. Like, I mean,
his face is really scary. But Armin, again, the Islamic regime, the only thing they're good at is murdering innocent, unarmed Iranians, right? When it comes to fighting against the United States or Israel, they have no strength, no capability. They're the evil, demonic bullies in the Middle East. And like you said, they're more afraid of the Iranian people than of anyone else. And so that's why they're murdering Iranians, because they are more afraid of an uprising that will overthrow them than they are of a military attack from Israel or the United States.
Yep, exactly. Yeah. But Goldie, she's saying that they have a new weapon.
Yeah. What is a new weapon?
I don't know, but like in the past 2 months, they just came up with a new weapon.
Didn't they? Wait, wasn't there someone who said they have a new weapon like way back? Is he still wasn't it gosh, it was همون که قیافش شکل سیبه که پسرشو کشت.
Mohsen Rezai.
Rezai, yeah, didn't Rezai say a while ago that they have a new weapon? That was like 2 months ago. Didn't he say
but
it in like some sort of interview or something?
But he's been saying that for like 10 years.
I know. So now they're saying they have this new weapon. Like, what is this new weapon? I would love to know what this new weapon is, because it's crazy. Like, these people are literally insane, and they're evil. They're evil.
Is this tank series replacement? Like Ali Reza tank series? Because he was supposed to be, you remember he was the head of the Navy IRGC. Is this the replacement? Because it says Nirui Daryoi.
Could be. Wait, where's Tank City on the Boom bingo sheet?
Maybe not, because it says Nirui Daryoi Artesh Jamhuri Islami.
Oh, see? Wait, what's his last name? Ismish Chiayin. Oh, Vahidi. Nah, no, wait.
No. Shahram Irani.
Oh, Are. You know, he's on the Boom bingo sheet.
On the Artesh side, right?
Yes. Oh, guys, we've unlocked a new category.
This guy here.
Now they have the Artish, the army. Guys, remember, the army is separate from the IRGC, right? However, the army, their top commanders are all IRGC, right? So the army's top commanders, untrustworthy. But look, now, guys, the Islamic regime has unlocked a new character now. Zoom out.
Okay.
But this is important. Look, guys.
Yeah, this is
like zoom out all the way, because you see, guys, like when you look at the IRGC, there's so many boom booms, right? So many gray profile pictures. But when you look at the army, the top commanders in the army are still alive. So now zoom in on that guy.
Okay.
So now that's this guy, Navy commander. That Armin, that's really interesting that they're now going to the Artish side.
Maybe they don't have anyone they don't have anybody like worthy of leadership on the IRGC.
Yeah.
Maybe, right?
Yeah. Well, I'm trying to see, like, where was Tank City?
Tank City was in Bandar Abbas, because
no, I mean on the Boom bingo sheet. Oh, I see him. Okay, I see him. He's at the top right.
Yes. So who's his replacement on the IRGC? Guys, you see Navy commander, right? And then Navy commander. Why do we have two Navy commander? Because this is a Navy commander in the Artesh, but this guy who's dead is the Navy commander in IRGC. So we have two parallel armies, the IRGC and the Artesh. So Navy commander, he's basically the tank series of the Artesh. That's what he is. And this guy is the Vahidi of the Artesh. Amir Hatami is the Vahidi of the Artesh.
Armin, so do you not think that by now starting to show these, new characters and unlocking these new characters, like, do you not think that this is possibly maybe like not just the fourth tier, but now the regime, they're putting the spotlight on these people, and these people could potentially be the next targets? Because one of the things that you commented on a while ago, and correctly so, this was a very, very astute and smart observation that no one else has made yet, only you, Armin, is that when you look at the boom booms in the armed forces, so if you zoom out, Armin.
Yeah.
So your observation was that when you look at the boom booms are only happening on the IRGC side. There have been no boom booms on the army or Artish side. But it seems like now they've run out of, leaders on the IRGC side. So now they're relying on the Artish. And this is pretty much exposing people in the Artish who are supporting the IRGC, right? And like you and I have always said, the top levels of the Artish are all IRGC, because that's how the Islamic regime is trying to prevent a military coup by having people that are loyal to them in command of the army.
Yeah, and it also is a good way to cause division, because by focusing on IRGC and not attacking Artesh, it might give some motivations for the Artesh to not get involved as much as they possibly can when it comes to at least suppressing the people, as a way to save their own lives. And also for the people who are loyal to the regime to notice that the Artesh is not being targeted and get suspicious of treason among them and basically turn against them. So it could also be a strategy to cause division. And also, if there is supposed to be a coup at some point, it might be a signal to the Artesh that we still have some hope for you. So that's why we haven't targeted you. So and you have only a little bit more time before we go to you as well. But here's your chance to show that you're not the same as the IRGC. And Goldie, I just checked that Tang Siri has no official successor right now. That might be why they're highlighting him. So, following his death in the airstrike, the command of the IRGC Navy has been temporarily absorbed by the central headquarters under IRGC Commander Ahmad Vahidi. So Vahidi is now managing the Navy from the top rather than having somebody specific for the Navy within the IRGC.
Wow.
Yeah. Maybe because nobody wanted the job. Maybe because nobody wanted the job, because they're like, I don't want to die.
Yeah.
Right.
Well, that's what
Right.
President Trump is saying. President Trump is saying that
Right.
President Trump has said several times that he doesn't even know who the leaders are, and they don't even know who's in charge, and then President Trump's like, no one wants to be in charge because they're afraid of dying, which is true.
Right. And guys, the way that we figured out that this guy is not IRGC is by looking at the flag behind him, right? You see the flag behind him? So we just read this. You see here, it says Artesh. So we realized that he's not IRGC because it says Artesh here on the flag. And that's why we went to the bingo card and Goldie found him on the bingo card. That's how we did it. So
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right, Armin, let's go to a few of our super chats before we forget, because I've made a promise, I've made a commitment to be more responsive to our amazing supporters, and anyone who gives a super chat, we want to make sure that we answer every single super chat. So let's just do that really quick. So Helen Heyo, member for 3 months. I wish the people of Iran gets their freedom. Heart, Lion's Son. Thank you so much, Helen. Appreciate that. Thank you for your support. Amir the Cricket gifted Liberty Politics 5 memberships. Look at that, Armin. Your member base is growing.
Thank you.
William Mongrain 6544 says, the singer's voice for Barbod's music reminds me so much of the lead singer of Shinedown, and that's a high compliment. Thank you, guys. Barbod, he loves you all. Whenever he puts out a new song, he always sends it to me, and he's like, can you share this? So I always try to share Barbod's songs because he's such an amazing artist, and he's fighting in his own way. Because everyone has a role to play. Everyone has a role to play, and music and art is so important when it comes to political movements. And Barbod's songs are epic. So yeah, no, he's fantastic. And you know what? He has promised me, guys. I'm going to tell you something. Barbod has promised me that after the fall of the Islamic regime and when Iran is free, he will join our live stream. So he's not going to do it now, but after the fall of the regime and when Iran is free, he will join our live stream as a guest and stream. So, obviously he's not doing it right now because, a lot of security issues and things like that, but he will join when Iran is free. So we're looking forward to that. But in the meantime, we support him very, very much. KAP M1B, late to the party, and this was what I came into. Yeah. Yeah, we decided to, that was the only acceptable way to share the message of the supreme cardboard dictator, Mojtaba, right? So
Yeah.
let's bring up a good picture of him, right? So
We went full Durka cap because you weren't here. You were basically keeping us sane. As soon as you, that's why we went full Durka. You weren't here.
yeah. So for people who might not remember, this is the this is the cardboard dictator. Wait, where is it? This is a cardboard dictator, guys.
Goldie.
Got you guys early. Got you guys early. But
No, you got us.
I even got Armin. But in reality, here is the cardboard dictator. So yeah. So guys, we started Iran Revolution Live with honoring the new text message from the Imam, the Imam of the Shias. Guys, by the way, this is a crazy thing. So like all these like crazy Shias around the world, they view this half dead cardboard Gayatollah as like the leader of Shia Islam, and we don't even know if he's alive. So yeah, there you go. So there you go. That we had to honor him in a proper way with his text message. And then Nima says, Ya Allah. Yeah, of course, Ya Allah. That's when he wears
Ya
it.
Ali. Ya Ali.
Ya Ali. That's what it has to be. Because guys,
Yeah, what are you?
What are you, a
Sunni? What are you, Sunni?
Guys, remember, Armin has taught us in Shia Islam, Ali is more important than Allah. So
Yeah.
we have an infiltrator.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh.
By the way, they would never admit that. They would never admit that.
Of course not. Of course not.
Yeah.
Truth Over Agenda says Mullah texted via Ouija board. Yeah, I mean, that's actually, that's a very likely possibility, Armin. Mojtaba may have like sent his message via like Ouija board, right? There you go.
I don't know. That's sorcery. That's haram. That's haram in Islam. Ouija boards.
I don't know, man.
That's sorcery. Talking to the dead. That's sorcery.
And then Roy became a new member. All right, there you go, guys. So there.
We have one more.
We have one more. Oh, we just got. Whoa, we just got another one. Thank you. 2 hours ago, His Royal Highness released 2 videos. Did he? Wow. Okay, let's go to that. I was so focused on President Trump, and I have a lot of notifications here. Plus, we had to like go to we had to go to Cardboard Mujtaba, the supreme dictator.
By the way, Goldie, look at Amir sends us a super chat to also tell us about the updates. Isn't that nice?
Yeah.
He's very sweet. That. Thank you.
So the videos that he's put out, we've already shared. So thank you for that. The videos that he put out, it's the video of his speech in Berlin, which we've gone through and we've translated. I'm more than happy to share that again. And then the other video that he put out was his interview with Sean Hannity, which we played yesterday. So I'm more than happy to share that again, but we did share his video and interview with Sean Hannity yesterday. The message that he put out today, this was just an hour ago, so after we started the show, it was about the young oh my gosh, so sad. I'll send it to you, Armin. It was the same message that we shared. The young Iranian freedom fighter, the 21-year-old karate champion who was executed by the Islamic regime this morning. So do you just want to share his message?
Yeah, so the message reads Sasan Azadvar, a 22-year-old karate champion from Isfahan, was executed by the Islamic Republic today. This regime cuts the internet to kill in silence at home while stalling the world at the negotiating table. Every hour this regime remains in power, another young Iranian dies. Yeah. Yeah. Guys, I'm going to put the link to this message by Princess of Pahlavi in the chat. If you could share it, that would be great.
Yeah, one of the best and most important ways that you guys can help us in raising awareness about what's going on is making sure that you're following His Royal Highness King Reza Pahlavi, following his comms channel, and just amplifying, right? Like, retweet, maybe put a comment down below. He has an account on X. He also has an account on Instagram. So if you don't have X, but if you have Instagram, that would be a huge help as well. One of the easiest and quickest and cheapest ways to help support our movement, help support our revolution, is to just help amplify the voice of our leader, the leader of the Iranian national revolution, the Lion and Sun Revolution. Yeah. And Sasan's crime was just demonstrating because he wanted to live in a free and democratic society, and they hanged him this morning. And it's horrifying. Yeah. It's very sad.
Do you have something you want to share? Or
No, that's Armin Power Hour, Armin. This is all you.
Okay. So, guys, you sometimes you think that I'm exaggerating regarding
it's Armin's relative, NAVABI. I'm joking.
It's not. It's NAVABI. It's not NAVABI. It's NAVABI. The B
I know.
and the V are.
He's like,
I know. So yeah, guys, this guy is a member of the Paidari camp. He's a member of parliament, but more importantly, he's a member of the Paidari camp. Okay, and he was also part of the delegation team to the Islamabad. And look at what he's saying here, because this is very educational. This is on State TV. Saying is this war is the war between Islam and unbelief. So remember, guys, people think that we're exaggerating the religious nature of all of this, all of this, and you see, it's not us, it's them. So all of this, they don't see it as a war between the Islamic Republic and its enemies. They don't even see it as a war between Iran and its enemies. They see this as a war between Islam and unbelief and infidels. Like this is, they see Iran right now as a base of operation for the only true representation of Islam. What you're going to hear here in this video is a confirmation of many of the things that I've been telling you so far. You're going to see that it's not me exaggerating these people's views. You're going to see that they're confirming it here. So listen to this very carefully, because this video is very educational. So between Islam and heresy, this war is between Islam and heresy. The entire world of heresy comes with its technology to face the whole world of Islam. Okay, so this is interesting, because how is the world of unbelief or or heresy, how is it fighting the whole world of Islam? Like, Saudi Arabia is not on your side, the UAE is not on your side, Bahrain is not on your side. Like, no, because is there any Islamic country on their side? So how do you think he's going to justify that the fact that this is against the whole of Islam? How do you think he's going to justify that? Right? So look at it. So basically the whole world of unbelief or heresy has come with their technology to face the whole world of Islam.
کل دنیای اسلام با پرچمداری ملت
Yeah, who are the flag bearers, the standard bearers of the Iranian people, right? So basically, he's saying the Iranian people again. Remember, when they say people, they're talking about the regime supporters, not the entirety of the Iranian people. So he's saying their people, or he says the Iranian people, are the flag bearers of Islam.
ایران ممکنه کسی بگه آقا نه دعوای اسلام
So he's saying someone might come and say, no, this is not between Islam and heresy.
کفر نیست بگه عربستان مسلمان نیست
Like, isn't Saudi Arabia Muslim? See, guys, he's addressing the question that I asked. How do you think, guys, guess in the chat, how do you think he's going to respond? How is it, like, he's mentioning the rebuttal that somebody might have, that, like, what are you talking about? Saudi Arabia Islam. The world is not fighting against Islam because Saudi Arabia is on the other side. Oh, Javid, so Javid, don't give them, you know this. Like, Iranians know the answer in the chat.
نیست قرآن مال اونجاست نمیدونم همه چی
Like, he's saying like the Quran comes from Saudi Arabia and so
جوابش
on.
واضح است ما
Like, the answer is very clear. The answer is very clear. Let me actually put you guys on the screen so you can see people's answers. Yeah, Javid, you shouldn't have given the answer to people.
دو نوع اسلام داریم
Like, we have two types of Islam. Javid in the chat already answered this. Okay, he said we have two types of Islam: American Islam and the pure Islam of Muhammad. Islam Nab Muhammadi. Islam, like, remember this word. Islam Nab Muhammadi is the pure Islam of Muhammad. So the Islam that Saudi Arabia has, the Islam that UAE has, the Islam that Bahrain has, the Islam that, I don't know, Egypt has, that is not Islam and Nab Muhammadi. That is American Islam. That's American approved Islam, right?
اسلام آمریکایی و اسلام ناب محمدی است.
Islam and Nab. Oh, he didn't say Muhammadi. He said Muhammadi. Did you hear that? Like, he's saying it Arabic. He's not saying it in a Persian. Like, you see the ha. You go ha. So when they speak from their throat, that's when he goes full Arabic, right? You see. So he didn't say Muhammadi. He says Muhammadi. So because he wants to pronounce that like an Arab. Look at it.
و اسلام ناب محمدی است
Muhammadi. Okay.
علیه و آله و سلم
Oh, he did the salawat. So, guys, because he mentioned Muhammad, he needs to do the salawat. So he said sallallahu alayhi wa
و سلم
What is
50%
Salla Allah Udu? Salla Allah, that's what he's saying.
Oh my God, sallallahu. So, guys, every time you mention Muhammad's,
I can't even do that. Muhammad.
Muhammad, the ha has to come from here, right? So every time they mention Muhammad's name, they have to bless him and his family. So that's why they have to do that.
50% اسلام مبارزه با دنیای کفره.
So what? Wow, he's saying 50% of Islam is fighting against the world of heresy.
Well, he says kufr, which means kafar. He's speaking about the kafar. So guys, for our American friends, remember Pete Hegseth has a tattoo on his arm that says kafar. That's what this, like, Jerka is speaking about. He's like, Islam is all about fighting the kafar, the non-Muslims, right?
Yeah, now that you mention it here.
Fighting the infidels, yeah.
Yeah, so this is Pete Hegseth. He has a tattoo on his arm. It says kafar.
Kind of badass.
Which means infidel. Yeah. Which means infidel. By the way, if you read the Quran is obsessed with this word. Kafar, kafirun, kofr. So kafar is infidel, kafirun is infidels, kufr is basically the act of unbelief. So the Quran is obsessed with that. And so he's basically saying that 50% of Islam is fighting kufr, basically fighting unbelief, fighting heresy, right?
مبارزه با دنیای کفره.
So basically it means that if you're not fighting the world of heresy, the kafirun, the infidels, you're missing half of Islam. You're missing half of Islam if you're not doing that.
اصلا
By the way, this Goldie, this is Said Qutb. this is basically that this narrative is Sayyid Qutb narrative, right? Which means that it's from Muslim Brotherhood. Everything he's saying here, right?
Yeah.
This is the ideology of Islam through Sayyid Qutb, through Nawab Safavi, and then to Khomeini, and then to Khamenei, and then to this guy now, Nabavian. Yeah.
مسلمان بودن بدون مبارزه با دنیای کفر معنا نداره.
مسلمان بودن بدون مبارزه با دنیای کفر معنا ندارد. He's saying
Tell me how you really feel.
there's no meaning to being a Muslim without fighting the world of unbelief.
So basically, what he's saying, guys, what he's saying is that the entire, like, this is what he's saying, right? The entire Muslim identity revolves around jihad. The entire Muslim identity is about jihad, and it's about turning the entire world into like Islam and jihad, right? That's not me saying it. That's him. That's him. Right.
And that's a member of parliament as part of the delegation team to Islamabad.
Yeah. And guys, and what he's saying is that you're not a true Muslim or a real Muslim unless you're engaging in jihad to, turn the entire world Muslim.
Yes.
Religion of peace,
and also,
everyone. Welcome to the religion of peace.
Yeah. And this fight, by the way, Goldie, includes a fight against most Muslims in the world. Because based on his definition, Sunnis are kafirs as well. Like Saudi Arabia is the world of heresy, Bahrain, UAE, all of these people are also kafir. So basically, it's waging war against the entire planet, including Muslims. Jihad against Muslims.
معنا نداره. هر کس از این بعد به حماس، فقط حزب الله نیست، کل اضلاع مقاومت.
Actually, Hamas apparently is, guys, some of these people, when Ismail Haniyeh died, they're like, oh, we're sure that seconds before his death he turned into a Shia. Okay, so like when you ask these people, how do you support Hamas if Shiism is the true version of Islam and Sunni Islam is kufr and they're kafir, so then how do you support Hamas? Hamas is Sunni. And they say that when people are fighting on the right side, like, for example, imagine that drone is going to come up your bum, and an Israeli drone is going to kill you. So what's going to happen is that time will stop, and time will freeze or something like that. And in those very last seconds, the angels will come to you, and you're like, this is Ali, this is Hassan, this is Hussein, this is Fatima. And like, oh my God, this is the true Islam. I truly believe now. I'm now a real Muslim. And then you die. So then you die as a Shia and you go to heaven, right? So this is what happens if you truly have been fighting on the right side. Even if you're a Sunni, then God will send you angels to make sure that you convert to the right side of Islam before you go, right? By the way, the sound is the real sound that you make when you die, because I heard when people die, they actually I don't know. Never mind. So like all the members of the resistance, Hezbollah, Hashtag Shabi, which is a popular mobilization.
Armin, quick question. What does SNN stand for? One of our viewers was like, what does SNN stand for? Is that Satanic News Network? I was like, that's a pretty good, I mean, I have no idea, but SNN, like Satanic News Network, sounds like a pretty good name for it.
Yeah, that's a good name.
But do you know what it's called? Like, I know it has like an official name or something.
I don't know. I could look it up.
That's irrelevant.
Student News Network. Apparently. So they go with student. So he's mentioning all the proxy groups. So yeah, whatever. Hezbollah, Hashabi, Hamas. So So he's saying that the Islamic Republic has already announced that whoever fights these people, they're fighting us. Anyways, I just wanted to share that first part. Maybe if I come back after, because I need to share my discussion group. Just give me a second.
Oh,
Oh, yes. Let me share the
well,
discussion group.
President Trump just went live, so I'm just going to
Oh.
keep an eye on that. He's not saying anything about Iran yet. It's an executive order signing, but he might say something about Iran. I mean, I could just turn to it, or
yeah, no, turn to it because I'm
Okay.
gonna go to the discussion group right now. So this is perfect timing. But
Okay.
oh, Goldie, can we put the? Is it okay if we put the?
Yeah, put the QR code.
Yay! Oh, guys,
Brian
look at this. We're so
Style,
high. 1 second,
Mike Gary.
guys. Okay, guys. So, guys, I'm going to go to the discussion group. The link to the discussion group is in the chat if you want to come talk to me. Today is open discussion group, so it's open to everybody. The link is in the chat. It's also pinned to the top of the chat on Liberty Politics channel. But now there's also a QR code that you could use to come to the discussion group. So I'm going to go there for the next 2 hours or so, and you could come and ask me questions and talk to me there and other people in the discussion group as well. All right, Goldie, let's play Trump. See you guys.
Okay.
Sorry.
No worries. All good. See you in a little bit, Armin.
All right. See you guys.
Okay.
Lloyd Smucker, Bill Heisinger, Ryan McKenzie, John McGuire, Zach Nunn, Derek Van Orden, Jeff Crank, Nick Begich, Monica De La Cruz, and Mike Lawler. Warriors, every one of them, they're great people. They fought very hard for what we're about to sign. And since my election, the stock market has set 59, this is in a little bit more than a year, 59 all-time record highs, adding $9 trillion in value to really the value of our country, if you think about it. Under 4 years of Biden, the average 401k rose at a rate of just $875 a year. Last year under Trump, the average 401k balance was up $24,000. So $875 versus $24,000, I would say that's pretty good. This is really incredible. The numbers are incredible. The numbers being invested in our country are more incredible than anything. You see it. There are plants being built all over the USA. We have auto plants, not just AI. AI is doing great. We're leading China by quite a bit. But we have auto plants being built all over the country. They're coming back from Canada. They're coming back from Mexico, Germany, Japan, South Korea, wherever they build autos, they're coming here. Nobody ever thought they'd see that. The union loves me. You know, I did very well with the auto workers, but they like me a lot more now than they did when I was just talking about it. Beginning at the start of next year, every American will be able to go to TrumpIRA.gov and open a new low-cost IRA account. You'll then be able to access the same type of retirement accounts that federal employees enjoy through the thrift savings plans, which are incredible. As part of the Federal Savers Match Program, low-income Americans will be eligible to receive up to $1,000 per year in matching funds deposited directly into their accounts. It's a great thing. For millions of Americans who lack employer-sponsored plans, this will be really revolutionary because they'll be covered. Nobody thought that was possible. For example, if a 25-year-old who is eligible for a Savers Match Program invests just $165 a month under the matching federal contributions, they will have an estimated $465,000 in their account by the time they're 65 years old. In other words, they'll be rich. And there's something awfully nice about that. But this is only the first step. I was talking to Kevin Hassett a little while ago, and the people standing right behind me, we're going to take it to the next level. And the next level, Kevin, you're going to mention something, but the next level will be necessary to have congressional approval. What you just heard, we don't need congressional approval. And it'll never be terminated, because to terminate it, if somebody else is in office, to terminate it, you'd have to take that money away. You'd have to really take away something that's so positive. I don't think any politician would do it. But to take it to the next level, we need congressional approval, which should be very easy to get. It should be bipartisan. Normally, it would be bipartisan, but today, nothing's bipartisan, right? I mean, it should be something that everybody supports. So Kevin, before we start, maybe you could just explain what we're talking about for the next level.
Right. So for the next level, sir, what we're already talking, Chairman Smith and I about, and I've been talking with Mr. Smucker about this for a number of years, is that we're going to expand this program that you're creating here, which is for low-income people, to middle income people and maybe above as well, so that every American, most high-income people have an employer that gives them a 401k with a match. But low-income people or Uber drivers or something, they don't have access to that. They don't have access to the match. What we've done here is you've given the match to low-income people with incomes below $35,000. But we think that there are a lot of people, even who make more than that don't have many assets for retirement. And so we're working with Congress to significantly expand this program and are looking forward for legislation this year to expand it.
And also the Trump accounts, you remember, with Michael Dell and Susan and the group that we had are setting records.
We have 5 million signups right now, sir.
5 million signups in a short period of time, far above what we thought even possible. So congratulations to everybody that got that started. Michael Dell put in $6.25 billion. So he put in a lot of money, and he's going to do more too. But they were very responsible. So I just want to let you know it's like record. You are even surprised by that number, I think, right? I don't know if we can do that kind, but it's really way beyond what anyone thought. It's great. And we're going to be doing the same thing, I guess, in a certain way for older people.
For grown-ups.
We're going with a plan that if it works, has to get approved by Congress, but
That's right.
we think it'll get approved. It'll be fantastic for the country. Let's go. Will, do you want to start?
Sure.
Have some other things, and we thought we'd let these great people from Congress and beyond, or below, I guess I could say.
So first, sir, this is the IRA executive order that you just mentioned. This establishes the retirement accounts with the federal match for eligible people, as you said in your speech and as Kevin explained. This is a big step forward. It's going to provide access to high-quality retirement accounts to a lot of Americans who don't currently have access to such accounts.
Okay. There it is. That's nice. Great. Thank you very much, everybody. We'll do some that aren't associated with this, and then we'll talk about this with the press. You'll ask some questions of the Congress people, okay? Because they were really responsible for this. All right?
Yes.
Who would like to hold it? All right, good. Popular guy. Okay, let's go.
This is a presidential permit authorizing the Bridger pipeline, sir. This is a transborder pipeline similar to the old Keystone XL pipeline. It'll significantly expand our ability to move oil around North America, oil and gas around North America. It's a huge deal in terms of long-term energy dominance and energy security.
Slightly different than the last administration.
Very different than last
They wouldn't sign a pipeline deal, and we have pipelines going up. And by the way, they're way underground. They're not a problem. Nobody even knows they're there. It's so crazy, but they wouldn't approve anything having to do with the pipeline, and they're great. As opposed to trucking it or training it, they're great. A lot of jobs, too. A lot of jobs. Okay, very good. Next.
This is an executive order on federal contracting, sir. Many federal contracts currently operate on a cost-plus basis. This provides oftentimes weird incentives for contractors, leads to cost overruns, costs the federal government a lot of money. What this executive order does is it establishes a fixed price contract as the default in most federal contracts. This aligns the federal government with what would typically exist in the private sector, and we believe will continue to drive down fraud and abuse in federal contracting government-wide.
Would anybody like to object to this?
No, absolutely not.
They're fighting for this one, too. Okay, thank you. Next.
You previously announced that we were withdrawing Casey Means as the Surgeon General, sir, and appointing Dr. Safir or nominating Dr. Safir in her place.
Yeah.
That on the left is the withdrawal, which will later be transmitted to the Senate.
Okay.
And on the right is the new nomination form for our new Surgeon General
Nicole
nominee.
Sapphire, she's with Fox, was with Fox. Isn't with Fox anymore, Peter? But she's great. She'll be the Surgeon General.
Well said.
I believe she's with Memorial Sloan Kettering in New Jersey, sir, and she's an outstanding doctor.
She is. I just don't know how Biden used the auto pen. There's so many things to say. They say, here, please take this. It's crazy. All 4 years was crazy. Okay. Let's not bring it up. She's going to be great. Surgeon General. Thank you.
This is a proclamation declaring this weekend to be National Fallen Firefighters Memorial Weekend.
Awesome.
As you know, firefighters do an incredibly difficult, dangerous job, help keep us all safe. This is a proclamation honoring their sacrifice and remembering those who have fallen.
Great. Everybody likes that?
You bet.
Okay. Firefighters.
Ellen deserves something.
Yeah.
Okay.
Lastly, sir, this is another proclamation. Your administration, particularly the First Lady, have made foster and adoptive care major priorities. This is a proclamation declaring National Foster Care Month, honoring those who have participated in foster programs, who have helped raise foster children,
Right.
and speaking about the many things that your administration, including the First Lady's office, have done on that set of issues.
Yeah, it's been a big thing for the First Lady, so this is in honor of our First Lady.
Well said.
That's all I've got, sir.
I spent time with foster care.
Oh, that's great.
Yep.
That's great.
God is good.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. President.
So do you have any questions? Maybe we discuss the first signing first. You have anything on
Mr.
that?
President.
Mr. President,
Please.
how is this going to help the small business owners? Do you think this is going to inspire more people to go? Is it, small businesses that might be reluctant earlier, for IRA, to have their IRA, this is going to, help
Well,
give
I
them.
tell you, small businesses now are thriving. And as you know, more people are working right now than at any time in the history of our country. We're doing great. And there's more investment being made in the United States than any country at any time in history. And a lot of that's AI, and a lot of that's maybe in a certain way, maybe more importantly, auto plants are all coming back to our country. They're coming back from different countries where they left us, for Germany, as you know, Japan, and South Korea, and Canada, Mexico. And they're all coming back at levels that nobody's ever seen before. And tariffs did it. I did it. Maybe the election did it, but tariffs did it. And if they build here, they don't have to pay tariffs. We have Germany is giving a lot of companies are coming in from Germany, from Japan. Japan just announced $10 billion more plants going to be built between Toyota and Honda and all the different companies they're pouring into our country. In South Korea, Canada, they're coming in. I don't know what they're doing, but I can tell you they're coming in tremendously from Canada. There's no reason they don't want to pay the tariff. And because of that, they're investing at levels never seen before. We will, for 30 years, we virtually didn't build an auto plant in this country. And now we're doing more than we've ever done. So I'm very proud of that. AI is going wild. We're doing great. And we're letting them build their own electric, but we're actually making them build their own electric plant so they take tremendous amounts of energy to have a successful plant. And they're building all of the new ones. They're building their own electric plant, like a utility, and any extra, they'll either give it or sell it for a good price to local communities and to the grid. So it's going to be fantastic. But we have tremendous amounts of factories being built in our country now, more than we've ever had at any time ever before. And we have the biggest investment being made in our country, in the history of our country. And by the way, In the history of any country, there's never been a country that has the kind of investment coming in that we have right now. And these things are being built right now. So you're not going to see the results. I mean, you see construction results. You notice the construction workers are through the roof. But when they open, the numbers are going to be staggering. Do you have a question?
I certainly do. Thank you, Mr. President. You mentioned good economic news, GDP with 2% growth.
Yeah.
Moving forward, your business equipment surged to the highest level in 6 years. And IRS data shows that the average federal tax return is up by more than 11% when comparing the same time as last year. Do you believe
It is up over 100%.
Do you believe that this is evidence that the big, beautiful tax cuts that you signed into law last year are working? And do you think the economy is going to continue to hum as the year progresses?
Yeah, thank you. So the biggest tax cut in history is in the great, big, beautiful bill. And I think, I see it. I actually see it reported where people are shocked at how much money they're making. They can't believe the refunds that they're making. 5,000, 6,000, 7, 8, 9. One I saw one last night on television, 11,000 more than she thought she was going to get. And it's no tax on tips and no tax on overtime, no tax on Social Security for our seniors, no tax on social. Nobody can believe it even. And the numbers are far greater than they thought. People that thought they were going to make an extra $500, turns out they're making an extra $5,000. So it's been really great, yeah. And that's going to carry forward. Look, the country's doing really well. And that's despite a military operation. I don't call it a war. I'd rather have a military operation. We're really, Iran is dying to make a deal. I can only tell you that. I don't want to get into it, but they cannot be nuclear other than that. But their Navy's gone, their Air Force is gone. Every ounce of any form of equipment practically is gone. Their drone factories are about 82% down, and their missile factories are almost 90% down. And many of their missiles have been knocked out. They used some, but we knocked out more than they used. And it's pretty amazing what's happened. They want to make a deal. But despite the fact that we are in what some people would call a war, we just hit a new high today on the stock market. We have S&P is through the roof. They're through the roof. And, when we hit 50,000 on the Dow and 7,000 on the S&P, I said to myself, we got to do something about Iran. They want to have a nuclear weapon. You can't let them have a nuclear weapon. And I hated to do it to my people because they said 50,000. Peter, you know this, that 50,000 wouldn't be obtainable in my 4 years or anybody's 4 years. And we hit 50,000 in my first year, the end of my first year. We hit 7,000 on the S&P. They said that would be even less attainable. And we hit that at the end of the first year, before the year was up. And then I said to Kevin, sorry about this, Kevin, but we have to put out a fire. And the fire is taking place in the lovely country of Iran. And they want to have a nuclear weapon. And if we didn't use this beautiful, see that plane right there, that beautiful B-2 bomber, it looks small there, but it's actually quite, it doesn't look very powerful there, but it's quite large, actually. We ordered 25 more of them, the updated version, all built in America, which is very nice, right? But if we didn't have that B-2 bomber, if we didn't go in and do what we did, we obliterated that nuclear capacity of theirs. And so they didn't get the nuclear bomb. If we didn't do that attack, should have been done long before I came along by other presidents or by another country or something, but it should have been done long before I came along. But they are in very bad shape, and they've got nothing going, including leadership. Their leaders are gone. Now they have a whole new, their first string leaders are gone, their second string leaders are gone. Now we're dealing with their third string. But we'll see what happens. It's been an amazing period of time between Venezuela and where we're doing great. We're getting along with them great. We're working very closely with them. They're doing more oil now than they've done in many, many decades, actually. And they're making more money, and so are we. It's like a joint venture, to be honest. And we paid for the attack many times over. The attack, something you've never heard before, probably. I always used to say to the victor, belong the spoils, but we paid for the attack, which is always expensive. but it was a less than 1 day attack. It was actually a 45-minute attack. And that's a good, they have good military in Venezuela, but they did not expect that and that and that and that. Other than that, but when these suckers come at you at 2,500 miles an hour at 25 feet off the ground, you say, this is not what I bargained for. This is no good. Anyway, so, and now, Venezuela was amazing, but now we're doing essentially, it's larger, but we're doing essentially the same thing in Iran. Can't let Iran have a nuclear weapon. And their economy is crashing. The blockade is incredible. The power of the blockade is incredible. They're not getting any money from oil. And hopefully it can be worked out very soon. Yeah.
Iran is proving to be very stubborn. The talks seem like they are stalled. Are you getting antsy to break the ceasefire?
Well, I mean, I don't know what stubborn is because really nobody knows what the talks are except myself and a couple of other people. They want to make a deal badly. We have a problem because nobody knows for sure who the leaders are. It's a little bit of a problem. The leaders have been wiped out along with their military, almost all of their military. I mean, think of it. 159 ships was their total Navy. 159 ships are gone. They're underwater. They're way below sea level. Sea level is a big difference. Pretty deep waters over there too. So I don't know that we need it. We might need it.
And on Iran, a little while ago, the president of FIFA said that when the World Cup is here in the U.S., the team from Iran will be playing in the games.
Well, if Johnny said it, I'm okay. Did Johnny say it?
He did. What if they
Johnny
win?
Infantino, that's a piece of work.
What if they win?
Well, if they win, we'll have to worry about that. That's not. I'm going to have to worry about that one. But look, you know what? Let him play well. Johnny's fantastic. He's a friend of mine, and he talked about it. I said, you do whatever you want. You can have them. You don't have to have them. Probably have a good team. I don't know. Do they have a good team? Do you have any idea?
I have no idea.
Would be hard to believe, actually. But I think let them play. Right?
Mr. President. This is a little bit different, but what is your take on these reports that your show, The Apprentice, is going to could come back on Amazon with host
You're fired.
Trump Jr.
Well, I've been hearing it. Look, we had a great success, 14 seasons, and
I watched The Apprentice religiously. Like I watched every single episode of The Apprentice. And I learned a lot about, business and business success and things like that from literally watching President Trump. I guess, Trump back in the day, and like how he would criticize people. Oh yeah. Like I'm not a big fan of reality TV, but I watched every single episode of The Apprentice because like, that's one of those shows where you can actually learn something, right? Like there's something valuable to that.
Apprentice was a tremendous success. So I've been hearing that, a little bit. So we'll see what happens. He's good. He's a good guy. He's probably good. He's got a little charisma going. You need a little charisma for that sucker stuff. So we'll see what happens. They told me about it. We'll see.
Mr. President, thank you, Mr. President. There's been some talks about changes to your security after what took place.
Changing my security.
Changing your security after what took place.
Well, they did a pretty good job, actually. They stopped the NFL running back. I mean, he was like a running back. In fact, if he ever got out, they're probably going to sign him. He was a speedy guy, but he was stopped. They had many levels in front of him before he would even come close. You could be a baseball team and win 19-0, and somebody could say, you should have won 21. You should have gotten 25 runs. The team was no good or something. So I don't know. I can only say that I know a lot of those people at Secret Service, and they were good and they were forceful. And I saw the guys in front of me. They were powerful looking guys. I said we could send them to Hollywood. They could make movies. I think that there's always room for improvement, right? And he got into the building. The problem is I know that's what I do. I build buildings like that, much nicer actually, but I build buildings like that. And when you have 1,000 rooms sitting on top of a ballroom, and you have the elevators coming down right near the entrance. It's a pretty tough situation. Now, right outside, we have something that's on time, on budget, actually ahead of time, and ahead of budget depending on finishes. You know, finishes is a big difference between marble and onyx in price, but it's right on budget, right on time. And that's built to the highest standards of security. No units on top, no hotel built on top where an elevator comes right down through the middle of it. It's a tough location. That's a tough location. So I think I know the people at Secret Service. I think they're great, and I think the Congress has to take care of those people. You know, we're talking about ICE, we're talking about Border Patrol, Secret Service, everyone. The Democrats essentially want to defund the police. Just so you know, that's right. They want to defund law enforcement. It's crazy. These people have gone crazy. I heard Hakeem Jeffries, a low IQ person. He's a very low IQ, screaming today that the Supreme Court is illegitimate. I mean, that's a dangerous statement. And if I say something modest, they say, oh, he's a king, he's a king. They're sick. But Hakeem Jeffries said the Supreme Court is illegitimate. That's a rough statement. If I made that statement, it would be the biggest story out there. Bad things would happen.
One of the ideas.
Go ahead.
Just, yeah, the average price of a gallon of gas is now $4.30 in this country.
And you know what? And we're not going to have a nuclear weapon in the hands of Iran. The gas will go down. As soon as the war's over, it'll drop like a rock. There's so much of it. It's all over the place, sitting all over the oceans of the world. And it'll go down. But what won't happen?
Good for, you know what? Good for President Trump for sticking to his guns. Shame on that reporter for, you know, thinking that the price of oil is more important than Iranian lives and Iranian blood.
And as if Iran had a nuclear weapon and used it, then the whole world is a different place. You're not going to have to pay a little bit more for gasoline. The gasoline, the oil will go down rapidly as soon as the war is over.
Can I follow up?
Right.
Good to see you. Yes, sir.
Right.
I've got two questions. First, I want to follow up on Daniel's question. I've described you as the peacemaker. You're achieving peace around the world. Due to these latest policies, big beautiful bill, no tax on tips, no tax on Social Security, no tax on overtime, now the Trump accounts, and then the IRA account. Can we describe you as the wealth maker?
Well, I'm helping people out. That's a nice question, actually, but I'm helping people. These people are with me. You know, these are great people, and feel free to speak up if you'd like, because they wanted this to happen, and we got it done. And they're Republican people, I think, in all cases, right? It's crazy. We need, like, always unanimous, because the Democrats, they will vote against anything, no matter how good. If they had their favorite thing in the world and we happen to want it, but we found a new strategy. We're going to oppose every single thing that we want, and we'll get unanimous votes. So I'm going to come up and oppose everything, Brian, from this point forward, and they'll vote for it. Go ahead.
Second question. You created Space Force on the second end, towards the end of your first administration.
Right.
You just had the Artemis II crew in here. I know it's a big accomplishment. What do you see moving forward, the duration of your administration in terms of space exploration? I know that was a big moment for you.
Well, doing Space Force I think it's going to go down as one of my more important things. It's turning out even a lot of these great military operations that we have right now. When you look at Venezuela, when you look at like the decimation of Iran, which was considered powerful, it was the bully of the Middle East. And a lot of that took place so effectively because of what's coming out of space. When we did Space Force, when I did Space Force, I'm very proud.
Guys, don't forget, speaking of Space Force, don't forget, Armin and I, at some point, we're going to do a special Alien Revolution Live, and we're going to talk about space and aliens and theories and the Space Force and all that stuff. We have no idea when. We have no idea when it's going to happen, but at some point, because you guys requested this, so at some point we are going to do a special episode of Alien Revolution Live. So keep an eye out for that. It'll happen at some point. I don't know when. I have no idea, but yeah. we were talking about it last night. So when President Trump just started speaking about the Space Force, it reminded me of that. So quick plug for Alien Revolution Live whenever that happens.
Like the decimation of Iran, which was considered powerful. It was the bully of the Middle East. And a lot of that took place so effectively because of what's coming out of space. When we did Space Force, when I did Space Force, I'm very proud of it. Space was like, we were third. China was first, Russia was second. Now we've leapfrogged. We're way ahead of China. We're way ahead of Russia. And we made some great choices. The first person that had.
Wait, guys, we have our first special guest confirmed for Alien Revolution Live. It's going to be Rosie G. If she doesn't regret it and change her mind last minute, which she probably will. Yeah, we might have Rosie G as our resident aerospace engineer. She'll be the resident aerospace engineer on our show for Alien Revolution Live. There you go. We'll have an actual expert to talk to us about all the alien theories and whether or not, we're going to ask her if Pluto is a planet. We're going to ask her about the flat moon theory, right? The flat mooners versus the hollow mooners, right? So, guys, stay tuned.
At Space Force, and really after that, we had a couple of really great people heading it. Always very important. And a new person is heading it now. I think he has a chance to be as good as anybody, as good as maybe better. I don't know, but we've had great people heading up Space Force. It's been very important. It's been very important for what we're doing with respect to the different places. And as far as peace, I settled 8 wars, and people try and dispute it, but then they go over them. And almost in every case, they sent letters thanking me and letters to the Nobel Committee. I don't care about that. Maria was very nice. She gave me her Nobel Peace Prize because she said she didn't deserve it. She was very, very nice. But I settled 8 wars. And in every case, the people, the prime ministers or presidents wrote letters thanking me. And in the case of India, look, the biggest one would have been Pakistan, India. The prime minister of Pakistan said, I saved from 30 to 50 million lives, but it could have been more than that. 2 nuclear nations were going at it. 11 airplanes were shot down. They were in the first week of what would have been a very bad war, and I got it solved. You know how I got it solved? By the use of tariffs. I said, I'm going to charge you tariffs if you guys keep fighting. And they said, oh, please don't do that.
You just lifted the tariffs, right? You just lifted some tariffs on whiskey. Is that correct?
Yeah, what I'm doing is for as long as I've been here, they've wanted to, Kentucky, which is a great place. And I also won, Jason, by a lot. But Kentucky, with the bourbon, and Scotland with the whiskey, and they've had trade for years and years and years. And a lot of restrictions, a lot of different restrictions took place that didn't amount to much. And it really stopped them. I don't know if you know, it's a barrel trade. They use the barrels from the one to take care of the other. And the barrels are only good for 1 unit. In other words, they can't be used twice. They can only be used once, but the once makes it a better substance. I'm not a big drinker, so forgive me. But it makes them a big substance and a better taste. But they dealt for years. This was Scotland and Kentucky, mostly Kentucky. And I just took all the restrictions off. So Scotland and Kentucky can start dealing again. And I did it in honor of the king and queen who just left. They're heading back. It was a big deal. They've been trying to get this for a long time.
Yes, you talked about possibly pulling out some troops out of Germany. Would you be considering the same thing for Spain and Italy? I mean, they haven't been exactly on board.
Yeah, probably. Yeah, I probably will. Why should I? Look, why shouldn't I? Italy has not been of any help to us. And Spain has been horrible, absolutely horrible. It's NATO. It's not even the fact that they're bad. It's one thing if they said nicely, or if they said, okay, we'll help, but the help is a little slow. But the level, and we helped them with Ukraine. You know, they made a mess out of Ukraine, a total mess. And we helped them with Ukraine. Ukraine has nothing to do, you know, we're an ocean apart. It has to do with them. It's like for them, it's their front door. We help them. And Biden gave them $350 billion, which was insane. It's one of the reasons the war went on. But when we needed them, they were not there. We have to remember that. And so if we ever have a big one, because we didn't need any help with Iran. We had Iran right from the first day it was over. It was over. And now it's even more so. We're so locked and loaded if we want to do. But we didn't need the help. And to a certain extent, I asked them, I didn't need the help, but I said, yeah, we'd love to have you help because I want to see if they do it. And they, in all cases, they said, we don't want to get involved. And you know, the amazing thing is they use the Strait of Hormuz. We don't. We don't use it. We don't need it. We have a lot of oil. Well, wait a minute. And they use it, we don't. And you would have thought they would have said, we would love to help you. But they didn't, which I think was a very, and Germany, I mean, he's doing a terrible job. He's got immigration problems. He's got energy problems. He's got problems of all kinds. And he's got a big problem with Ukraine because they're in that mess. And he criticized me for doing the whole thing with Iran. But I said, would you like to have a nuclear weapon in the hands of Iran? He said, no, I don't. I said, well, then I guess I'm right. He didn't have any answer to that. The bottom line is for this world, for our country, but certainly for Israel, the Middle East, and Europe, much closer, you cannot let Iran have a nuclear weapon. And if you agree that Iran can't have a nuclear weapon, which most people agree, almost everybody, it should have been done a long time ago. But if you agree they can't have a nuclear weapon, then what I did has been executed perfectly because our military has decimated them. Yeah, please go ahead.
Mr. President, two questions for you. Alina Shirazi from the Daily Mail. You have called this the new regime before in Iran, but I speak to Iranians on a daily basis, and they tell me that these are the same people that have murdered them, executed them, repressed them. I talked to them through the blackout, and they wanted me to ask you this question. And second of all, Secretary of State Marco Rubio, how come he's not involved in these conversations?
Oh, he's very much involved. Marco is he's negotiating with them all the time. Now, look, Iran killed 42,000 people over the last few months, protesters. They were going to kill 8 women whose lives I saved, and I appreciate that they didn't do it. I asked them not to do it. They didn't do it. They were getting ready to hang the women. They were going to hang 8 beautiful women that were, just caught the imagination of a lot of people. People were talking about it. You know, it was inconceivable. You saw those 8 beautiful people, and they were going to be executed that evening. This was a week ago. And I got on the phone very quickly, and I said, don't do it. Don't do it. The whole world is watching. Don't do it. And they didn't do it. I appreciate it. I guess 4 were released, and the other 4 are going to be released in a month. They were ready to be executed that night. So they take a tough, you know, they knocked out the wrestler they killed. They killed the wrestler's teammates.
They killed people today.
He was a world champion wrestler. He was a great wrestler, great, talented wrestler. They killed him because he protested. He spoke. He wasn't wrestling. What he did is he spoke negatively about the regime, and they killed him. They executed him along with his friends. They killed 42,000 people. So when you say about, they say that I do the same, I don't do the same. I'm trying to save that country in a certain way. And nobody's ever seen anything. Think of it. They killed 42,000 innocent, not weapon carrying people for protesting. 42,000. And the number they say is a lot higher than that.
It is.
There's a rough group, but we have decimated them. And their economy is a disaster. So we'll see how long they hold out. We'll see.
Mr. President, President Trump, Saudi Arabia.
Do you see guys how he didn't answer the question? Do you guys understand why he didn't answer the question? The reason he didn't answer the question is because he doesn't want to give away the cards. The question was, President Trump, why do you say that there is regime change that's happened when Iranians are telling you it's the same people and they're still murdering? And President Trump said, it was basically filler. I mean, not filler because speaking about the 42,000 people murdered, that's not filler. But what I'm saying is, instead of giving away his plan, and his plan is revolution, okay? Instead of giving that away, he spoke about something else, which is a classic tactic in politics where, you hear a question, but you don't necessarily have to answer the question. You can answer with whatever you want to. So for President Trump to not answer the question, okay, that is big. That means that there is something going on, and he's holding his cards very close because he does not want the Islamic regime to know what the plans are. Okay? And then in the middle of that, he said, look, I'm trying to save the country. Okay? Which means he's trying to save the people. So, guys, the way that he answered this question is very similar to how he was answering questions back in January and February before the United States attacked the IRGC and boomed Khamenei and everyone else. He would also give these sort of evasive answers. So whenever there's something big happening behind the scenes, President Trump will give an evasive answer. So that's exactly what happened here. Okay, let's listen to this again, guys. This is big.
He's very much involved. Marco is very
okay.
World.
This is really
certainly
important
for Israel, the Middle East, and Europe, much closer.
Yeah, exactly. Remember when he said he heard that they were stampeding people or whatever, and that was completely wrong, right? But he said that because he wanted to make the Islamic regime think that he doesn't know what's going on, he's not aware of the intel, or things like that, right? So there you go. That's basically what's going on here. And for the Iranians, if you don't understand this, that's fine, but you don't need to insult President Trump. If you guys don't understand political speak, and if you don't appreciate my interpretations, that's fine. But I'm telling you right now, it's been 124 days, and my interpretations of President Trump still hasn't been wrong. Every single time I've interpreted what President Trump has said, it's always been 100% correct.
You cannot let Iran have a nuclear weapon. And if you agree that Iran can't have a nuclear weapon, which most people agree, almost everybody, it should have been done a long time ago. But if you agree they can't have a nuclear weapon, then what I did has been executed perfectly because our military has decimated them. Yeah, please go ahead.
Mr. President, two questions for you. Alina Shrazi from the Daily Mail. You have called this the new regime before in Iran, but I speak to Iranians on a daily basis, and they tell me that these are the same people that have murdered them, executed them, repressed them. I talked to them through the blackout, and they wanted me to ask you this question. And second of all, Secretary of State Marco Rubio, how come he's not involved in these conversations?
He's very much involved. Marco is he's negotiating with them all the time.
Guys, that's really important. So the fact that President Trump is confirming that Marco Rubio is heavily involved behind the scenes, that kind of lets me know that Marco Rubio is pretty much calling the shots when it comes to negotiations, but he's doing it behind the scenes, right? And remember that amazing interview that Marco Rubio had with Trey Yingst a few days ago, where Marco Rubio was saying there are no moderates, they're all hardliners, they're all terrorists, and they all need to be eradicated, right?
Now, look, Iran killed 42,000 people over the last 2 months, protesters. They were going to kill 8 women whose lives I saved, and I appreciate that they didn't do it. I asked them not to do it. They didn't do it. They were getting ready to hang the women. They were going to hang 8 beautiful women that were, just caught the imagination of a lot of people. People were talking about it. You know, it was inconceivable. You saw those 8 beautiful people, and they were going to be executed that evening. This was a week ago. And I got on the phone very quickly, and I said, don't do it. Don't do it. The whole world is watching. Don't do it. And they didn't do it. I appreciate it. I guess 4 were released, and the other 4 are going to be released in a month. They were ready to be executed that night. So they take a tough, you know, they knocked out the wrestler they killed. They killed the wrestler's teammates.
And they killed someone today as well.
He was a world champion wrestler. He was a great wrestler, great, talented wrestler. They killed him because he protested. He spoke. He wasn't wrestling. What he did is he spoke negatively about the regime, and they killed him. They executed him along with his friends. They killed 42,000 people. So when you say about, they say that I do the same, I don't do the same. I'm trying to save that country in a certain way. And nobody's ever seen it. Think of it. They killed 42,000 innocent, not weapon-carrying people for protesting. 42,000. And the number they say is a lot higher than that. There's a rough group, but we have decimated them. And their economy is a disaster. So we'll see how long they hold out. We'll see.
Mr. President, President Trump, Saudi Arabia is pulling the plug on Live Golf. Once that tour is gone, do you think the PGA Tour should welcome the defectors back?
Armin is going to have a field day with that question and the answer. Armin is going to have a field day with that. So here's my prediction with Armin. Armin's going to listen to that. He's going to be a little bit confused at first, and he's going to be like, "Oh wait, now I get it." And then we'll get Armin's going to appreciate that question very much.
With open arms.
Well, I do. It's a great question. In fact, if I had time, I'd love to watch television today because the PGA Tour is playing at Doral, the Cadillac Championship. And I said, who's winning? I don't get a chance. I can't even look at it.
Jordan Spieth was in the lead earlier.
Who is?
Jordan Spieth.
Oh, that's good. He's good. Great guy. Good putter, to put it mildly, right? He's a very great guy. Chipper putter. No, it's they're at my tournament right now, the PGA. In 2 weeks, Liv is going to be at my course right here on the Potomac. No, I'd love to see Liv, but I do believe that all of the golfers should be playing, the great golfers should be playing against each other. I do believe, you know, it's sort of, they were viewing something as a monopoly, but it's in a way, it should be the opposite of a monopoly. I want to see Rory playing Bryson DeChambeau. I want to see Big John Rahm playing Scotty, who's so great, right? Scotty Scheffler is great. And I want to see him play John Rahm and Bryson and all the different guys. They have great players on the Live. But it's almost like people want to see that. That's why the Masters was so good, because you saw everybody together. Patrick Reed played great. You know, he's on Live and he played great. And they all did. They all played. They're great players. I play with them. They're very good. When I think I'm a good player and then I play with them, I don't think I'm that good. Yeah, but there's something nice about all of the players playing together. Now they'll all be accepted by the tour. There's no question, because they're great. If they weren't, you know, but the tour really will. The tour wants to have the best player. You can't have the best player that they're boycotting. Now they may do something, you know, a little bit, but they'll all be back on tour and it'll be great. And you know, having one tour. Now I don't know that what's happening with Liv. I'm not sure what's happening with Liv, but they are playing at my course in 2 weeks on the Potomac. Beautiful course. But right now they're playing at Doral, which I own. And if we end this early, I'll be able to watch for about 3 minutes. I get back onto the economy and every other subject that we have, including Iran. We're doing so well with Iran, so I think so.
I just want to follow up on
yes.
Thank you so much, Mr. President. Jennifer Schonberger with Yahoo Finance. Question on clarification of the Trump IRAs versus a regular IRA.
Right.
Does it come down to the difference of a federal match? Who would qualify for that? And secondly, do you have any reaction to Federal Reserve Chair Jay Powell staying on the Board of Governors? Were you prepared to take any action on that front?
No, I don't care if he stays on, he stays on. That doesn't, I just wanted to make sure that Kevin became the head. It's very unusual that they stay on. You know, I predicted he would, because, you know, who's going to hire him, frankly? So I predicted he would stay on. But, you know, he's a negative, I think he's a negative force. The thing that angered me about him more than interest rates was the fact that he could allow a building to cost billions of dollars more than it was. I could have built that building. I could have renovated and fixed that building, which is what I do. I always did well with it for $25 million. They're going to spend maybe $4 billion. It's not even close to being opened. You know, Kevin, who's going to be fantastic. I don't know if he's going to have an office. I'm going to have to put him right here. I'm going to give him that. We'll cut the oval in half. I'll give him half of the oval. No, it's, I think I'm very happy about Kevin. I think he's a star. And the other Kevin, we're going to talk to you. Could you answer her question?
Yeah, sure. It's a great question. And the match is a super important part of it. And it's one reason why we're calling on our friends here to potentially expand it so that right now the match is capped at $35,000. But there's a whole academic literature that this match has a big effect on people's willingness to save and their long-run welfare. And so the differences really are the match. We're creating the TrumpIRA.gov website, so it'll be really, really easy for people to have access to private companies that have to follow the TSP rules that are really low cost and so on, so that they'll get the best possible investment. And finally, you've noticed that Michael Dell has given money, promised money for the Trump accounts. We've also made it clear that in the Trump IRA, charities can contribute to other people's accounts.
And I imagine this will boost the stock market and economy further.
Do you want to mention phase two? We're doing phase one today because I can do that without Congress. But phase two is going to be something that would be unbelievable. Do you want to just give a little summation? We'll be going back to Congress to ask for this.
Right. So the basic headline is that if you look at the huge success of Australia in their retirement savings accounts, that we're working with the Treasury Secretary, he and I, and Jason Smith and other members of Congress to come up with something that's pretty close or in the direction of the Australian system.
Or better.
Or better.
No, they had a couple of little glitches that we'll get rid of.
But there's absolutely no contemplation of harming Social Security in any way. This is meant to be an add-on for that.
It'll be very exciting. It's going to be great. We'll be pretty quick, pretty fast. We're going to move pretty fast.
Can I
Mr.
follow up?
President, something that we talked about, something that we talked about a couple weeks ago. There's all these missing scientists who had access to classified material. A bunch of them have turned up they're either missing or they've turned up dead. Have you been briefed yet about whether or not these cases are connected?
Yeah, I have.
And can you tell us if they are connected?
Well, so far, I mean, they're individual. We have a lot of scientists. So when you see, you put together 10, it's a lot, but it's, a very small number compared to what overall. We have a lot of scientists. I was asking that question, thousands, hundreds of thousands of scientists. So, some of them that we looked at are very sad cases in some cases. Some were sick. Some left this earth self-inflicted. Some had other things. So far, there's not a major, there's sometimes a little bit of a connection anyway, and you say, oh, this is a terrible thing. But so far, we're finding that there's not much of a connection. We'll let you know. We're going to be doing a full report on it. It's very serious stuff.
I just want to follow up on my question earlier. Have you been informed if the Secret Service agent who was shot on Saturday, if that was from friendly fire or if it was from the suspect?
Well, they said it was not friendly fire.
So you're hearing that it's from?
Well, that's what I heard. I mean, I heard that. They said it wasn't friendly fire.
Okay.
It was actually reported. You read the reports because it was actually reported.
Yes, sir. I read through the DOJ memo.
Yeah, well, then why do you ask me the question?
I don't believe it said that the agent was struck by.
I'm just saying, they said it wasn't friendly fire.
And he hasn't been charged
It wasn't
yet.
us.
Okay, and he hasn't been charged yet with that. Of course, that could come. I want to follow up on the security changes. Is there talks about you potentially wearing a bulletproof vest moving forward, given you have now been shot at?
I don't
so
know if I
many
can
times?
handle looking 20 pounds heavier. These guys, they look so good. Some of these guys are physical specimens. Some of these guys are trouble. I don't want to be near him. No. If you want to gain 20 to 25 pounds, get a vest. And Liv, frankly, the vest did an amazing job because it took a bullet close up. And he didn't even want to go to the hospital. I mean, we sent him to the hospital just in case, but he didn't want, it's still a hit. But he didn't want to go to the hospital. The vest totally protected him. Still a lot of power behind that shot, though. That's like getting hit by Mike Tyson. But it's amazing. I've been asked about that, and I guess it's something you consider. In one way, you don't like to do it because you're giving into a bad element, and so I don't know. But I have been asked about it.
How nervous are you about it happening again? Another assassination attempt?
I don't think about it.
You don't think about it at
And if
all?
I did, I wouldn't be doing a very good job here. I'd be thinking about nothing but that. I don't think about it. I don't think about it. If I did, I wouldn't be effective. Okay.
Mr. President, real quickly, you pushed on True Social, calling on Senate Republicans to blow up the filibuster. It is a big issue with MAGA. MAGA wants you to get rid of it.
They should.
Why don't they do it?
Why don't they do it?
I don't know.
I have no idea. You know why? I guess because they have 3 or 4 that are like hard line, the same ones that are hard line, no to everything, and you don't have all of them. We have a very small majority. John Thune's a good man. I said to him, John, just go take the vote. Let's expose who the people are. But if we got rid of the filibuster, we could vote on the Save America Act, voter ID. You act so good. I love this.
Yeah,
He's a great guy.
I'm curious.
Even though I don't love his girlfriend too much, okay? I won't tell you who the girlfriend is, but I like him, and I've always liked him.
Thank you. I'm actually curious.
It's great that he hasn't changed.
That's right. I'm the same man.
Brian, I think here's the problem. It's not even imaginable to me why. And people are angry about it. I'm talking about Republicans who are angry about it. The filibuster should be terminated. If the Democrats ever get a shot, which probably, based on history, sometime they will use it in the first minute of the first hour, and they will execute all of the bad things. 21 justices, they really like 21. I heard 13, but they really want 21 Supreme Court justices. And they really want to have D.C. and Puerto Rico become states. That would mean automatic 4 senators go into the Democrat column. And there's not even a chance that they don't do it and do it immediately. Now, with that knowledge, because you could argue whether it's good or bad, but I don't think it's that much of an argument, frankly. But you could argue, with that knowledge that they're going to do it immediately, why wouldn't you do it as a Republican? Unless you have bad motives almost. But if we did it, we could pass one bill after the other. We could pass laws and acts and things that we never even dreamt of passing. And you know what else? We wouldn't lose for 50 years. If we terminated the filibuster, we would have a 50-year run. You'd stop cheating. I mean, look, they're professional cheats, and they're great at it. That's what they're best at, because you can't get elected with their policy. You can't get elected with men and women sports, with transgender mutilization of our children, with open borders for jails to be dropped into our country, and mental institutions, and drug dealers and murderers. Think of it, 11,888 murders come into our country. Nobody even talks to them about it, right? We got a lot of them out because of, why? Because of ICE, which they don't want to fund. They're defunding our police. When they defund ICE and with Border Patrol and Secret Service, they're defunding our police. The same thing as they're doing with an officer on the street corner. So why the Republicans Senate doesn't just sit in there and just do it and take a negative vote and do it again and again like the Democrats do. They go again and again. The war power. I'm negotiating a deal with Iran. And every week, every 3 days, they put in a thing that the war should stop. And people ask me, how the hell do you negotiate like that? You're destroying them. Every day I read, think of it, we militarily decapitated the country. And every day I read about how well they're doing militarily. They got nothing left. They're done.
Oh my God, so
and
true.
Yet I read in the New York Times, I see it on that stupid CNN, which I only watch because you have to watch a little bit of the enemy. So I watch it for a very short period, but you have to, you have to be smart. And if you see CNN, you think they're winning the war. If you read the New York Times, it's actually seditious, in my opinion. You read the New York Times, you actually think they're winning the war. I read some of these columnists, but it all starts from the top. It's a terrible thing. So we're negotiating with them, and they read how well they're doing, and they're sitting in a cave, and all their leaders are dead. Everyone's dead around them. Missiles are all over the place. They have no Navy. They have no Air Force. They have no nothing. We can fly right over the middle of Tehran without being shot at because they have no anti-aircraft. They have nothing. And they're reading that they're winning the war. They're trying to figure it out. They get the New York Times, I guess, in some form. And they think we're crazy. But, I'm supposed to be negotiating. And they make you negotiate from weakness, not strength. But the difference is I don't care. And everybody knows the facts. We are decimating that country. I got a call today from another country that's more on our side than that Middle Eastern country saying, sir, please don't hit them anymore. They're decimated. Please. He's actually helping them. He's actually saying, please. And yet the New York Times will tell you that they're winning the war. It's so sad. I hate to even say that because when I say that, people out watching, they'll say, oh, maybe they'll win it just by the fact that I'm saying it. Right. And it's so ridiculous. They're being decimated. We have the greatest military in the world. And one thing that's come out of this and Venezuela, some of the things that have happened, I rebuilt the military in my first term and did a good job. And also the first year of this term. We have the greatest military in the world. When I spoke with President Xi, when I spoke with President Putin, I have great respect for what I've done and what our military does. We have a military like no other. When we attacked Venezuela, their equipment, none of it worked. It was all good equipment, but it was discombobulated. You know what that means? They pressed the buttons and nothing happened. They said, what the hell's going on? They heard that weird buzzing sound from way up high. It's amazing how great our military is. And for us to read, it's like the B-2 bombers right there. Late at night, 8 months ago, they went into Iranian territory and Iran was waiting for them. And they were firing at the wrong targets. They were firing at their planes, but they didn't see them. And with no moon, dark at night, they dropped each plane at 2 bombs, 14 bombs. Every one of those 14 bombs went right down an air chute. Think of it. They followed the beam right into the chute. And every single one of those bombs, very powerful, 200,000 pound bombs, every one of those bombs went right down an air chute. Late at night, think of it, late at night with no moon, you couldn't see a thing. They put those and they went into territory. All of a sudden, I was watching, they got faster. Then they go like that because the bombs go faster when they head down. I wouldn't want to head down that head. I'd want to get the hell out of there. And they let the bombs go. And then the first one that let them go was a perfect hit. He said, skedaddle. And that plane turned over on its side. And it went back to a place called Missouri. Jason.
God's country.
It went back. It wanted to say hello to a very powerful congressman, by the way, from Missouri, Jason. So every one of those bombs, and yet before they landed, CNN came out with a report that maybe the damage wasn't that great. The damage was far greater than we said. It was obliteration. And when the Atomic Energy Commission went there 1 week later, they say Trump was right. It was obliteration. And they still haven't been, they've had possession of the site they haven't been able to do anything with it. That stuff is buried. And the reason I took such, I I was angry about it was because it's disrespectful to those pilots and those incredible people, including the people that maintain the planes. Those planes had to fly for 37 hours without stopping. They got the tankers. They had 3 tanker lifts, meaning they had to get refuel up in there. They never landed. They went all the way from Missouri to here and then back. Some went to Guam, which there are those that say that was a way of camouflaging the whole thing, because they followed the ones. They thought the ones from Guam were not coming. They were going to take it easy at Guam. That didn't work out too well. But that was amazing. And the New York Times and CNN, they said, well, maybe the B-2 attack wasn't so good. Even to this day, I hear it, because we want to get the nuclear dust. It's way down there. You need excavators and everything to get it. But we want to get it. We'll take it one way or the other. We'll get it. We'll either get it or we'll take it. They'll either give it to us or we'll take it. But I think it's very disrespectful to our incredible military when they say, maybe they missed the target. Every single bomb hit the target. Then on top of that, we shot from submarines 30 unbelievable missiles that also hit the target on top of that. It was complete obliteration. And it was confirmed by Atomic Energy. But even the other day I saw on CNN, well, I don't know. They want the stuff, so therefore the bombs didn't hit. Yeah, we want the stuff. It's way buried. But we want to get it. We will get it. It won't even be hard. But they have to respect our military. They have to. If it were a miss, I tell you, we'd be fine. It would have done a lot of damage. But these bombs went down the air chutes. They'll never build air chutes again in the mountain. They built these air chutes to get a layer up there. They'll have to find a different way because it didn't work. But our military is amazing. There's never been anything like. We have the most powerful military on earth, and it's too bad we have to use it, but we're doing really well. So we'll see how that all works out. Thank you very much, everybody.
Thank you, Mr. President. The entire board will see.
Wait.
How do you like the new floor? So we had what I do best is build. That's what I do best. I say to people, am I a better builder or politician? And most of them say politician, but that's okay. What I do best is I build. The ballroom will be just like that. So I went out and I have a special black granite. Granite is the most powerful stone there is. Marble is much weaker than granite. I like marble more because marble can be more beautiful, but it's a much weaker stone. When you look at grave sites and you look at a marble plaque, 100 years old, you'll see oftentimes you can almost not read it. When you look at a granite plaque, 100 years old, it looks like it just got put there yesterday. That's a test. But we have the finest granite anyone's ever seen. It's called flawless granite. There's very little of it. And I replaced broken slate that was put here many years ago. I saved the ramp because it's in honor of FDR. FDR right up there, he had that built as a ramp. They said, oh, sir, we'll straighten it. I said, no, you have to leave the ramp. It was built. That ramp was built for FDR with a wheelchair because, it's pretty good slope. A lot of people say, why is it a ramp? They say, because of FDR. They say, I get it. But we say that. But we replaced the broken slate. And slate, by the way, is meant for a roof. It's not meant for a sidewalk. And we replace it with granite, the highest grade granite. It's valued at, they value stones in terms of, that's valued at 1 million plus. That means 1 million plus years. A marble will oftentimes be valued at 200 years, 300 years. Just giving you a little lesson in stone. Somebody would say, he went off on a tangent. There's something wrong. Like I did with the pen. I gave you a little thing on the pen, that pen is better than the one that cost $2,000 that you're handing to everyone. See, this one, I can hand to these guys, that's worth $3. That's right. So anyway, but I always felt guilty. But they said he went off on a tangent. I always say, if you don't find it interesting, leave during it. But the granite, in fact, if you can, let them leave through that door. It's just completed. We had it completed for King Charles. On time, on budget. I paid for it, so it's very expensive.
Does he love this?
He loved it. He loved it. And he's seen some nice
the
stone.
Trump Renaissance. This is a Trump Renaissance
Well,
here.
we're fixing the White House.
Mr. President, what
but it was sort of terrible. People would walk to the Oval Office over broken slate. Again, slate is used on roofs. It's not used where people walk on it, and it's been walked on for a long time, and many, many broken pieces. So I said to do it right. Now, the other thing I did, if you want to have a look, all of the columns, they had 200 years of paint on them, and they looked terrible, and they were chipped and broken, and when you have a lot of paint, and I stripped the columns back down to the original stone and painted them, and you'll see it. But you may want to, final touches, little touch up here with the paint, get a little hit by a couple of these heavy stones. They're very heavy, thick granite. But that granite's valued at over $1 million years. In other words, in a lifetime, 1 million plus, that's your max. Why don't you walk out there and take a look? Okay, I think and the company that did it, if you look at the setting, each point is perfect. So Peter, take a look. Tell your father if I did a good job.
Thank you, press. Thank you, press. Thank you, press.
That's a very aggressive thank you press. That's very, very aggressive thank you press there. Always appreciate that. Okay, let's go to some breaking news from Fox News. I mean, not really breaking, because this is like news that, Armin and I have already shared with you, but it's just interesting to see that Fox News is now pretty much confirming what Armin and I have been saying for a while. Let me share this quick clip from one of my favorite senators, Senator Kennedy. Let's see what he has to say. He was on Sean Hannity last night.
Why did we go in? We destroyed most of Iran's nuclear weapons program last June when we bombed them. But our spies picked up that Iran, after that, decided to change their plan. Their new plan was to produce so many missiles, ballistic, cruise, and drones, stockpile so many missiles that they could turn to America and say, look, we're going to restart our nuclear program. And if you bomb us again, you can, but we're going to destroy the Middle East with our stockpile of missiles. And by the way, we can hit Berlin and London and Paris. Now, we couldn't let that happen. And President Trump didn't let that happen. And I don't think the American people fully understand what we have done to Iran. I hated to do it, but it's like the aftermath of a collision between the Hindenburg and the Titanic. I mean, it's something like out of Mad Max 4.
Oh man, Senator Kennedy is great. Senator Kennedy is great. One of my favorite senators, especially that commercial that he has where it's like, call a crackhead. Yeah. Yep. You guys know what I'm talking about, right? The call a crackhead commercial. It's so good. It's so good. Oh my. All right. He's great. He is fantastic. Okay. So now let's go to this update from Sean Hannity, which I actually found. Guys, there's like a lot of updates on Fox News. I don't know if I'm going to share all of them, but I'll share a few. If you haven't seen the call a crackhead, all right, I'll find Senator Kennedy's call a crackhead commercial for you guys.
But we do begin tonight in Iran, where President Trump has another warning for the regime, telling them to, quote, get smart soon. According to reports, U.S. Central Command has planned a short and powerful wave of strikes on Iran to break the negotiation deadlock. And tonight, it is not clear that any such attack is even necessary. As it stands, the U.S. blockade is sending panic throughout Iran's ranks. And today, the 42nd commercial vessel was redirected after attempting to violate our blockade. Iran has no ability to import. They have no ability to export. Its economy is now in ruins. The money is gone. Basic resources are scarce. Oil is now piling up. They may have to cap their oil wells. In fact, Iran just dusted off another ancient, rusty old tanker in order to store more oil. But if you need more evidence of the blockade's success, just take a look at what Iran's leaders are now saying. They are now threatening, quote, unprecedented military action if the blockade continues. Of course, Donald Trump, he would be undeterred at the moment. Take a look.
Well, the blockade is genius, okay? The blockade has been 100% foolproof. It shows how good our Navy is, I can tell you that. Nobody's going to play games. We have the greatest military in the world, and I built much of it during my first term, and we've been building it since. And the greatest anywhere in the world, nobody even close.
Now, ultimately, there is only one way for Iran to lift that blockade, and it is not rocket science. Take a look.
We have talks, we're having talks with them now, and we're not flying anymore with 18-hour flights every time we want to see a piece of paper. We're doing it telephonically, and it's very nice. I make a call, or I have my people make a call, and you know the answer. I always like face-to-face. I consider it better. But when you have to fly 18 hours every time you want to have a meeting, and you know what the meeting is all about, and you know they're going to give you a piece of paper that you don't like before you even leave. It's ridiculous. They've come a long way. The question is whether or not they're going to go far enough. So at this moment, there will never be a deal unless they agree that there will be no nuclear weapons.
Now, who knows what the fourth-tier leadership in Iran will ultimately do? They are radical, religious extremists, and their entire lives have centered around hating America, hating Israel. But we do know one thing for sure. This entire operation has already been a historic success. We're only 2 months in, no boots on the ground, currently no actual fighting. But if you listen to the Democrats and the legacy media mob and the isolationists, well, you would think that we were in Vietnam all over again. Today on Capitol Hill, Secretary of War Pete Hegseth forcefully responding to a lot of the smear and slander that is out there. Take a look.
I hope you appreciate how reckless it is. When I said reckless, feckless, and defeatist of congressional Democrats at the beginning, that came after watching you say the same thing on CNN this morning, a quagmire. My generation served in a quagmire in Iraq and Afghanistan, years and years of nebulous missions and utopian nation building that led us to nothing. What we have right now, the way you stain the troops when you tell them 2 months in, Congressman, you should know better. Shame on you. Calling this a quagmire 2 months in. The effort, what they've undertaken, what they've succeeded, the success on the battlefield that could create strategic opportunities, the courage of a president to confront a nuclear Iran, and you call it a quagmire, handing propaganda to our enemies. Shame on you for that statement. And statements like that are reckless to our troops. Don't say I support the troops on one hand, and then a 2-month mission is a quagmire. That's a false equivalation. Who are you cheering for here? Who are you pulling for?
When there are American lives on the line overseas, elected Democrats, they should owe it to their country to be honest and at the very least, root for America to win. Do they really want a nuclear-armed Iran? It always comes down to that question. Is that a risk that they're willing to take, handing off that country to their kids, their grandkids? Why? Because they hate Donald Trump that much? Trump derangement syndrome is a mental illness. And unfortunately, I fear there's no cure for it. All right, thanks for watching. Check out my new podcast, Hanging Out with Me, Sean Hannity. The big interviews, the debates you won't get anywhere else.
Yeah, I mean, TDS is the big problem. All right, okay, guys, I found the commercial. Here is the commercial, the violent crime commercial.
Violent crime is surging in Louisiana. Woke leaders blame the police. I blame the criminals. A mom should not have to look over her shoulder when she's pumping gas. I voted against the early release of violent criminals, and I opposed defunding the police. Look, if you hate cops just because they're cops, the next time you get in trouble, call a crackhead. I'm John Kennedy, and I approve this message.
That's a classic. That is a classic. Yeah, that's his call a crackhead commercial. I mean, he makes a good point, right? I mean, if you have issues with cops and if you're one of those defund the police weirdo freaks, the next time you have an issue, don't call 911. Go call a crackhead or something, right? I mean, it's a fair point. It is a fair point, right? Yeah. Okay. Okay, so apparently there are reports of hearing sounds of explosions and anti-aircraft air defense activity in the south of Tehran. Let's see. Intense air defense activity in South Tehran, according to reports. Let me just change my screen format here. So, intense air defense activity in South Tehran, according to reports received from fellow citizens just minutes ago. Extensive and barrage-like air defense activity was observed and heard in the southern areas of Tehran. The exact nature of these movements has not yet been officially announced, and additional details will be published upon receipt. Interesting. Oh, wow. Okay, this was just posted 6 seconds ago. So this says, moments ago, images of anti-aircraft air defense cannon activity in District 19. Okay, so this was literally like, this is fresh off the press, hot off the press, posted on X about like 6 seconds ago. Something's going on. You don't know what it is. I mean, it could like someone makes a good point. Like this could just be the IRGC like testing, right? Like we don't know if this is an attack. Okay. UAE Ministry of Foreign Affairs bans travel to Iran, Lebanon, and Iraq and calls on citizens to leave those countries as soon as possible. Yeah, so guys, the reason the UAE has banned travel to Iran, Lebanon, and Iraq is because Lebanon and Iraq are currently being occupied by the Islamic regime as well, very similar to how Iran is being occupied by the Islamic regime. Okay, so Shin is also reporting, guys. So Shin 1 minute ago said intense anti-aircraft activity over central and eastern Tehran. Blasts in eastern Tehran right now, unclear if anti-aircraft or explosions. And then so you can hear the boom booms there. Renewed anti-aircraft activity over southern Tehran. Okay. Oh, this is his friend who's passed away. Fighter jet activity over Dubai. Some Hezbollah terrorists assassinated in Lebanon. Kudos, Israel. Okay. So that's the latest. So there are boom booms being reported across Tehran. Tehran is the capital. No, it's not going to be Kurds with weapons. Guys, stop bringing up the Kurds. the separatist Kurds in Iraq are traitors and they stole the weapons. When we're talking about our Iranian Kurds, we don't call them the Kurds. They're just Iranian, just like all the rest of us. So no, there's no like, Iraqi separatist communist paramilitary Kurdish forces coming to Iran. They stole the weapons and they left. All right. Nope, nothing on Tusi. Nothing on Tusi, guys. Wow, do you guys hate do you guys like hate me that much that you're asking me to go to Tusi? Wow. Wow, guys. That's like stab in the heart. Stab in the heart. Really? Really? Guys, don't forget, I broke the news. I broke the news about the boom booms. When Armin and Tusi were both asleep, I was up at like 2 a.m. and I broke the news and I was live streaming the boom booms. And then I was the only one live streaming the White House Correspondents active shooter situation. But you know what? You guys want to go to Tusi? Sure. You know what? I'll just put the tab on Tusi's channel and I'll just leave you guys like this for an hour. How about that? I'm teasing. Guys, I'm teasing. I'm teasing. I'm teasing. No, I'm teasing. All good. No, you know what? I actually really do appreciate Tusi. Don't worry. Don't worry, guys. I was looking at Tusi's channel because I was like, I could use a little bit of a break so that I could finish eating my lunch. But that's okay. All good. All good, guys. I know, I'm just teasing you. I'm just teasing you guys. All right, let's get back to the news. Where is this? Okay. So, but I want to get some good stuff though. Yeah. So guys, this is also important. So now Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent is confirming. So amid the impact of economic fury, Iran's currency has hit an all-time low. Guys, why is this important? This is important because when guys, all of this started back on December 28th when the Islamic regime currency hit an all-time low. I think at that point it hit like 1.4 million rials or something, 1.4 million rials to the dollar. So the complete economic collapse of the rial on December 28, 4 months ago, is what actually led to the revolution and everything that's been going on since then, right? So the fact that the currency is continuing to collapse, right? Like the currency just keeps on falling. Now it's at an even bigger historic low, right? So, and this is really interesting. Look at this messaging. So he says, the Iranian people deserve a new era, which the corrupt and shambolic Iranian regime cannot provide. Guys, that sounds very revolutionary to me, right? Like that sounds very very regime changey to me. You know what I mean? So we have to pay attention because we can't always just focus on what President Trump is saying. We have to keep an eye and pay attention to what people around him are saying, right? And one of the ways to make a dictatorship collapse is through the economy. So, do you guys know? Can you guys think of any other dictatorships that collapsed due to economic pressure? Can you guys think of any other? Exactly. USSR. Exactly. The Soviet Union. That's the whole thing about the fridge versus the TV, right? Do you guys know that analogy? Let me see if I can find a video about it. Okay. Here we go, guys. You know what? Actually, you know what? Let's watch this because I think this is going to this will give some context as to what is happening and how this is happening. Right? Wait, I want to check something. Yeah. So, guys, this is going to give you guys a little bit of context as to what might possibly be happening with the Islamic regime right now. Because remember, the Islamic regime is also a product of the USSR. It was the USSR that actually trained and funded Khomeini. And, you know, it's the USSR that also funded Yasser Arafat and created the whole fake Palestinian cause and whatever, right? So all of these terrorist proxy groups and all these like dictatorships that you're seeing in the Middle East right now, even the Kurdish paramilitary groups, they're all basically a byproduct of the Soviets because they were trying to destabilize the Middle East. So let's watch this, guys, because I think this is going to give you guys pretty good idea of what might be happening right now in occupied Iran.
Greetings, comrades, and welcome to the Soviet Union. It's 1978 and things are going great.
Wait, I thought this was like a legitimate documentary, not like just a random channel. But okay, so he has 108 million subscribers. So I'm gonna assume that this is probably legit. Guys, does anyone know this channel? Ordinary Things? Is this like a legit channel? Because there's too much like fake stuff out there. I don't want to wait. Let me see if I can find something. Let me see if I can find like an actual documentary. Something that's like short. Yeah. You know what it is? Like I don't have anything against like YouTubers, but it's just like if I don't know who they are, it's just like I don't know, right? Because like anyone can make a YouTube channel and post whatever, and my and like, you know, I have knowledge about this, but like it's not as extensive as like Iran. Jeez, people are just like, okay. Man. All right, you know what? Let's just go to this one and hopefully it'll be legitimate. Hopefully it'll be legitimate, but geez. Okay. Let's just watch it. Let's take a chance. Let's take a chance on this.
We were the first nation to suffocate a dog. Greetings, comrades, and welcome to the Soviet Union. It's 1978 and things are going great. We were the first nation to suffocate a dog in geocentric orbit, and we also set off the world's largest nuclear weapon. But those glory days are somewhat behind us now. Our vast empire may cover 1/6 of the world's landmass, but most of it is an uninhabitable wasteland. But hey, what the USSR lacks in beauty spots or arable land, it makes up for in fully automated luxury communalism. I hope nothing ever changes. I have a reliable job working in a collective shoe factory, all the potatoes I could possibly drink, and my first colour TV. It sure beats the old one that I watched through a magnifying glass. I can now clearly see what's happening across our empire of equality, and what our especially equal leaders are up to, and more importantly, what products they deem me worthy of. Because everything is created by state-run industry, nearly every advert is just letting me know about the local availability of certain products. Like this funky ski-themed number, telling me that lemons are here and they're fun for the whole family. Or how about this one for our only available brand of washing detergent? I may never have seen a washing machine before, but now I can thanks to my trusty Ekran television set, and because of our dear leader, Leonid Brezhnev. I haven't seen him a lot on my...
This is stupid. I'm sorry, guys. This is like I don't have the patience for this kind of stuff. Let me just go to the example that I wanted to give you guys anyways. So okay. Where's it? Okay, so what I wanted to actually talk about, sorry guys, like I don't have the patience for like random YouTube channels if I don't know what's going on there. Sorry guys, I'm, former politician. I'm really picky about these things. I can't watch random YouTube channels. It's weird for me. And like, everyone has like a TV channel on YouTube or whatever. Anyway, so I wanted to speak about the fridge versus TV analogy. So the fridge versus TV analogy refers to the conflict between a citizen's lived economic reality, which is the fridge, and state propaganda, the TV. So guys, that's what's happening in occupied Iran right now. So with the collapse of where is it? So with the collapse of the rial, Iran is getting to that like that point where it's like the fridge versus the TV. So we've shown you guys a lot of Islamic regime TV propaganda, right? Like I've even shown you Durka TV. So let me actually, like, I don't know, tune into Durka TV right now and see what's going on. Okay, here we go. So like what is this?
یا ابن الزهرا یا صاحب الزمان. اینو داشتم محضرتون عرضه می داشتم که بیت به بیت این غزلی که همین 2-3 روز اخیراً منتشر شد برای اولین بار از سید عزیزمون و قائد شهیدمون، عرض ارادت به ساحت علی ابن موسی رضاست.
Okay, that's enough of that. That's enough of that. But no, go away, demon. Go away. Go away, demon. Okay, so going back to the analogy. So fridge versus TV. So with the economic collapse, the economic and financial situation in Iran is really bad. And, you've heard, Petito and others talk about how things are becoming very expensive. So it's not that there's necessarily a shortage of food in Iran, right? There is food. There are, like everything is there. It's just because the economy is collapsing, it's becoming unaffordable because the real has hit a historic low. خاک تو سر آخوند, by the way. واقعا خاک تو سر خمینی و اون آفتابه گندش که واقعا اومدن ریدن تو کشورمون. Anyways, so the historic low for the real, okay? Yeah. So going back to the analogy of the fridge versus the TV, so when people turn on, Durka News Network, they see like, hey dad, and we're winning, and oh, we need to tighten our belts, and whatever, right? But then when Iranians go to the fridge and they open up the fridge, it's empty, right? So that's sort of the analogy of the fridge versus TV. And that's pretty much what's happening right now. So the key components. So fridge versus TV, the key components. The fridge represents reality, okay? So the fridge represents the economic situation. Empty or poorly stocked shelves, rising prices, lack of goods, and general economic hardship. And the TV, which is propaganda, represents state media narrative, patriotic narratives, geopolitical distractions, and achievements of the government, often meant to make people forget their economic struggles. So right now, there's that battle, right? That internal conflict happening in occupied Iran, the fridge versus the TV. And the TV side is losing. They've been losing for a while. And that's why the Islamic regime has to use severe oppression and repression to keep people from rising up, right? Channel 3 is not working here. Okay, let's go to the news network. Let's see what's going on in the news. Am I going to regret this? Oh, it's this.
از بزرگترین لشکرکشی و تجاوز زورگویان دنیا و شکست مفتضحانه آمریکا در نقشه خود، فصل نوین خلیج فارس و تنگه هرمز در حال رقم خوردن است و آینده درخشان منطقه خلیج فارس، آینده بدون آمریکا و در خدمت پیشرفت، آسایش و رفاه ملت‌هایش خواهد بود. رهبر انقلاب اسلامی در این پیام خاطر نشان کردند بیگانگی که از هزاران کیلومتر دورتر طمعکارانه در آن شرارت می‌کنند، جایی در آن ندارند مگر در قعر آبهایش و زنجیره این ظفر طلیعه نظم جدید منطقه و جهان خواهد بود. متن پیام حضرت آیت الله سید مجتبی خامنه‌ای به مناسبت روز ملی خلیج فارس به این شرح است.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحیم. یکی از نعمتهای بی‌بدیل خداوند متعال برای ملت‌های مسلمان منطقه ما، خصوصاً مردم شریف ایران اسلامی، موهبت خلیج فارس است. نعمتی فراتر از یک پهنه آبی که بخشی از هویت و تمدنمان را شکل داده و علاوه بر نقطه اتصال ملت‌ها، مسیر حیاتی و منحصر به فرد اقتصاد جهانی را در تنگه هرمز و پس از آن دریای عمان ایجاد کرده است. این سرمایه راهبردی طمع شیاطین بسیاری را در قرنهای گذشته برانگیخته و سابقه تجاوزهای مکرر بیگانگان اروپایی و آمریکایی، ناامنی‌ها، ضررها و تهدیدهای متعدد برای کشورهای منطقه تنها گوشه‌ای از نقشه‌های شوم مستکبران جهان علیه ساکنان منطقه خلیج فارس میباشد که تازه ترین نمونه آن غداره‌کشی‌های اخیر شیطان بزرگ بود. ملت ایران که دارای بیشترین ساحل خاکی خلیج فارس است، بیشترین جانفشانی‌ها را در راه استقلال خلیج فارس و مقابله با بیگانگان و متجاوزان داشته است. از اخراج پرتغالی‌ها و آزادسازی تنگه هرمز که مبنای نامگذاری 10 اردیبهشت ماه به عنوان روز ملی خلیج فارس شده است، تا مبارزه علیه استعمار هلند و نیز حماسه‌های مقاومت در مقابل استعمار انگلیس و موارد دیگر. اما انقلاب اسلامی نقطه عطف این مقاومت‌ها در کوتاه کردن دست مستکبران از منطقه خلیج فارس بود و امروز با گذشت 2 ماه از بزرگترین لشکرکشی و تجاوز زورگویان دنیا در منطقه و شکست مفتضحانه آمریکا در نقشه خود، فصل نوین خلیج فارس و تنگه هرمز در حال رقم خوردن است. ملت‌های منطقه خلیج فارس که سالهای متمادی به سکوت و ذلت‌پذیری حاکمان در برابر زورگویان و تجاوزکاران عادت کرده بودند، در 60 روز گذشته جلوه‌های زیبای صلابت، هوشیاری و مجاهدت دلاور مردان نیروهای دریایی ارتش و سپاه را در کنار غیرت و سلحشوری مردم و جوانان خطه جنوب ایران عزیز در نفی سلطه بیگانگان به چشم خود دیدند. امروز به عنایات حضرت حق جل و علا و به برکت خون شهدای مظلوم جنگ تحمیلی سوم، علل خصوص رهبر عظیم الشأن و دوراندیش انقلاب اسلامی اعلی الله مقامه الشریف، نه فقط در میان افکار عمومی جهان و ملت‌های منطقه، حتی برای سلاطین و حاکمان کشورها نیز ثابت شد که حضور بیگانگان آمریکایی و لانه‌گزینی و آشیانه کردن آنها در سرزمین‌های خلیج فارس مهمترین عامل ناامنی در منطقه است و پایگاه‌های پوشالی آمریکا تاب و توان تأمین امنیت خود را نیز ندارد، چه رسد به اینکه امیدی به تأمین امنیت وابستگان و آمریکا پرستان منطقه توسط آمریکا باشد. به حول و قوه الهی، آینده درخشان منطقه خلیج فارس آینده‌ای بدون آمریکا و در خدمت پیشرفت، آسایش و رفاه ملت‌هایش خواهد بود. ما با همسایگانمان در پهنه آبی خلیج فارس و دریای عمان هم سرنوشت هستیم و بیگانگانی که از هزاران کیلومتر دورتر طمعکارانه در آن شرارت می‌کنند، جایی در آن ندارند مگر در قعر آبهایش. و زنجیره این ظفر که به لطف پروردگار تبارک و تعالی در سایه تدابیر و سیاست‌های مقاومت و راهبرد ایران قوی محقق شده است، تلیعه نظم جدید منطقه و جهان خواهد بود. امروز برانگیختگی معجزه‌گون ملت ایران منحصر در 10 میلیون جان فدای مبارزه با صهیونیسم و آمریکای خونریز نمانده و پیشاپیش صفوف به هم پیوسته امت مبعوث شده اسلامی 90 میلیون هموطن غیور و شریف ایرانی داخل و خارج از کشور تمامی ظرفیت‌های هویتی، معنوی، انسانی، علمی، صنعتی و فناوری‌های پایه‌ای و نوین از نانو و بیو تا هسته‌ای و موشکی را سرمایه ملی خود فرض کرده و همچون مرزهای آبی، خاکی و هوایی پاسدار آن خواهند بود. ایران اسلامی با شکر عملی نعمت اعمال مدیریت بر تنگه هرمز منطقه خلیج فارس را ایمن خواهد کرد و بساط سوء استفاده های دشمن متخاصم را از این آبراه برخواهد چید. قواعد حقوقی و اعمال مدیریت جدید تنگه هرمز آسایش و پیشرفت را به نفع همه ملت‌های منطقه رقم خواهد زد و مواهب اقتصادی آن دل ملت را شاد خواهد کرد. به اذن الله ولو کره الکافرون. سید مجتبی حسینی خامنه‌ای 10 اردیبهشت 1400.
پیام‌های جداگانه سران قوا به مناسبت روز ملی خلیج فارس. رئیس جمهور در پیامی به مناسبت 10 اردیبهشت روز ملی خلیج فارس گفت روز ملی خلیج فارس فرصتی مغتنم برای بازخوانی این حقیقت تاریخی است که این آبراهه بخشی جدایی ناپذیر از هویت ملی ایرانیان و نماد ایستادگی ملت بزرگ ایران در مقابل استعمارگران قدیم و جدید است. رئیس مجلس در فضای مجازی نوشت ایران با اعمال مدیریت بر تنگه هرمز خود و همسایگان را از نعمت ارزشمند آینده‌ای بدون حضور و دخالت آمریکا برخوردار خواهد کرد. رئیس قوه قضاییه نیز در پیامی در فضای مجازی به مناسبت روز ملی خلیج فارس نوشت خلیج تا ابد فارس خانه ملت مقتدر و تاریخ‌ساز ایران است و ایران اسلامی نظم نوینی در خلیج فارس حاکم کرده است و امروز ساختار امنیت عاریه‌ای و وارداتی قبلی فروپاشیده است.
That's the murderer. خواهد تو سر همتون.
برنامه‌های گرامی داشت روز ملی خلیج فارس با گلباران آبهای خلیج فارس آغاز شد. جزیره هرمز و شهر میناب، دو شهر هرمزگان به عنوان محور برنامه‌های امسال پاسداشت روز ملی خلیج فارس است.
حضور دوستان و عزیزان فرهنگی و هنری ما در جزیره هرمز در روز ملی خلیج فارس معناش اینه که همه ایران و همه توانی که پشت سر خلیج فارسه پشت سر تنگه هرمز. تنگه هرمز امروز شبیه خود خلیج فارس یک نماد عزت و اقتدار. طبیعتاً حضور عزیزان ما و برنامه‌ای که امروز در روز ملی خلیج فارس گذاشته شده در اینجا به این معنی است که خلیج فارس، تنگه هرمز پیشانی مقاومت ایران.
نمایشگاه چشم‌ها سخن میگویند با رد خون به یاد شهدای دانش آموز و معلم دبستان شجره طیبه میناب در جزیره هرمز برپا شد.
هنرمندان خطه هرمزگان عزیز بیش از 700 اثر تولیدی داشتند.
اهالی جزیره هرمز با تزیین قایق‌های موتوری صیادی و لنج‌های بازرگانی به استقبال برنامه‌های پاسداشت نام خلیج فارس و جشنواره فرهنگی هنری خلیج فارس آمدند. شماری از دانش آموزان هرمزگانی و به ویژه دانش آموزان اهل و ساکن جزیره هرمز سوار بر این لنج شده‌اند تا به یاد 168 دانش آموز شهید دبستان
خودتون کشتین بی‌شرفا، خودتون کشتین.
تنگه هرمز دریانوردی کنند. حسین اژدهایی، خبرگزاری صدا و سیما، بندر عباس.
رئیس مجمع تشخیص مصلحت نظام در پیامی به مناسبت روز ملی خلیج فارس نوشت: خلیج فارس و تنگه هرمز حیاتی ترین آبراه جهان همواره نماد عظمت و محبت الهی، بستری برای پیوند ملت‌های مسلمان و تبادل سازنده تمدن‌ها بوده است. آیت الله آمالی لاریجانی با بیان اینکه تاریخ نشان داده که طمع قدرت‌های استعماری در این منطقه جز شکست نتیجه‌ای نداشته است، به مجاهدت شهدا و مقاومت ملت ایران و رهبری نظام اشاره و تصریح کرد. آینده امن و پر رونق در سایه همبستگی ملت‌های منطقه و خروج نیروهای بیگانه رقم خواهد خورد و جمهوری اسلامی با التزام عملی به سیاست توسعه دریایی.
Guys, that's the logo of the IRGC. That's the logo of the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps.
محور به عنوان یادگار ارزشمند رهبر شهید متعهد به ایجاد امنیت، صلح و توسعه اقتصادی در منطقه است تا برکات این گنجینه بی‌نظیر عادلانه و پایدار باشد. هشدار سپاه.
Yeah, to everyone saying, everyone in the chats are like, guys, boom, boom, sir. Yes, I know. I reported on the explosions literally like 30 minutes ago, guys. So thank you. Thank you for repeating it. Yes, and we've already reported on that. I'm monitoring it. We don't have any other information. We're watching Durka News Network right now. If there is new info, I will let you guys know.
به دشمن مقتدرانه از حقوق ملت ایران در خلیج فارس دفاع می‌کنیم. سپاه پاسداران انقلاب اسلامی به مناسبت 10 اردیبهشت روز ملی خلیج فارس در بیانیه‌ای راهبرد جمهوری اسلامی ایران در قبال خلیج فارس را بر پایه امنیت جمعی، توسعه مشترک، احترام به تمامیت سرزمینی کشورها و برقراری توازن پایدار منطقه‌ای دانست. سپاه تاکید کرده نیروی دریایی پر افتخار و مقتدر سپاه ضمن ارتقاء توانمندی‌هایش برای مدیریت و کنترل تنگه هرمز در اعمال تدابیر و سیاست‌های حاکمیتی برای صیانت از حقوق حقیقی ایرانیان در این صحنه خطیر از هیچ تلاشی فروگذار نخواهد کرد. سپاه در این بیانیه نوید داده روند حوادث و رخدادها نشان می‌دهد در آینده نزدیک و با اخراج آمریکا و بیگانگان از منطقه امید و انتظار ملت‌ها برای درک روزی که خلیج فارس به عنوان محور همگرایی ملت‌های مسلمان منطقه بر مدار آرامش، اقتدار و پیشرفت نسل‌ها بدرخشد به سر خواهد رسید.
Why is she just sharing the logo? Is there like no one alive?
آبهای نیلگون خلیج فارس همواره خط مقدم مبارزه با استعمارگران بوده و با خون رزمندگان ایرانی به رنگ سرخ درآمده است.
آهای دیل ماژ بدنهاد، به اربابانت بگو که بعد از این اگر میخواهند با ما حرف بزنند بروند فارسی یاد بگیرند.
این فریاد پرصلابت میرمحنا دغابی است، جوانی از اهالی جنوب ایران که در دل آبهای خلیج فارس در برابر استعمارگران هلندی، انگلیسی و پرتغالی ایستاد. اما این صدا در دل تاریخ تنها نماند. قرنها بعد نامی دیگر در جنوب ایران در برابر استعمار قد کشید: رئیس علی دلواری. مردی از تنگستان که در برابر تجاوز انگلیسی‌ها ایستاد و با خون خود بر صفحات تاریخ نوشت ایستادگی بهای آزادی است.
اینجا خلیج فارسی صحبت کن، باید فارسی صحبت کنی. صدای منو گرفتی؟ شما برای اطلاع.
و باز صحنه‌ای آشنا.
خیلی ممنون، شنیدیم. ما روی کانال 16 به شما
روزی میرمحنا دغابی در برابر استعمارگران ایستاد و آنان را ملزم به مکالمه با زبان این سرزمین کرد و حالا در همان آبها نیروی دریایی سپاه در برابر آمریکا ایستاد و
ما صدای شما را روی کانال 16 میشنویم.
همان پیام، همان اقتدار.
اگر به این مسیر ادامه بدید و به آبهای جمهوری اسلامی ایران نزدیک بشید، ما مجبور بشیم با شما برخورد قاطع انجام بدیم.
اینجا خلیج فارس است و زبان این آب هم همچون نامش فارسی است.
ما گفتیم که اینجا خلیج فارسه، برای چی خلیج فارس باید انگلیسی صحبت بشه؟ در خلیج فارس باید فارسی صحبت بشه.
و باز خلیج فارس و باز شجاعت دلاور مردان این آب و خاک در برابر دشمن متجاوز. دستگیری 10 تروریست آمریکایی در آبهای خلیج فارس. حادثه‌ای که پیامش روشن بود. اینجا خلیج فارس است و زبان این آب همچنان زبان اقتدار است.
دیدن اون تصویرها چه حسی به شما داد؟
من خیلی عصبانی بودم، خیلی کلافه بودم. انتشار اون تصویرها واقعا عصبانیم کرده بود.
شما یه سری ملوان آمریکایی رو می‌بینید که دستاشون رو پشت سرشون قلاب کردن. این افتضاحه. این آمریکا رو به سوژه تحقیر مطلق تبدیل کرده.
این حادثه کار خدا بود، در وقت خوبی این حادثه انجام گرفت، شما عالی عمل کردید.
و حالا در میانه جنگ تحمیلی سوم آمریکا نگاهش را به تنگه هرمز دوخته است. شریان حیاتی نفت و تجارت جهانی که با فرمان این مرد تحت کنترل کامل ایران قرار گرفت. شهید سردار تنگسیری در راستای پیاده کردن استراتژی جنگ منطقه‌ای مأموریت کنترل تنگه هرمز را بر عهده گرفت و تا پایان عمر خود بر راهبرد رهبر معظم انقلاب بر بسته ماندن این تنگه پایبند ماند. از روزگار صفویان تا میرمحنا دغابی و دلواری‌ها، از نادر مهدوی تا تنگسیری‌ها، آب‌های نیلگون خلیج فارس همواره خط مقدم مبارزه با استعمارگران بوده و با خون رزمندگان ایرانی به رنگ سرخ درآمده است.
رئیس مجلس در واکنش به بلوف 3 روز پیش ترامپ و گندگویی وزیر خزانه‌داری آمریکا درباره انفجار چاه‌های نفت ایران نوشت ایستگاه بعدی قیمت نفت $140 است. آقای قالیباف در پیامی در فضای مجازی با بیان اینکه 3 روز گذشته و هیچ چاه نفتی منفجر نشده است یادآور شد می‌توانیم این مدت را به 30 روز افزایش دهیم و به صورت زنده تصاویر چاه‌ها را اینجا پخش کنیم. رئیس مجلس با طعنه به رئیس جمهور آمریکا درباره مشاوره دادن غلط مشاورانش درباره محاصره دریایی ایران و اظهاراتی از این دست گفت مسئله فقط ایده‌های غلط نیست بلکه طرز فکر و ذهنیت غلط است. مشاور رهبر معظم انقلاب در امور بین الملل در پیامی خطاب به ترامپ تاکید کرد مباحث امنیت هرمز متعلق به مردم منطقه است نه غریبه هایی که هنوز بر سر زبان مادریشان با هم جدال دارند. آقای ولایتی با اشاره به کنایه پادشاه انگلیس به ترامپ مبنی بر اینکه اگر بریتانیا نبود آمریکایی‌ها امروز باید فرانسوی صحبت می‌کردند نوشت خوب است از او درباره نقشه‌های قدیمی استعمار هم بپرسید، آنجا که نام خلیج فارس قرنها پیش از پیدایش ایالات متحده با همین عنوان ثبت شده بود. تاریخ فروشی نیست. در بخشی از پیام آقای ولایتی آمده در سیرک تهدید و جعل پیام مقام معظم رهبری روشن است. مواهب امنیت هرمز متعلق به مردم منطقه است، نه غریبه هایی که هنوز بر سر زبان مادریشان با هم جدال دارند. روزنامه گاردین انگلیس در گزارشی نوشت مذاکره کنندگان سابق برجام معتقدند بستن تنگه تهدید پهپادها و محدودیت‌های صنعتی را برجسته کرد. به نوشته نیویورک تایمز در روزهای ابتدایی جنگ برتری آمریکا مشهود بود، اما اکنون شرایط تغییر کرده است. ایران کنترل تنگه هرمز را در دست گرفته و همچنان با موشک‌ها و پهپادهای خود آمریکا را در منطقه تهدید می‌کند. هشدار فرمانده نیروی هوافضای سپاه به آمریکا: عاقبت پایگاه‌هایتان را در منطقه دیدیم، فرجام ناوهایتان را هم خواهیم دید. سردار سید مجید موسوی به ارتش تروریستی آمریکا هشدار داد رزمندگان سپاه اسلام با ضربات دردناک طولانی و دامنه‌دار به عملیات‌های دشمن حتی اگر ضربتی و کوتاه باشند پاسخی قاطع خواهند داد. رئیس جمهور در گفتگوی تلفنی با خانم تاکائیچی نخست وزیر ژاپن ناامنی تحمیلی بر خلیج فارس و تنگه هرمز را نتیجه تجاوزگری آمریکا و رژیم صهیونیستی و استمرار محاصره بنادر ایران دانست و بر ضرورت اتخاذ موضع صریح و قاطع همه کشورها در محکومیت این راهزنی دریایی و تهدید دریانوردی بین‌المللی تاکید کرد. آقای پزشکیان اظهارات تحریک‌آمیز مقام‌های آمریکایی همزمان با محاصره بنادر ایران را غیر قابل قبول و مغایر با قوانین و مقررات بین‌المللی دانست و گفت این اقدامات موجب بغرنج‌تر شدن اوضاع منطقه می‌شود. نخست وزیر ژاپن هم در این گفتگو با قدردانی از اجازه تردد کشتی ژاپنی از تنگه هرمز خواستار عبور ایمن سایر کشتی‌های ژاپنی از این آبراه راهبردی شد. آقای پزشکیان همچنین در گفتگوی تلفنی با رئیس جمهور بلاروس گفت حملات مکرر در حین مذاکرات موجب بی‌اعتمادی کامل ما نسبت به آمریکا شده است. رئیس جمهور ضمن تبیین ابعاد حملات اخیر آمریکا و رژیم صهیونیستی به زیرساخت‌های هسته‌ای و حیاتی ایران این اقدامات را جنایت جنگی نامید و توقف لفاظی‌ها و اقدامات تحریک‌آمیز را پیش شرط هر گونه اعتماد سازی دانست. آقای لوکاشنکو رئیس جمهور بلاروس نیز در این گفتگو با بیان اینکه بدون وجود اعتماد متقابل مذاکره نمیتواند به نتیجه پایدار برسد بر اهمیت تقویت زمینه‌های اعتماد سازی میان طرف‌ها تاکید کرد. در پی حمله نیروهای اسرائیلی به ناوگان جهانی سمود در نزدیکی جزیره کرت یونان بیش از 170 فعال حقوق بشر از جمله 20 شهروند ترکیه بازداشت شدند، اقدامی که واکنش نهادهای بین‌المللی را برانگیخته است.
نزدیک به 1000 شرکت کننده با حدود 70 کشتی بار دیگر برای شکستن محاصره دریایی غزه به آب زدند. اما کاروان سمود صدها کیلومتر پیش از رسیدن به مقصد در نزدیکی یکی از جزایر یونان مورد حمله رژیم صهیونیستی قرار گرفت.
ما اینجا در آبهای بین‌المللی نزدیک یونانیم و از دوستامون پیام‌هایی دریافت کردیم. اونا جلوتر از ما بودند و گفتن که برخی شناورهای نظامی به اونا نزدیک شدن. همچنین چند پهپاد اونا رو تعقیب میکنن. تا این لحظه نمیدونیم چه اتفاقی برای اونا افتاده.
گزارش‌ها نشان می‌دهد نزدیک به 21 قایق آسیب دیدند. به نقل از خبرگزاری فرانس 24 حدود 211 نفر از فعالان ربوده شدند.
همراهانمان برای نخستین بار در شرایطی که وضعیت آب و هوا رو به وخامت میرفت مورد حمله قرار گرفتند، در حالی که ما چندان به غزه هم نزدیک نبودیم. با این حال به مسیر خود ادامه خواهیم داد.
حالا گزارشگر ویژه سازمان ملل در امور حقوق بشر در فلسطین هشدار می‌دهد.
چطور ممکن است که به اسرائیل اجازه داده شود در آبهای بین‌المللی درست در نزدیکی یونان به کشتی‌ها حمله کرده و آنها را توقیف کند؟ فارغ از نظری که درباره اسرائیل، آپارتاید و سران نسل کش آن دارید، این اقدام باید امواج شوک در سراسر اروپا بفرستد. آپارتاید بدون مرز.
این دومین مأموریت جهانی صمود است که با حمله رژیم صهیونیستی روبرو می‌شود. کاروان صمود این بار 23 فروردین از اسپانیا به آب زد با نمایندگانی از 70 کشور که آن را به طور قابل توجهی بزرگتر از تلاش سال گذشته می‌کند. برای غزه کمک‌ها شاید هنوز نرسیده باشند، اما پیام بار دیگر فراتر از سواحل آن منتشر شد. غزل بدیعی، خبرگزاری صدا و سیما.
نام خلیج فارس همچون نگینی در اجتماعات شبانه مردم خوش درخشید و مردم یک بار دیگر تجاوز به این نام بزرگ را محکوم کردند.
خلیج فارس که میشنوی چه حسی پیدا می‌کنی؟
خب حس غرور. خلیج فارس از اونجایی که من خودم بچگی اونجا بزرگ شدم واقعا حس غرور
ایرانی
داره.
نیستین. قدیم بوده برای ما حقمونه.
خلیج فارس پاره تن ایران هست.
ما تازی هستیم. ایرانی نیستین.
خلیج همیشگی فارس است.
ما ایرانی نیستین، تازی هستیم.
سالهاست که دشمنان چشم طمع به این سرمایه دوختند.
تمام منافع اقتصادیشون، منافع حتی انسانیشون داره تامین میشه.
و چه کشورهایی که سالها ما را تحریم کردند ولی اجازه دادیم از این سرمایه استفاده کنند.
چیزی که برام خیلی جالبه اینه که ایران با وجود اینکه از همچین اهرامی بهره مند بوده ولی رو اصول اخلاقی پایبند بوده و این کارا نکرده.
و حالا همین کشورها در روز ملی خلیج فارس
زده تنگر ترامپ. غلط اضافی کرده آقا.
No it doesn't.
خورده دیگه.
نوشته خلیج فارس میذاری.
به نظرم غلط اضافی کرده.
ترامپ بیزاران بار غلط کرده قرونت برم من. این خلیج فارس همیشه ایرانه.
ما با یه ابرقدرت بیشعور طرفیم.
کاسب دیگه، کاسبی میکنه با هر توییت. ترامپ که به نظر من مشاهیرش از دست داده.
خلاص اهل درسابی نداره.
درش میاریم جلو چشش. السلام. ترامپو.
ترامپ آرزو تو به گور میبری و به گورم خواهی برد.
همیشه هم تنگه هرمز میمونه.
اینجا همیشه خلیج فارسه.
دیگه به اسمشه دیگه، خلیج همیشه فارسه دیگه.
این یه چیزی تو خون من ایرانیه. کشور من 7000 ساله است.
آقا اینو بده من پارش کنم مرتی که دیوانه. اینجا خلیج فارس تا قیام قیامت.
و سالهاست غیور مردان نیروی دریایی ارتش و سپاه ایستادند تا وجبی از این آب از این خاک جدا نشود.
خلیج فارس برای شما یادآور چه چیزیه؟
یادآور تنگسیری ها.
آمریکا هم هیچ وقت هیچ غلطی نمیتونه بکنه و هیچ وقت نمیتونه ذره از این خاک و حتی بهش برسه.
ترامپ برای چندمین بار این عکس را منتشر کرد و گفت ایرانی ها باید تسلیم شوند.
از اول این 60 روز منتظر ما تسلیم شیم. هر اینا تسلیم شدن.
آقای داماد خان ترامپ گفته دیگه باید تسلیم بشی.
غلط اضافی کرده هیچ وقت از این حرفا نخواهد بود.
ما ترامپو دیوونه‌اش میکنیم.
من خونم بریزه کف این چهارراه است تسلیم نمیشم.
تسلیم شد دیگه.
ما هیچ وقت تسلیم نمیشیم. ما مردم ملت ایرانی. دو تا هدف داریم. اگر بجنگی پیروز بشیم، کشته هم شدیم شهیدیم.
انقلاب کردیم برای چی؟ رو پای خودمون واسیم.
ما خودمون نوناور خونه ایم. ولی دلیل نمیشه که پول نداریم مملکتمون رو بفروشیم.
از بی یک و بی دو و بی 52 نترسید. از بی غیرت و بی شرف و بی وطن بترسید. باید مردم متحد باشیم و نذاریم اصلا به هیچ عنوان دستشون به ذره‌ای از نفتمون خاکمون برسه.
اون هیچ غلطی نمیتونه بکنه. ما هستیم هیچ کاری نمیتونه بکنی تو هیچ غلطی نمیتونه بکنی. ما هستیم، ما اینجاییم.
خلیج فارس فقط یک نام روی نقشه ما نیست بلکه البته از دریای داستانی از عشق به میهن و ایستادگی ما ایرانی هاست. تابوبری در مقابل جنگ نظامی و اقتصادی
برای نابودی کامل دشمن صهیونی امریکایی.
Wow.
وزیر بهداشت در بازدید از خطوط
So they were okay. So I will explain this. I will explain this, but they're basically talking about this image that President Trump reposted on his Truth Social, and so it says Strait of Trump, okay, instead of Strait of Hormuz. And here it says the Persian Gulf, right? So you see the Persian Gulf clearly there. So the Islamic regime made an entire news segment about how President Trump has renamed the Persian Gulf to the Strait of Trump. Even though in this picture it literally says Persian Gulf and, Strait of Trump, he's basically he's trolling the Islamic regime because basically this means, like he controls the Strait of Hormuz, which he does, right? But what the Islamic regime has done is they're now claiming that this photo shows that that this was in the news footage, and there were people like tearing up the image or whatever. So, but now the Islamic regime is claiming that President Trump wants to rename the Persian Gulf to the Trump Gulf, I guess. I don't know. But as you can see, the image says Persian Gulf. But guys, so the reason that Armin and I have spoken about this, and we've said, we've always discouraged against these sorts of jokes and trolling, just because our territorial integrity as Iranians is very important to us. And one of the easiest ways to make enemies is to joke about renaming things. So I know that President Trump sees this as as a joke, and he's just trolling the Islamic regime, which is fine, and we get that. However, the problem here is that now, as you can see, the Islamic regime is now taking this, and this is actually going to work in the favor. This is going to work in favor of the Islamic regime, and it's going to work against President Trump, because now the Islamic regime can say things like, see, they want to take our territory, they want to rename things, and because for Iranians, territorial integrity is very important. So I know President Trump, for him it's just a joke, he's trolling. But as you can see, the Islamic regime made a whole 5-minute propaganda Durka video about this, right? So yeah, there you go. So that's why Armin and I always caution about, listen, that's not the point. That's not the point. I understand, guys, I understand what is happening here. I understand what's happening. What I'm giving you is context from the Iranian side. So you guys can explain and justify to me all you want. Okay, that's fine, because I understand what's going on. I'm here to tell you how Iranians will react to this. So you can explain it, you can justify it all you want. What I'm telling you is that stuff like this backfires. Stuff like this does not help the cause. Stuff like this does not work, especially when you're talking about the propaganda war or the narrative war or things like that. So, me personally, am I offended by this? Absolutely not, because I understand that President Trump is trolling the Islamic regime. I get that. I understand that he's trolling the Islamic regime. What I'm telling you is that every single time something like this happens, the Islamic regime will take it, they will run with it, and as you just saw, they made a whole 5-minute segment about how President Trump is renaming even though the image says Persian Gulf, okay? The image says Persian Gulf, but the Islamic regime made a whole 5-minute video about how President Trump now wants to rename the Persian Gulf to the Trump Gulf, even though that's not the case. But guys, this is how Islamic regime propaganda works, right? This is how Islamic regime propaganda works. They are looking for any and every excuse to to attack President Trump. They're also looking for any and every excuse to create a wedge between Iranians and the Americans, right? And given that the vast majority of Iranians don't have access to internet, they're going to see that news resort, like they're going to say that news part. Yeah, this is exactly what I'm saying. I'm saying it's not strategically sound. I get that, like it's a joke. I get that, whatever. But I'm saying from a strategic like if for example, if I was on President Trump's let's say advisory team and I was advising on these sorts of things, I would say from a strategic perspective, this is not a good strategic move, because there are better ways to troll and make fun of the Islamic regime. This is probably not one of them, because this contributes to creating a wedge between Iranians and Americans. So that's all I'm trying to say here. You guys can agree, you can disagree. I literally don't care if you disagree with me, because I'm giving you the Iranian perspective. So you guys are here to learn, right? You guys are here to learn. And this is something that you guys just have to accept, that the territorial integrity of Iranians is very important to them. And, I'll give you an example. So when President Trump talks about, Ayatollah Mushtaba or whatever, and he's like, the gay Ayatollah or whatever, like that's hilarious. Iranians laugh, right? Like the Islamic regime, fair game. Go for it. Make fun of them. Whatever you want to do. You want to say they're all dead, the leadership is dead, blah, blah, blah. There you go. But what's happening right now is because of this post from President Trump, the Islamic regime is now taking advantage of the pride that Iranians have for our country, and they're using it to create anti-American propaganda, right? So what they're doing with this propaganda is they're basically saying, guys, see what happens? See what's going to happen if the Americans come? If the Americans come, they're going to take over the country. They're going to rename everything, right? So basically, they're now using this to discourage Iranians from rising up to overthrow the Islamic regime. They're using this to try and bring more Iranians to their side. That's what's happening here. That's what's happening here. You can accept it or not, but I'm telling you, that's what's happening here. And, this is the insight and input that you don't get anywhere else. Oh, the person who's like, Trump should just leave them. So you're obviously an idiot. So I'm just going to ban you, because you obviously don't understand what I'm saying. Because this is, guys, so these are the these are the nuances. Someone's like, I don't think President Trump did this. Well, yeah, he did, because like what happened is he posted it on his Truth Social. He posted it on his Truth Social yesterday. So all I'm saying is that, not a strategically sound move, because this does more damage. This does more harm than good, because as we just, and Armin will translate this, but again, we literally just watched a 5-minute news segment where the Islamic regime is now taking this image and they're claiming that President Trump wants to take over Iran, and he wants to claim Iranian land, he wants to annex Iranian territory, right? So that's all it is, right? That's all it is. So all I'm saying is, like, if I was advising President Trump, I would say probably not a good idea. The issue, okay, I are you retarded? I don't understand if you're just trolling or if you missed it. you're okay. Like we literally just watched a news segment of the Islamic regime taking President Trump's post and using it to create a fake news story about how the United States wants to conquer Iran, wants to take over Iranian land, and wants to, like annex the Persian Gulf. So yeah, it does matter because the Islamic regime creates fake news propaganda using these sorts of things. So that's what we literally just watched it on his, like, I don't understand. We literally just watched it on Islamic regime state TV. Like, am I losing my mind here? I don't understand. We literally just watched a whole 5-minute segment of the Islamic regime making fake news propaganda. By the way, all of it is a lie. All of it is a lie, right? I'm not missing your point. I think you're just retarded. This person's like, you're missing my point. I'm not missing your point. I just think you're retarded because you obviously didn't understand what I'm saying. Guys, I get the joke. The issue isn't the joke. I get the joke. I get that he's trolling. What I'm telling you is that, yeah, exactly. The Durkas are now weaponizing this and using it against. The Durkas are weaponizing this and they're using it against Americans. So, I mean, it's basically just gonna, I mean, I don't know. Like, I would just say from like a strategic perspective, not a good thing. Not a good thing. But like, these are the political nuances, right? These are like the nuances in politics. So, and they're grasping at straws. So they're looking for anything. And again, the challenge here is that because the internet is shut down and the internet is shut off, a lot of Iranians still don't have access to the outside world. So all Iranians are going to see is this post by President Trump, and they're just going to assume, oh no, like, wait, President Trump wants to like annex Iran. So that's all it is. It's just, I mean, the Islamic regime is good at propaganda, right? Islamic regime is good at propaganda. So that's all it is. Anyways, there you go. So there's a lesson. So if I was strategically advising President Trump on that, I would probably say, maybe don't do that. Only because you don't want to give the Islamic regime an opportunity to attack you. You don't want to give the Islamic regime an opportunity to attack. That's all it is. It's just from like a strategic perspective, right? Because I mean, guys, we all know President Trump is joking. We all know like he's not being serious, but that doesn't prevent Durka News Network. Yes, I know that he was joking. That's not the point. The point isn't that he was joking, guys. The point is that the Islamic regime is using this joke to create anti-American sentiment in Iran. Yeah, Iranians generally don't believe what the regime. Okay, so yeah, Iranians don't believe what the regime says. However, Iranians will still see that President Trump posted this picture, right? So Iranians will still see that President Trump posted this picture, and they're going to be like, "Wait, what's going on here?" Right? So this still plants the seed of doubt, right? This still plants like seeds of doubt, right? So all I'm saying is, there you go. I just, if I was advising President Trump, I would say probably, maybe refrain from things like that because there's other ways to troll the regime. So There you go. I'm just like explaining. No. Guys, I'm not saying the post is childish. That's not what I'm saying. That's not what I'm saying at all. Guys, you don't okay. The post is not childish. I understand the post. I understand the joke. What I'm saying is that from a strategic perspective, the Islamic regime is using this to their advantage to create more chaos. Anyways, Armin can also explain when he comes back, and hopefully he'll be back soon. But yeah, again, guys, you literally saw Durka News Network. Durka News Network did a whole segment on this, right? They did a whole segment. And Durka News Network is now using this post to basically attack people who support President Trump, right? Because now all the Durkas are going to come after, like, everyone who supports President Trump, and they're going to be like, "Oh, look at you guys! Like, you support annexing the Persian Gulf, or whatever," right? So that's all I'm saying here. It's because Iranians, like one of our red lines is territorial integrity. So there you go. All right, guys. Tusi is still not back. I hope he's, he's probably taking the day off. Tusi's probably taking the day off to have a bit of a break, which, well deserved, well earned. Okay. In the meantime, I am going to play, because I still haven't had my lunch either. Where's that video? Here we go. I'm going to play this, and I'll be back in a little bit.
Look at the Shah for just a moment and look at him very fairly. He actually was a progressive. Let's look at the Shah for just a moment and look at him very fairly. He actually was a progressive in a number of ways. He instituted a land reform program. He instituted a literacy program. He sent thousands of students from Iran to the United States, and particularly the United States, to study, and in other countries as well. He liberated women. The irony was that those he liberated, the women and the students he sent abroad, they came back and joined the revolutionary forces. And the irony was that the Shah, being progressive, was attacked as being reactionary and conservative on these particular issues, whereas his opponents were the reactionaries. Putting it very bluntly and very simply, the Shah was trying to move Iran into the 20th century. His opponents, Khomeini et al., wanted to move Iran back into the Dark Ages, and that's what they've done. Now, there was some repression, true. Now there is total repression. There may not have been enough land reform. Now there is none whatever. What I am simply suggesting is this, that when we look at the Shah, we have to look at him in terms of what he confronted. And he confronted revolutionary forces there that were not working, in my view, for what was best for Iran, and certainly not best for ourselves. And most important, from the United States standpoint, instead of having a friend in Iran, we now have one that is not only not a friend, but one that considers us to be the great Satan.
Can you say that if you had stayed in office that you would not have allowed the Shah to fall?
I would not have, no. I would have been steadfast throughout. I would have made it very clear down through the bureaucracy that there was to be absolutely no contact with those that were trying to overthrow him. I would have had a very good study made of Khomeini's background and would have found that exactly what kind of person he was, because by studying his background, they could have known that he was going to do exactly what he's going to do. The man is a radical reactionary. He's not a progressive in any sense of the word. See, the choice basically was not between the Shah and somebody better. The choice was between him and somebody worse. And it's very easy for me to make that choice.
If you had been confronted with the worst case from that point of view, and the Shah had been overthrown and hostages taken, and you were president, would you have taken him into the United States?
Absolutely. I would have taken him into the United States, and as far as the hostages are concerned, I would have handled that a little differently too. I don't say this in criticism of President Carter, because he certainly went through a lot on the hostage situation. He believes it may have cost him the election. I don't think it did. I think the economic issues were the major ones. But be that as it may, it didn't help him. But as far as the hostage situation was concerned, American foreign policy can never be made hostage to hostages. That's why hostages are taken, for purposes of blackmail. And we mustn't let that happen. And for example, when President Carter was asked about the hostage situation, he went overboard in saying that our first and then only concern was the safety of the hostages. Now, that is a concern, but our major concern is what happens to Iran, what happens to the relations between the United States and Iran. And in this respect, I would never have said, as President Carter did, that I rule out the use of force in order to get the hostages back. All that did was to encourage those that had captured them and were holding them in captivity, not to give them up. I remember President Eisenhower, during our administration and the vice presidential days, used to say on occasion that he had learned as a military commander that it's very important never to tell your enemy what you're going to do, because then he'll be ready for you. But he says it's just important never to tell him what you're not going to do, because then that will encourage him to do things he otherwise might not do. And in this case, that was a mistake, in my view, to do that. The other thing I would say is that with regard to the hostage rescue operation, that President Carter and the Pentagon, I assume they are the ones that joined in the decision, made a mistake and are not, again, following out an Eisenhower dictum. And that dictum is that when you make a play of that sort, you always assume the worst. And you cannot assume that your intelligence is going to be absolutely accurate. I have a very interesting reaction in that respect that Eisenhower had at the time of Lebanon in 1958. As everybody will recall, in 1958 in Lebanon, there was a crisis because the government there was under attack. There was a possibility that the Soviet Union might intervene. And Eisenhower had to make a decision as to whether or not to send Marines in order to establish peace. And I remember the briefing that occurred in the Oval Office, and Eisenhower heard Allen Dulles, the head of the CIA, and Foster Dulles, the Secretary of State, brief him and to recommend that we send in a Marine group in order to keep order. And when they gave their report, they indicated that they did not think there would be any intervention from the standpoint of the Russians, and then that it would be a peaceful operation. And Eisenhower sat back, and after they had given this report, he said, "Foster, let me ask you something. Let us assume our intelligence is wrong. Are you prepared to take the next step?" And Foster Dulles thought a long time. He said, "Well, Mr. President, I'm 90% sure that there will be no problem. But if there is, yes, we should be prepared to take the next step." The point of that anecdote is that Eisenhower would never have made the mistake of the Bay of Pigs. When the intelligence proved to be wrong, there wasn't the uprising that they had hoped at the time. And when it was necessary to have committed more air strength than had been planned, or at least not to cut back on what had been planned. In other words, in the hostage situation, rather than sending enough helicopters plus one, you should say send twice the number to be sure that if there were, as there turned out to be, mechanical or other difficulties, you'd be prepared to carry out the operation to a successful conclusion.
If you had still been in office, would you have taken the risk of the rescue mission?
Oh, yes. Oh, I think President Carter deserves high marks for taking that risk. I saw the Shah the last time in Mexico, at Cuernavaca, Mexico. He was then in the last phases of terminal cancer, although he would never admit it or talk about his own problems at all. But he was quite thin and quite pale. But his head still as active and sharp as it had always been. He's a very intelligent, introspective man. And he said that what concerned him about the way he was treated by the United States was not that the United States was for him or against him, but was the uncertainty of the policy. He says there's nothing worse when you are confronted with revolutionary and rebel forces and uncertainty insofar as support is concerned. One day, for example, he said statements would come in public and private from Washington indicating total support and urging him to stand firm. The next day, there would be some story leaked from a high-level aide printed all over the world and given particular credence in Tehran to the effect that lower-level or second-level people in the administration were meeting with Khomeini and others who were out to knock the Shah off or out, as the case might be. And then the next day, there would be a story to the effect that in the event that the Shah left Iran or was overthrown, the United States would be prepared to accept any government that the people chose. Well, he said all of this had the effect of encouraging his enemies and, of course, discouraging his own supporters. He said that was a mistake. And I believe it was a mistake, too. As a matter of fact, what happened to the Shah, I think, could only be interpreted in that part of the world and other parts of the world as well, is that it is dangerous to be a friend of the United States, and it may pay to be an enemy. I think what we have to understand is that the Shah was the best friend of the United States in that area, in the whole Persian Gulf area, and it was Israel's only friend. The Shah, we must remember, in the 1973 war, furnished oil for our Mediterranean fleet when the other countries in the area cut it off. And the Shah tied down the Iraqi forces by supporting the Kurds against the Iraqis so that they never got involved in the 73 war. And I know that the Shah, when he spoke in Mexico about what had happened, he could not understand why it was that among his critics in the American media, there were some of Jewish background, not all, but some who were among his most violent critics because they were liberals and they thought he was too reactionary and the rest. And he just couldn't understand that because he was the only friend that Israel had in that whole area of the world.
Why did you go to his funeral?
First, because I knew him better than any world leader I have met over the past 37 years of public life in and out of it. I met him first back in 1953 when I was a young vice president and he was a very young Shah in his early 30s. And I met him over 10 or 12 times after that. I found him to be a very sensitive man, a very intelligent man, one who understood the world as well as any leader that I had met, who could talk about India or Pakistan or China or Latin America with, frankly, as much perception and sophistication as any American leader could possibly talk about it. And I had great respect for him. And I think the major reason I went, though, I must say, was because I was concerned that our own government, again, I suppose, because of the hostage situation, was not going to be represented at the funeral by a high-level person.
Were you concerned that your going might embarrass President Carter?
No, not at all. As a matter of fact, it occurred to me that President Carter probably deep down wished he could have gone, but he couldn't. He didn't feel that he could because of the hostage situation. No, I went because the Shah was my friend. He was a friend of the United States, and I thought that some high-level individual from the United States ought to be there. You see, the important thing that we've got to get across to the people in countries that are wavering between standing with us or going in the other direction or remaining neutral is that the United States is not a fair weather friend, that we will stand by our friends and allies when they are down as well as when they are up. Now, that may not make good diplomacy, but I think it in the short run, but in the long term, I think it's absolutely essential if we're going to build the kind of support and respect and confidence in the United States that we need to have.
Mr. Nixon, America has been criticized for abandoning friends like the Shah, whom you strongly supported, and you've criticized our abandoning him. But isn't the danger just as great in sticking with regimes that have lost the support of their people, like the Shah, like Somoza, like Ian Smith?
Never lost.
Again and again, it's said that we back despots and dictators.
I couldn't disagree with you more. What you have to understand is that the choice was never between the Shah and somebody better, but between the Shah and somebody infinitely worse.
Well, we don't know
And
that
what
in the
you have to-
beginning.
Well, the point is, if we didn't know it at the beginning, we better know it now. We have friends all over the world like the Shah, and we have friends, for example, in Saudi Arabia at the present time. Because that government happens to be corrupt, it is claimed, are we going to abandon them? Let's take China, for example. Because China is more Stalinist than the Soviet Union, are we going to say that we're going to abandon them? No.
But don't we ever say this man is no good for this country, this man is a dictator, this man is a despot, and maybe it could be better? Or do we automatically assume it won't be?
We do not automatically assume anything. We have to use our influence and use it effectively, but it's got to be used with a rifle rather than a shotgun, and we must not jump from the frying pan into the fire. It was a great mistake to do what we did to the Shah, and if that had not happened, we wouldn't have the hostage situation today. If the United States doesn't stand up for its friends, we're not going to have friends. That's true of the Shah. It's true of others as well. The choice is not a good one many times. The choice is between, however, for example, when you really equate the Shah with some of the others, I'm really surprised because the choice is between one who is a friend of the United States, whatever may be his failings, and one who is an enemy. One who tries to export his revolution and one who is trying to at least not threaten his neighbors. One who allows, as the Shah did, as you very well know, who allows some human rights, who allows some political rights, and does allow economic rights, and another regime that allows none. I would say there's no question about which side I come down on there. And the same is true of Somoza, the same is true of some of the others as well. I don't approve of some of them, but I would say I prefer some rights rather than none, and that's the choice that we have to face up to, or the United States is going to cease to be a great power.
Welcome back, Armin.
Oh, well, thank you. Thank you. Hi.
Hello. How'd your discussion go?
Pretty interesting. Pretty interesting. Not only did we discuss Iran, we also discussed Cuba. So we had some Cuban people there. Yeah.
Nice.
There's yeah.
Cuba Libre. We're definitely a big supporter of freeing Cuba as well.
Yeah. And there's a blockade happening there as well for regime change. We have 2 blockades for regime change. Yeah. There's an oil blockade there.
Well, because America basically controls Venezuela right now.
Yeah. So there's a blockade around Iran so that oil can't leave Iran. There's a blockade on Cuba so that oil can't go to Cuba. So at the same 2 blockades.
There you go.
Yeah. 2 blockades for regime change.
There you go. So, Durka News Network was very interesting today.
Oh, okay. What did they show?
They showed Mujtaba and his speech, his new speech from the Supreme Dictator. And then, they showed the regular Durkas. And then they had this whole segment on like Khalija Fars Day or whatever. And they were like talking about like, oh, Iranian pride, which, they're all Tazis. Yeah. And then
yeah, okay.
Go ahead. Yeah.
So it's interesting that they're celebrating Persian Gulf Day because that's the anniversary of the Safavid dynasty working with the British to free the Persian Gulf.
Yeah, you should see the historical revisionism because they actually had this video and they were basically like, oh, the Iranians were fighting I think they said Holland. They were fighting the Dutch. They were fighting the Dutch.
Yeah, with the help of the British. They were
They
using
didn't-
the help of the British.
They didn't
Did they
mention
mention
the British. Armin,
Oh.
it was pure historical revisionism. So they
Okay.
made it all about Islam. They were like, oh, the Persian Muslims are fighting off the Christian invaders. No mention of the British, by the way. So that was in the news. And then there was this whole 5-minute segment on how President Trump wants to rename the Persian Gulf to the Trump Gulf because of that image he posted. Even though on the image he posted, it still says Persian Gulf, and it was a joke. But they had this whole like 5-6 minute segment on that. Then I got into a discussion with the chat, and I was explaining, if I was part of President Trump's strategic advisory team, I would, probably say maybe not a good idea to make jokes about the territorial integrity, because that's probably one of the best ways to create like a division and wedge. But anyways, that was sort of Durka News Network, which you can translate after if you like. However, Armin, there was something that President Trump said in his White House press oops, wrong thing. Something that he said in his White House press conference, which was very interesting. So I would probably recommend that we bring up the press conference. Let me find the link and send it to you.
Okay.
Because he did speak about Iran a few times during the Q&A portion of it. And there was one question that was very interesting. I'm not going to tell you what the question was, though.
Oh, you already sent it to me? Or sorry.
No, I'm gonna send it to you right now. Okay. I'm gonna send you the link to the YouTube live stream.
All right, let me share my screen. Okay. Which part?
Just go to when the Q&A starts. You might have to go back a little bit.
Do you know when the Q&A starts?
No, you just have to play it and just find out when it starts.
Is this part of the Q&A?
Coming back to our country, they're coming back from
I don't even know. Is this part of the Q&A or part of his speech?
different countries.
I know, but
Did he have a speech at the beginning, or is it all Q&A?
yeah, no, he had a bit of a speech.
Oh, after
Yeah.
okay, after
the signing of this, yeah.
Okay.
Particularly the
I'll be
first
here. I'm
lady,
just gonna eat really
about the many
quick.
things.
Yeah, it's been. That's good. God is good. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. President.
So, do you have any questions? Maybe we discuss the first signing first. If you have anything on that?
Mr. President,
Please.
Mr. President, how is this going to help with small business owners? Do you think this is going to inspire more people to
We're
go?
going to skip forward to the next question until we get to like one about Iran.
Okay.
And back, maybe the election did it, but tariffs did it.
Oh wow, Goldie, you got a big. Hold it. We'll wait for Goldie to come back, and thank you for the big super chat. We'll read it when Goldie's back.
Oh, I'm here. I'm just eating. Scott Kebab Cruncher, nice name. I appreciate your thoughtful commentary and the depth of insight you bring to Iran's true story, both past and present. Thank you very much. Also, Carla says, thank you, Goldie and Armin, for all that you do for your people and history to clueless Americans like me. Oh, we love you guys. Thank you. Thank you for being here.
Thank you for being here.
Yeah, thank you for being here and willing to learn. We appreciate it really much.
And if they build here, there are a lot of.
So let's go to Iran.
And because of
Iran.
And to the investment.
Okay.
And, the
Let's see
numbers
the next
are going
question.
to be staggering. Do you have a question?
Thank you, Mr. President. You had some good economic news, GDP, 2% growth.
Yeah.
Orders for business equipment surged to the highest level in 6 years. And IRS data shows that the average federal tax return.
Okay, so this is about the economy. Let's move forward.
Look, the country's doing really well. I want to get into the. They are some, but we knocked out more than they used, and it's pretty amazing what's happening. They want to make a deal, but despite
they want to make a deal, we have to go back. Guys, sometimes even if the question is not about Iran, President Trump might all of a sudden in the middle of it start talking about Iran, so I don't know where to start.
Really, I mean, Iran is dying to make.
Okay, let's go back.
Carry forward. Look, the country's doing really well, and that's despite a military operation. I don't call it a war. I'd rather have a military operation where really, I mean, Iran is dying to make a deal. I can only tell you that. I don't want to get into the, but they cannot be nuclear other than that, but their Navy's gone, their Air Force is gone. Every ounce of any form of equipment practically is gone. You know, their drone factories are about 82% down, and their missile factories are almost 90% down. And many of their missiles have been knocked out. They used some, but we knocked out more than they used. And it's pretty amazing what's happening. They want to make a deal, but despite the fact that
guys, Goldie, I don't know if it's maybe we could play the. Well, I'll wait for Goldie to come.
We are in what some people would call a war. We just hit a new high today on the stock market.
I'm here. What did you want to share?
No, I just wanted to say, like, maybe we could go on X and find the parts that are cut out that are about Iran from this segment, because that's what sometimes people do. So instead of having
but you don't get the full you don't get the full context though. You don't get the full comments. And he says some really interesting things here. All right, you know what? Okay. If you want, you can just go ahead. There's one question where a reporter asks him about regime change. And I want you to listen to his answer. So it's a little bit further ahead. I don't know where it is exactly. I think it's a little bit closer to the end. So maybe go ahead 10 minutes or something. But that's the question that I want you to find.
Okay. But before I go there, President Trump is talking about this crazy thing that is happening right now, which is oil prices went up to, do you guys see this? Because they're like, oh, finally, we hit 120. Finally, Brent crude oil price hit 120. It went 124. I'm like, okay, we have arrived. You guys saw that. And then it dropped. And now we're at 113. So it didn't even stay there. But look at this. Even though in the past 5 days, we had a 7.5% increase in oil prices, still, S&P was like, no, I don't care. S&P was like, I don't care. Let's hit historical highs. Guys, look at the high. The high is right now the price is close to the daily highs. And this is historic highs. This is in the past 5 days, we had a 1% jump. Look at this. This is historic highs in the S&P. I'm pretty sure at some point we're going to have a correction, because you can't just keep going up like this without a correction. But the fact that the oil prices are just going up and up and up, and the stock market is oil prices, who cares? Right? That shows that the U.S. economy and the global economy, because S&P is global. I know people treat it as American, but it's actually global, right? The global economy is not as sensitive to oil prices as it used to be. And again, when it eventually comes down, don't be like, oh, Armin, you're wrong. Stock market's dropped. Even if it comes down at some point, the fact that it's up, we are at historical highs right now, even with oil prices going up, shows that America's economy can tolerate this. No problem. Yeah, I know there will be a correction. Of course there will be a correction. Yeah, I know there will be a correction. I know that.
We have S&P is through the roof. They're through the roof. And, when we hit 50,000 on the Dow and 7,000 on the S&P, I said to myself, we got to do something about Iran. They want to have a nuclear weapon. You can't let them have a nuclear weapon. And I hated to do it to my people because they said 50,000. Peter, you know this, that 50,000 wouldn't be obtainable in my 4 years or anybody's 4 years. And we hit 50,000 in my first year, the end of my first year. We hit 7,000 on the S&P. They said that would be even less attainable. And we hit that at the end of the first year, before the year was up. And then I said to Kevin, sorry about this, Kevin, but we have to put out a fire. And the fire is taking place in the lovely country of Iran. And they want to have a nuclear weapon. And if we didn't use this beautiful, see that plane right there, that beautiful B-2 bomber? It looks small there, but it's actually quite large. It doesn't look very powerful there, but it's quite large, actually. We ordered 25 more of them, the updated version, all built in America, which is very nice, right? But if we didn't have that B-2 bomber, if we didn't go in and do what we did, we obliterated that nuclear capacity of theirs. And so they didn't get the nuclear bomb. If we didn't do that attack, should have been done long before I came along by other presidents or by another country or something, but it should have been done long before I came along. But they are in very bad shape, and they've got nothing going, including leadership. I mean, their leaders are...
Every time President Trump says that word, I have to practice saying it, because sometimes this is a tongue twister for me. Obliterated.
I
know how to say it. It just doesn't.
Obliterated.
My tongue is just like doesn't move like that. So I have to. So President Trump reminds me to practice that. Obliterated. Okay, good.
Gone. Now they have a whole new. Their first string leaders are gone. Their second string leaders are gone. Now we're dealing with their third string. But we'll see what happens. It's been an amazing period of time between Venezuela and where we're doing great. We're getting along with them great. We're working very closely with them. They're doing more oil now than they've done in many decades, actually. And they're making more money, and so are we. It's like a joint venture, to be honest. And we paid for the attack many times over. The attack, something you've never heard before, probably. I always used to say to the victor, belong the spoils, but we paid for the attack, which is always expensive. But it was a less than 1 day attack. It was actually a 45-minute attack. And that's a good, they have good military in Venezuela, but they did not expect that and that and that and that. Other than that. But when these suckers come at you at 2,500 miles an hour, at 25 feet off the ground, you say, this is not what I bargained for. This is no good. Anyway, and now, Venezuela was amazing, but now we're doing essentially, it's larger, but we're doing essentially the same thing in Iran. Can't let Iran have a nuclear weapon. And their economy is crashing. The blockade is incredible. The power of the blockade is incredible. They're not getting any.
By the way, I made a slideshow explaining how the blockade is working. I don't know if this is going. I'm trying to do more slides for you guys to explain things. I don't know if I'm going to be able to go through this at some point, but I'm trying to get better at making sure that these slides that I'm making are like accurate. But I'll go at some point. Maybe I'll show you. Hold on. Let's go back.
And hopefully it can be worked out very soon. Yeah.
Iran is proving to be very stubborn. The talks seem like they are stalled. Are you getting antsy to break the ceasefire?
Well, I mean, I don't know what stubborn is, because really nobody knows what the talks are except myself and a couple of other people. They want to make a deal badly. And we have a problem because nobody knows for sure who the leaders are. It's a little bit of a problem. The leaders have been wiped out along with their...
The reason why we're not sure who the leader is because there is no leader. There is no ultimate leader within the Islamic Republic. We just have different fragments of the regime with different amount of power. So people are like, who's the leader? Who's the leader? There is no leader. There's levels of influence by different fragments of the Islamic Republic. And and it's not just a level of influence that is different, a different level of power. It's also the type of power. Like, for example, Jalili has people power among the regime supporters. Vahidi has military power. Jalili has people power. Ghalibaf had a little bit of military power, but more influential power within the politicians and some parts of the IRGC, and the ability to put words in Mujtaba's mouth, which he seems to have lost that now.
Military, almost all of them military. I mean, think of it. 159 ships was their total Navy. 159 ships are gone. They're underwater. They're way below sea level. Sea level is a big difference. Pretty deep waters over there, too. So, I don't know that we need it. We might need it.
And on Iran, a little while ago, the president of FIFA said that when the World Cup is here in the U.S., the team from Iran will be playing in the games.
Well, if Johnny said it, I'm okay. Did Johnny say it?
He did. What if they win?
Infantino, that's a piece of work.
What if they win?
Well, if they win, we'll have to worry about that. That's not. I'm going to have to worry about that one. But look, you know what? Let him play well. Johnny's fantastic. You know, he's a friend of mine, and he talked about it. I said, you do whatever you want. You can have them. You don't have to have them. Probably have a good team. I don't know. Do they have a good team? Do you have any idea?
I have no idea.
Would be hard to believe, actually. But I think let them play. Right?
Mr. President. This is a little bit different, but what is your take on these reports that your show, The Apprentice, is going to could come back on Amazon with host Donald Trump Jr.?
Well, I've been hearing it. Look, we had a great success. 14 seasons.
I used to watch The Apprentice. Used to watch it before any.
I said that when I saw this comment.
Yeah.
When I heard this, I said the exact same thing. I used to watch The Apprentice.
Yeah. I loved it. I used to love that show.
Seasons, and The Apprentice was a tremendous success. So I've been hearing that, a little bit. So we'll see what happens. He's good. He's a good guy. He's probably good. He's got a little charisma going. You need a little charisma for that soccer stuff. So we'll see what happens. Yeah, they told me about it. We'll see.
Mr. President, thank you, Mr. President. There's been some talks about changes to your security after what took place.
Changing my security.
Changing your security after what took place.
Well, they did a pretty good job, actually. They stopped.
Okay, skip this one.
Yeah. Go to the next question.
Of a ballroom. It had a budget depending on finishes, right location. So, law enforcement, it's crazy. But
in this country.
And you know what? And we're not going to have a nuclear weapon in the.
Is this the part? Is this the part where they talk about the question that you mentioned?
I don't know.
It would be the biggest story out there. Bad things would happen.
One of the ideas.
Go ahead.
Just the average price of a gallon of gas is now $4.30 in this country.
And you know what? And we're not going to have a nuclear weapon in the hands of Iran. The gas will go down. As soon as the war's over, it'll drop like a rock. There's so much of it. It's all over the place, sitting all over the oceans of the world. And it'll go down. But what won't happen is if Iran had a nuclear weapon and used it, then the whole world is a different place. You're not going to have to pay a little bit more for gasoline. The gasoline, the oil will go down rapidly as soon as the war is over.
So the reporter should have started with the question if they wanted to, instead of the statement. If you give a statement, if you give a news, and then ask your question, then President Trump is going to focus giving his comment about the statement. But if you lead with the question, then you get an answer to that question.
Good to see you again, sir. I've got two questions. First, I want to follow up on Daniel's question. I've described you as the peacemaker. You're achieving peace around the world. Due to these latest policies, big beautiful bill, no tax on tips, no tax on Social Security, no tax on overtime, now the Trump counts, and then the
Next
IRA
question.
count. Could we?
After this, I want to play something from Hexit.
Sure.
If you do, yeah.
We did Space Force when I did Space Force.
Next question.
Third. Now I think he's going with respect. I don't know, because she said she didn't deserve it. She was very 30 to 50 million airplanes. Got it solved. You know how I got it solved? But here they've wanted to. You know, they also won German and didn't amount to much. They used for 1 year. In other words, they. I'm not a big drinker, so, but they dealt for years. And I just took all the restrictions off. So Scott was, and they said, okay, where war went on. I didn't need the help, but I said, yeah, we'd love to have you help because I wanted to see him do a terrible job. He's got a big problem with Ukraine because they're in that. The wrestler they killed. They killed the wrestlers. Tough. Our military has decimated them. Yeah, please go ahead.
Mr. President, two questions for you. Alina Shirazi from the Daily Mail. You have called this the new regime before in Iran, but
I think this is it. This is it, the one that you...
I speak to Iranians on a daily basis, and they tell...
She says, I speak to Iranians on a daily basis. Okay.
Two questions for you. Alina Shirazi from the Daily Mail. You have called this the new regime before in Iran, but I speak to Iranians on a daily basis, and they tell me that these are the same people that have murdered them, executed them, repressed them. I talked to them through the blackout, and they wanted me to ask you this question. And second of all, Secretary of State Marco Rubio, how come he's not involved in these conversations?
Oh, he's very much involved. Marco is he's negotiating with them all the time.
Oh my God.
Iran killed 42,000 people over the last few months, protesters. They were going to kill 8 women whose lives I saved, and I appreciate that they didn't do it. I asked them not to do it. They didn't do it. They were getting ready to hang the women. They were going to hang 8 beautiful women that were... it just caught the imagination of a lot of people. People were talking about it. You know, it was inconceivable. You saw those 8 beautiful people, and they were going to be executed that evening. This was a week ago. And I got on the phone very quickly, and I said, don't do it. Don't do it. The whole world is watching. Don't do it. And they didn't do it. I appreciate it. I guess 4 were released, and the other 4 are going to be released in a month. They were ready to be executed that night. So they take a tough, they knocked out the wrestler they killed. They killed the wrestler's teammates. He was a world champion wrestler too. He was a great wrestler, great talented wrestler. They killed him because he protested. He spoke. He wasn't wrestling. What he did is he spoke negatively about the regime, and they killed him. They executed him along with his friends. They killed 42,000 people. So when you say about, they say that I do the same, I don't do the same. I'm trying to save that country in a certain way. And nobody's ever seen it there. Think of it. They killed 42,000.
I'm trying to save that country. I think what he's saying is that when I'm saying these things is basically, I have a plan. Like, I think he's saying, I understand that these are monsters. Like the words that I'm using is my way of trying to, like, I understand that things, because he's saying, when I say I'm trying to save that country, to me, it suggests that he knows that this is not job done, that these are not the people, because he didn't say I saved the country. He says, I'm trying to save the country. So I think he's saying, like, I know these people are monsters. I'm trying to save the country. That means that we're still occupied, that these are still an evil regime. When I say I did regime change, it means that I changed the regime, but I still haven't saved the country. These are monsters. I understand that. I think that's what he's saying. I think he's saying when he says that I'm trying to save the country, right? That's my understanding of it. So like he's saying like because he said he keeps saying I did regime change. People say like would you like people say like no these are still the same people, and he's saying I'm trying to save the country, meaning that obviously the country is still not saved, and I'm trying to save it. And he keeps talking about how evil these people are, which suggests that he understands the monstrous nature of these people. And the language he's using is just the language that he needs to use to basically confuse and divide the regime.
When you say about they say that I do the same, I don't do the same. I'm trying to save that country in a certain way, and nobody's ever seen it. Think of it: they killed 42,000 innocent, not weapon-carrying people for protesting. 42,000, and the number they say is a lot higher than that. There's a rough group, but we have decimated them. And their economy is a disaster. So we'll see how long they hold out. We'll see.
Mr. President.
So we'll see how long they hold, meaning that it still hasn't collapsed. To me, that seems suggests that it hasn't collapsed. It's the same regime.
This also, Armin, this also confirms our theory that when President Trump is talking about regime change, he's just trolling the regime. And what he's referring to is like, sure, there's been like a change in leadership, but going back to that Truth Social post that he posted where he said, oh, there's been regime change, maybe this will lead to something revolutionarily wonderful. He's making a difference between internal regime change versus revolution. And I think this answer here that he gave really, really explained that, right? Because he didn't actually answer her question, right? If you notice, he didn't actually answer the reporter's question. Very similar to how prior to February 28, before the boom booms began, when people were people were asking him, well, are you going to attack? Are you not going to attack? What's your plan? President Trump wouldn't give a straight answer. He would just, he would say whatever. And then, of course, on February 28th, they attacked and boom boomed a whole bunch of people, including Ghamari. So I think like this is a very, very like he obviously knows what's going on, right? He knows what's going on, and to me, this just confirms my theory that whenever he's talking about regime change, he's trolling the regime. He's speaking about like an internal change in leadership. But he knows that's not the regime change Iranians are looking for. And, when he made that statement, I'm trying to save the country, like the job's not done.
Yep. Is this the part that you wanted us to go over?
Yeah. That was that was the most important thing. So we can go to the Pete Hegseth videos if you want.
Yeah, I mean, I haven't seen them, but everybody's talking about them. And I can't, I don't know what to, we can't watch the whole thing because it's 2.5 hours long, but everybody is talking about it. And I was wondering maybe if there are clips of segments of it that we could watch because.
Well, the whole thing is pretty much about Iran because this was his testimony from yesterday, which was actually really good. I watched parts of it.
Yeah. Maybe Goldie, sometimes that you're, taking a break or something, you could play the segments of the 2.5, when you're leaving and then you need to show something. I think, this is the Pete Hegseth. Yeah. But let me actually see what this part.
This is Mr. Vindman from Virginia for 5 minutes.
Thank you. Earlier, Secretary Hegseth, you talked about flexible realism. So let's see if we can figure out how much of it is realistic and how much of it is just flexible. Secretary Hegseth, last year I asked you some questions about Indo-PACOM and threats in Europe, and you had a hard time answering those questions. I'm sure you prepped better this year, and I'm hoping you can answer some of these.
What a bad faith, smug, arrogant way of to start a conversation. Okay, you have questions. What the hell is this? This is like a personal attacks and everything.
Basic questions since now we are at war. Do you know what the price of oil is today?
I don't know where it's gone as this time.
Just Google it. You got them. Price of oil changes every day. What is this a gotcha question? What's the price of sugar? How about that? What about coffee? What's the last? Do you check? What the hell? Like who, unless you're a trader, who checks the oil prices every single day? Why should he know that?
This hearing, but roughly $100 a barrel.
It's actually closer to 120, 117.
Well, it depends on the index.
Yeah, because it went to 100 from 120 in less than 24 hours, and I'm pretty sure Hexet has better things to do than check the oil prices every single day. What the hell?
You're looking at?
I'm looking at Brent.
Brent.
Do you know what the price was the day before of Brent?
What the hell is this question? Like, what is this gotcha question? Do you know that the price of oil the day before it and the day before it or the day before? Why would he be tracking that?
Day before we went to war.
It was certainly lower. You understand you're taking some economic risk, but I would note
a lot lower.
The energy
Thank you for
dominance
answering
this
my
president
question.
has
Let me-
unleashed
let
has
me
put
get
us in an
to my
incredible
question.
position.
Thank you. So it's $72, and so now we have a 62% increase. By the way, the department obviously will be.
And we see a jump in stock market, so it seems to be not that effective when it comes to hurting the economy of United States. Why are he's in charge of the military? Why are you asking him economic questions? That's not his responsibility.
Paying those extra fuel costs. That's going to be not insignificant, but so will the American people. Now, at its narrowest point,
Yeah, that's not his department. He's supposed to, when they tell him to go to war, he's supposed to do that job the most effectively. He's not the guy responsible for managing the economy. Why are you even asking him that?
how wide is the Strait of Hormuz?
Who is this guy? He's annoying me, this guy. Eugene Windman?
For fuel costs. That's going to be not insignificant, but so will the American people. Now, at its narrowest point, how wide is the Strait of Hormuz?
What sort of question is this? What does that even mean?
Like he's trying to show, like he's trying to do like trivia questions, like as a way to show that he's not qualified for his job. Like, why should he know that? Like, how is that? Oh my God.
I hope Pete Hegseth says as wide as your mom.
Oh my God. Wow. Okay. Wow, Goldie. Oh no. Okay. Wow. This is a new side of Goldie. I like it. Oh my God. Hell yeah. Okay, Goldie. Okay. Wow, damn. I didn't see that coming at all. I like it though. That's good. Yes. Professional.
I'm just talking about her waist.
Yes, waist. Exactly. That's what you're talking about.
Talking about her waistline.
Okay. Of course. Okay. Look at him. Look at his face. He's so happy with himself. Oh, I'm gonna do a gotcha question. You know what this reminds me? This reminds me Tucker Carlson questions of what was his name? Senator Cruz.
Yeah.
Ted Cruz. Like,
That's
what is
exactly
the
what I'm
population?
thinking.
Yeah, what's the population of Iran? Do you have that number? Oh, okay, you don't know, so you're not qualified to answer. Oh my God.
I think it's about 12 miles, but I'd have to check.
It's 24 miles, but 12 miles is actually the relevant number because that's the navigable channel.
That's the international water navigable channel point.
And do you know how many barrels of oil transited the Strait of Hormuz each day?
I bet you he didn't know these things before he went and Googled them.
He didn't
himself,
Google
like
it.
this.
He had his staff. He had his interns go and like prepare these questions for him, and he's reading off of this. Like, that's how it works, right? So yeah, he still doesn't even know the answer to these questions. What does this have to do with the war?
Oh,
gosh, like, look, I hate politicians.
And do you know how many barrels of oil transited the Strait of Hormuz each day before the war started?
24 million.
I don't know the exact number, but you're looking at over 100 oil tankers usually transited a day, or 120 a day would transport the strait.
Yeah, and so 20 million barrels a day.
Oh, I was close. I said 24 million. He said 20 million.
And right now they're at an 81% reduction. So it sounds.
So what's your point? Like your point is like, okay, there's less oil coming out of the Strait of Hormuz. Do I need to know the exact numbers for me to like what the everybody knows that there's less oil coming out of the Strait of Hormuz, even without them knowing the exact numbers. Why do they know unless their job, unless they're in the oil industry or within the government, they're part of the economic, like if what's his name? What is his name? Scotty B. Maybe if Scotty B was sitting there, maybe he should be able to answer these questions. But what? Not him, not Hexet.
It's like you've done your homework. You're tracking pretty well what the strategic situation is.
That's not what he needs to manage.
That's not even his job. He's
That's
the
not his
Secretary of
department.
War.
Yeah.
His job is to focus on the war, not the economic stuff. Like, what an idiot.
Yeah. Ask him how many interceptors you have left and how much, ask him that. Ask him, do you know how many interceptors you have left? That's what he's supposed to know.
So a couple of questions. Were you aware that if we struck Iran, that they would most likely close the Strait of Hormuz?
What?
Struck Iran, that it would. A couple of questions. Were you aware that if we struck Iran, that they would most likely close the Strait of Hormuz?
Of course, our department was prepared and planning for every possible contingency, being front and center as something they may do in a desperate state to attempt to,
which is what they've done,
some kind of control.
And I appreciate that. And earlier you told Mr. Moulton that this department has looked at all aspects of the risk, and that the president got every possible perspective. And then recently, you just said that the president did understand the risks and had the courage to undertake the endeavor nonetheless, and that's leadership, or words to that effect, pretty close. And so I just want to kind of give you the state of play right now.
I think is he going to quote President Trump saying that we were surprised by certain something? Maybe he's going to do that.
It's been 2 months of war. We have hopes for a resolution, but the war continues, really. Iran has closed the strait, and we've now gone in and blockaded their ports.
2 months is nothing, by the way.
1/5 of the world's oil is unable to transit the strait, and the American people and the department are paying significantly more. And you also said that,
I mean, the American people, the economy is doing pretty well in the United States. Here, look at this.
Well, great to know that for this Democrat politician, he cares more about the price of oil than, Iranians being murdered by the regime. Maybe someone should tell him that, if the Islamic regime continued on down this path and got a nuclear weapon, they would close the Strait of Hormuz forever, and then the price of oil would be 300, 400 a barrel. How about that, you idiot?
Yeah. Goldie, what do you think is the effect of a mushroom cloud on U.S.'s economy? Do you think it will have a positive effect or a negative effect?
Probably a negative effect. Probably a negative
I'm not an expert, but I also think it will have a negative effect.
Yeah.
It can't be good. It can't be good. Yeah.
this is what the American people actually voted for. But actually, the American people voted for a promise not to get into Middle Eastern wars. And they voted for lower prices. And this is the exact opposite of what they got. So let me ask.
Wait, they voted for lower prices? Like, how does that work? Inflation, you voted for negative inflation? Deflation? Like, prices will always go up. You're trying to reduce the inflation, but you can't get zero inflation. You can't get, I mean, if you go into the negative territory, that's actually horrible. So you're trying to bring inflation to a 2% level. So even in the best situation, prices will still be increasing. How is that? How did the American people vote for the impossible? Like, for the actual ideal situation for inflation is around 2%. So in that situation, prices will still be increasing.
Do this. The president ordered the strike. Is that correct?
The president's been saying for over 30 years that Iran can never have a nuclear weapon. So he's been very clear as a position. When the American people voted for President Trump overwhelmingly, they voted for that position.
That, but the president ordered the strike. Is that correct?
Which strike are you referring to?
The strike on Iran, the war that we're in.
Oh, of course. I mean, he's the commander in chief.
What kind of a dumb question is that? the president ordered the attack on the Islamic Republic. Do you need to ask him that? Like, everybody knows.
It sounds like you're blaming Daddy for the mess we're in, and I don't think he's going to be particularly happy with you.
You're blaming Daddy for the mess we're in? Are you kidding? Like, first of all, like, he's supposed to take orders from the president. He's doing his job. Or like, you ask him who ordered the strike, and he answered your question, and like, it seems like you're blaming Daddy for the mess. He answered your question. What is he supposed to say? No, it was me. I decided to go to war with the Islamic Republic. Like, what did you expect him to say? Oh, answer this question that everybody knows the answer. Who ordered the attack on the Islamic Republic? Well, the obvious answer is President Trump. Like, oh, it sounds like you're blaming President Trump. Well, like, no, it was your mom who ordered it. Like, what do you want me to say? What the hell do you want me to say? Like, I told you who ordered it. Like, I'm not blaming him. I don't even think. Oh my god, like, oh my, this guy is so retarded. And like, I am going to frame it as if this is an economic disaster. So
Armin,
far, it doesn't seem to be. Yeah.
Sorry, can I just share something really quick, and then we can go back to this? I just want to share.
I'm not going to go back to this, but yeah, go.
Sorry. This is just, look at this, Armin. So this account, okay, this is an account based in Iran. Okay, so they're using a VPN from Germany and connected via Iran Android app. So the last time that this account posted was February 27. And on February 27, this woman posted, "Life isn't fair at all." Okay. Now look at this. 16 hours ago. So February 27 was the last time she was connected to the internet. 16 hours ago, she's like, "After a long time, I was finally able to connect with great difficulty. Only got 22 likes." And then this one just came on my timeline. She's like, "I connected from Iran. Does anyone hear me?" And she's crying. So yeah. So now everyone is, like, responding to her, and people are basically like Iranians that are outside of occupied Iran are, basically letting her know, we're here, we see you, we hear your voice, we've never stopped speaking on your behalf. So yeah, there you go. So I just wanted to share that. What do you mean hacked account? That's not a hacked account. Who said that's a hacked account? That's a stupid comment. This is not a hacked account. This girl was able to buy, like, probably purchase like VPN, which is very expensive on the black market. So yeah, Armin, there you go. So من از ایران وصل شدم. کسی صدامو میشنوه. It's just heartbreaking. Heartbreaking. I've been connected from Iran. Does anyone hear my voice? Does anyone hear me? Right? So I just want to share that, Armin. Sorry, I didn't want to interrupt, but
No.
Oh. All right, back to you.
Can you send me the link to that?
Yeah.
And also, can you post it in the chat so that people could amplify her voice?
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, thank you.
I'll send it to you on WhatsApp.
Thank you. Let me just retweet it.
Yeah, every once in a while something like that comes across my my live stream.
Let me just finish this and I'll go to the next video.
What you're trying to do, there's no daylight in this administration on this
Secretary, I'm
campaign,
asking
and
the
I'm happy
questions. You've been
to
admonished
stand
for this
shoulder to shoulder
before.
with this
You're
administration.
claiming my time.
You're not asking questions, you goddamn effing moron. You're making statements. These are not questions. These are statements, and they're not very intelligent ones.
So let's shift gears. Last time we were here, I asked you if you'd apologize to the mother of an F-18 pilot whose son you endangered for sharing classified information on a signal chat. You refused. On March 1st, 6 Army soldiers, including a constituent of mine, were killed by an Iranian drone strike. Do you take any responsibility for those deaths?
I was there at Dover when they came back. Of course, I take
So was I.
responsibility for every aspect.
Well,
of
I
this
appreciate
mission.
that because
Let him finish the sentence.
you also complain about the fact that tragic things happen. The news makes it front page news. The press only wants to make the president look bad. Is it about the soldiers or is it about the president looking bad?
It's not just the president who wants, or the media that wants to make him look bad. It's you.
It's actually about the soldiers, and it's frankly reprehensible that you would make that statement.
Stop using the soldiers who have decided to risk their lives for their country for your propaganda. They don't appreciate that. We know they don't appreciate that. Fallen soldiers, don't use them as a political tool against the president for your own political agenda. Fallen soldiers, they went there fighting for their country, and they don't appreciate them being used for gaining political points. Their family don't, and I'm not speaking on their behalf. I know that I've heard their family saying that they don't appreciate that. And you're a vile, disgusting man for using fallen American soldiers for your political purposes. Shame on you. Who is this man? Eugene Vindman. Screw you.
Frankly reprehensible that you would make that statement. And so, Truman had a sign on his desk that said,
"Shut up, you disgusting piece of crap." Unbelievable. Let me go to the next video.
Goes back, Chair, and I recognize the gentleman from Missouri, Mr. Bell.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Secretary,
Wait, was that guy a Democrat or a Republican? This guy, hold on, let me see. Eugene Vindman. Who is this guy? I want to make sure we know our enemy. This guy's our enemy. Democrat. Okay. Let's go to this one. Oh, thank you. Somebody saying in the chat, Armin, love you, bro. Well, thank you. I love you too.
Goes back, Chair, and I recognize the gentleman from Missouri, Mr. Bell.
thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Secretary, I don't trust your judgment. You made the comment.
Why do you even start like that? Are you here to get information? Like, this is your opportunity to understand the situation a little more. But like, why you make it so personal? This is like, guys, these politicians, this is an opportunity for them to gain information regarding more details regarding what's happening, right? But instead of using their opportunity to get more detail and basically get some more understanding of the situation, they are seeing this as a political campaign. They're like, how could I compete with the other politicians here in trying to look more anti-Trump? And this is your tax money being wasted, because this was a great, this time that they're billing you for right now as these politicians would have been most effectively used if they treated it as a way to gain a better understanding. But they're wasting every single second of it by instead treating it as a way to demonstrate to their voter base that they are better at being anti-Trump compared to the other politician next to them who was attacking Hicksett. And also, when you're trying to actually gain information from somebody, even if you hate them, the best way is to be friendly with them, even if you want to hate them. But if you want that person to actually provide you with good information, at least in that time, it helps if you're friendly with them. So look at the way he starts the conversation.
Goes back. Chair, and I recognize the gentleman from Missouri, Mr. Bell.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Secretary, I don't trust your judgment. You made the comment to my colleague that there's
I don't trust your judgment. I don't trust your judgment. Okay. Okay, look at him shake. Look at this.
Mr. Secretary, I don't trust your
I don't trust your
judgment.
Okay.
You made the comment to my colleague that there's no daylight between you and the president, which calls into question your role and, again, accountability. And so I got to ask, has there ever been any time that you disagree with the president on this war or anything in general?
Well, I mean, if it was me, I would say like, yeah, but I'm not going to tell my disagreements with the president to you.
Would never betray conversations that we've had.
Oh, there you go. Exactly.
Yeah, like that's such a weird question to ask because obviously, like when you're in cabinet, you're going to have conversations, you're going to have back and forth, you're going to have like, oh, I think this, I think that, right? Like that's the whole point of having a cabinet is to have a debate and discussion over various ideas. But ultimately, once you make a decision as a team, that's the decision. And you don't you don't betray the back and forth conversations you have before coming to decisions. So yeah, that was a great answer from him.
Yeah.
Retarded question from the Democrats.
Right. Guys, I'm good. I'm closer and closer to being a good politician because I said I'm not gonna I basically said give the answer that Pete Hegseth gave as well. So Goldie, you should be proud of me.
Anything in general.
I'm very proud.
I would never betray conversations that we've had. The commander
you can't even acknowledge that you've ever even disagreed with the man, like his choice of tie, that dance, anything. You haven't
Wow. Okay. Oh my God, what a great question. Do you disagree with the president over his choice of ties? Like, why would I even tell you that if I did? Like, how is that? Guys, this guy is trying to point that Pete Hegseth is like a blind follower of President Trump. That's what he's trying to point at. But even if he is, like would disagreeing with the choice of his tie be like relevant here? Like, oh my God, what a
disagreeing on anything.
I've never relayed the discussions I had with the commander in chief.
Okay, because it seems to me that rather than being Trump's Secretary of Defense, that sounds like you're just being Trump's secretary. And we need someone who's going to be there that is actually advising, that is also pushing back when necessary.
Well, you don't know if he's not doing that. How do you know if he's not doing that? He told you that he's not going to tell you the conversations that he has with them. So you just here's what he's saying. He's like, I'm going to make an assumption that when you are talking to President Trump, you are not going to push back against anything. And that's just my image, the assumption that I made. And I'm going to ask you if that's the case. And even if you don't give me any information, I'm just going to continue with that assumption. That's what he's saying.
And serving the country as opposed to the president. So you said you've never called him out privately or publicly, because we know that hasn't done. But have you ever said the word?
What? How do you mean? What? How do you know that? He just told you he's not going to give you that information. So how do you know that? So like, we know that. No, you don't.
You don't have to tell me what it was about. Have you ever said the words, Mr. President, I disagree with you?
No, I'm not going to answer. Like I'm going to go F off. I'm not going to answer that.
As I said, I don't relay the private conversations that a commander in chief deserves. You can't even acknowledge that,
like if you've just said, Mr. President,
these questions are like out of order. These questions are out of order. Like I don't know how these committee rules work in the United States, but like guys, so when I was a politician, I was a committee chair for 5-6 years. So I ran my own committee. These questions are out of order because these have nothing to do like you don't get to ask you don't get to ask a member of cabinet the confidential discussions that they have in private. Like that's wild. Like this guy is so unqualified. And he's so stupid that he doesn't even understand how idiotic he looks. Like, I feel secondhand embarrassment for that Democrat. I feel secondhand embarrassment for him because that's like, this is so idiotic. Wow. Completely out of order.
I wonder if Pete Hegseth could like say, like, I'm not going to tell you. And by the way, that's a very stupid question. I don't know if if you're allowed to say that. I wish you could say that.
You're wrong about that. You can't even acknowledge, you can't even admit that if that's happened.
Okay, Pete Hegseth should just repeat what he just said before. I'm not going to.
You can ask it again if you want, but
You
I
know
don't
what?
relay
If I
the
was-
private
you know
conversation
what I would do
that
if I was
Commander-in-Chief
Pete Hegseth,
deserves.
Armin? You know what I would do if I was Pete Hegseth? I would just like, I would rip my shirt open and be like, "Dus Volt," and show like my Kofad tattoo and be like, "Do you know what this tattoo says? Do you know what this tattoo says? It says Kofad."
Oh my
Dus
God.
Volt.
Oh
That's,
God.
that's how I would respond if I was Pete Hegseth.
Is that the most professional thing to do at that moment?
In that
Yes, probably.
situation, yes. Like when you're dealing
Yeah.
with retarded questions like that, you just want to give like an answer that's going to shut him up. So I would just literally, I would just like tear off the shirt and be like, "Do you see this tattoo? It says Kofat. Go look up what
Right,
Kofat
right.
means."
Yeah. Okay.
That's the
Goldie,
only reasonable answer to that question.
That's of him. Guys, when Goldie says that that's the most, like, she's a former politician, so she has a lot of experience. Okay, when she says this is the best answer, that means that that's the best answer. Okay?
It really
Don't
is.
doubt
Honestly, in
Goldie.
this situation, it really is. It really is.
Right.
Now that, like, if you've just said, "Mr. President, you're wrong about this," or "You're wrong about that," you can't even acknowledge.
So guys, look at here. When I said that if I was Pete Hegseth, I would just repeat what I just said. I would just be like exactly what I said before. Like he keeps saying, like, "Can't you just tell me that?" Or like, which I'm like, I'm not going to relay private information that I had with President Trump. Just like line by line, I would just repeat that. And look at what Pete Hegseth said.
Can't even admit that if that's happened.
You can ask it again if you want, but I don't relay the private conversations
enough.
that a
Eric,
commander-in-chief deserves.
Asking the same dumb question, I'm going to keep giving you the same answer.
Objectives of this war have constantly shifted and changed. You see that, though, right? Like, you can acknowledge that because 1 minute it was to dismantle the Iranian nuclear program.
It's still that. It's still that. It has always been that. It has always been that. It hasn't changed.
But how, I don't know how that objective has not now been the listed objectives as far as I understand.
What? Like he doesn't know
Did
how
he
to
speak English? Like, what is going on?
he forgot how to speak in the middle of the sentence.
He forgot to English.
Right. I think he just realized that that's still the objective. I think he just realized that it's still the objective. Look at this. Oh my God.
What?
But how,
let me go back. He's like, the objective used to be like nuclear, removing, not allowing the Islamic Republic nuclear, but now, and then all of a sudden, like, oopsies.
You see that, though, right? Like, you can acknowledge that because 1 minute it was to dismantle the Iranian nuclear program.
Still that.
But how, I don't know how that objective has not now been the listed objectives as far as I understand.
How that objective is now, how it's not as the listed objective. What again? I don't know.
Armin. Wait, let me ChatGPT this. I just want ChatGPT to like record this as he's speaking because we have to bring up what is this sentence, guys? Okay, we're gonna translate American for you. We're gonna translate American to English.
Okay.
Yeah. All right, go back. Wait. Let me get this ready. Okay.
Shifted and changed. You see that, though, right? Like, you can acknowledge that because 1 minute it was to dismantle the Iranian nuclear program. But how, I don't know how that objective has not now been the listed objectives as far as I understand. Then there was.
You got it.
What?
It's missing a verb. It's now had.
Oh my gosh,
I
guys!
think the word he's looking for is changed. Like, so he's trying to say that was the objective, but now it seems like the objective has changed. Like, that's a simple sentence. Guys, English is not my first language, and I think that's a very simple sentence.
Guys, both of us were born in Iran, and we're laughing at him. I'm sorry. Look, Armin. So I just randomly translated that. Sorry, I randomly put this into ChatGPT. And look at this. So it says, you see, so this is what the guy said. You see that though, right? Like, you can acknowledge that, because 1 minute it was to dismantle the Iranian nuclear program, but now how but I don't know how that objective has not now been the listed objective as far as I understand.
Wait, what's the verb in the sentence? Objective has where's the verb? Objective has not now been. Oh, been is the verb.
The listed. I don't know how that objective has not now been the listed objective as far as I understand.
Now been? It's now, but been. Now been, like, I don't. So are we talking about the present or the past?
I don't know.
Has not
guys,
now been. Okay.
Guys, so for all the Americans freaking out, guys, we're teasing you. We know. We're not confusing. We're not confusing Democrats with Americans, guys. We're just trolling you a little bit. We know he doesn't represent you guys. We know. We're just teasing you a bit. We get it, guys. He's from the same party as World War XI. But look, ChatGPT actually responded to me, which is very bizarre. Yeah, you're picking up on something real. The messaging around this has not been consistent, and it's fair to question it. Yeah, okay, whatever, ChatGPT. ChatGPT is being fake right now.
Yeah, because it always wants to respond in a
positive way, yeah.
Positive way, yeah. But how could something now been? If it has been, then it has always been. You cannot now been something, because if now is something is been, it was also been previously. Okay. Right. You can't just now been something in the now. If something is now been, it has also previously been. Right? You cannot erase the past. Okay. I don't know. It's getting philosophical.
I don't know how that objective has not now been the listed objective as far as I understand. What? Yeah,
Yeah. But guys, you understand what I'm saying? Like, I'm just making this way too philosophical. If something is now been, it also has previously been. So it cannot just be been now. It's just been always, and up until now. I don't know. I'm treating this very seriously.
Armin, to be fair though, there is one example. There is actually one legitimate example where when you observe something, its past state actually changes. Did you know that?
Say it again.
So you know how his statement here is talking about how, like, potentially, like, the past, maybe it was not the same thing and it changed around or something. Yeah, so there's actually, wait, let me see if I can find it.
Oh, you're talking about superpositions and collapsing into a position? Are you talking about like?
No, I'm talking about like oh gosh, it's like this, it's a scientific thing with like atoms, and it's like when you.
That's what I'm talking about.
Oh, is that what it is?
Like the Schrodinger's cat kind of things, right?
Yeah, but let me see if I can
when you observe, when it interacts with the system and observes and collapses into a position.
Yes, that when you observe atoms, they become like solid, but when you're not observing them,
they behave like waves before, and then they all of a sudden behave like matter. Yeah.
Yes. Oh my gosh, Armin, you know what I'm talking about.
Yeah.
So there you go. Okay, yeah, guys, I'm not a sciencey person. I just remember watching that thing. So Armin, I mean, maybe this guy's talking about quantum physics. Who knows?
Maybe.
Because this sentence would make sense if he's talking about those atom particles, right?
Right.
The observer effect. There you go.
But even in that case, guys, the observer effect is like only a human-centric perspective of the universe, and maybe in reality things are more deterministic than we realize, and things only look like a possibility formula, but only because we're looking at it from a human-centric perspective, and it's our lack of understanding of what's actually happening that makes it seem undeterministic, especially if you take into account parallel universes, and then maybe those possibilities are a range of everything that happens in multiple universes, and every single one of those things that happen is more deterministic than we realize. It's not a range of possibilities. All of those possibilities do happen in different universes. Okay. Sorry.
Yeah, no, I agree with you.
Okay.
I saw
Yeah, I know it's a theory.
I saw a really cool like video about it too. Okay. Oh, it's this one. It's the double slit experiment.
Yes.
Guys, maybe the Democrat dude is talking about this. Watch this.
Experiment defies our understanding. It involves a laser shooting beams of light particles called photons at a screen with two parallel slits. If we mark all the spots where the photons hit the second wall, we should expect to see two strips to correspond with the two slits. But that's not what we see. Instead, we see an alternating pattern of light and dark bands. This is characteristic of the behavior of waves that pass through both slits simultaneously, interfering with each other to create the pattern on the second screen. The bright lines are where the top of waves meet, resulting in a more intense or brighter area on the screen. The darker bands are where the top of one wave meets the bottom of another, so they cancel each other out, resulting in a less intense or darker area on the screen. Here is a photo of a real interference pattern. The original double slit experiment was conducted in 1801 by British polymath Thomas Young. Since then, it's been performed with various types of particles, including electrons, and they were found to behave in the same way. This phenomenon occurs even if the photons are fired one at—
Why was there a random mouth with a mustache? That was very weird.
Because no, that's the thing. That's like you're thinking.
Okay.
at a
Very
which suggests that the photon is interfering with
keep doing that
itself
for you.
as it passes through both slits at once. Physicists were so stumped that they decided to observe which slit the particle went through. And that's when things get really weird.
Yeah,
When
guys,
scientists used a measuring device to observe the slit that each photon passed through, the interference pattern disappeared, and the photons started behaving like particles. Instead of the spectrum of light and dark bands, we see two bright bands, indicating that the photons chose one slit or the other. So light can display characteristics of both particles and waves, known as wave-particle duality. It appears that—
Okay, guys. So basically, long story short, what is basically happening is that when you're observing the photons passing through, when you observe them, they go through one or the other. But if you're not observing them, then they act like waves. Wait, where's the wave
the
thing
photons chose one slit or the other. So light can display characteristics of both particles and waves.
But if you're not observing them, then they act like a wave. Okay, so if you're observing them, they act like, solid. If you're not observing, they act like a wave or whatever. But the crazy part about the experiment was that at one point they waited for the photon to pass through, and then once it passed through, then they observed it. And when they observed it, the photon went back in time and went from being a wave to being solid. And it was very weird. And they haven't been able to figure it out. So
This is because time is an illusion, and time is a human-centric perspective of the universe, and the universe doesn't go through time. The universe just is. and the linear and time is not the linear perspective of time from past to present to the future is just a human way of experiencing the world, but the universe present now and the past, all of it is just is. There is not going through the time, it's just all is. It basically is kind of like a what is it called in the past? How did you watch
Guys,
movies?
Armin's being real. Like this is not Jerka. He's being real.
Yeah.
He's being
What is
serious.
NAVABI film? What, like, you know how you watched in the theater, you
Like
had the film.
a film reel. Yeah, like a movie reel.
Yeah, so you know when you're watching a movie in the theater, the light hits a certain part of the film that puts it on the screen, and you're watching that part of the movie. And life, like we humans experience life as if the light is basically highlighting now, and the film before it is the before, and the film after it is the future. But the universe itself is not experiencing that movie like a light shining only parts of the film. The universe is just that entire film, and it just is. It doesn't go through the film. The human-centric perspective of only highlighting parts of the film is our way of observing the universe. But the universe is just is. The past, the present, and the future is just is. All of it.
There you go. So guys, that was a preview of what you can expect on Alien Revolution Live whenever we do our special live stream. But going back to what that weird Democrat was saying. So Armin, that's what this sentence that he was saying reminded me of when he's talking about.
So now I understand it because of Goldie, because of your analysis on this. So we have the positions, like, so when you're not observing it, the current what's happening in Iran is behaving like both. It's about the Hormuz Strait and the nuclear stuff, right? Is it about the nuclear or is it about the Hormuz? But once you observe it, it collapses into the position of being about regime change, right? So it basically, before you're observing it, it acts like a wave that is going, like a wave that is basically oscillating between like nuclear or Hormuz, nuclear Hormuz. And then when you observe it, it collapses to regime change. So that's what I think of policy, right? Right.
That's exactly what
that's what's
he's
happening.
talking about.
Okay.
Oh my gosh! All right, so let's go back to that guy. So now that we have like deconstructed his sentence, now we know what he's talking about. So let's go back.
Okay. So this man is not retarded as we assumed. Apparently, he's like a genius now. He's just speaking like on a higher level. Right?
Armin, Einstein is here, and this guy's like up here. So.
Over here. Okay. Right. Okay. Now, okay. Sorry for insulting you, sir. Now we understand.
We bow to your genius.
Yeah, teach us your ways, master. Oh my God. All right. So let's go back to this part.
Change, you see that though, right? Like you can acknowledge that because 1 minute it was to dismantle the Iranian nuclear program. But I don't know how that objective has not now been the listed objectives as far as I understand. Then there was regime change. Trump even said when announcing the start of...
See, he said announced regime change. He said announced regime change. It collapsed to the regime change.
Yeah, Armin, your theory was right. You're
right.
Armin is always...
We're correct. He said it. See, it collapsed. Now that we observe it, it's regime change. There you go. Okay. See.
The war, the hour of your freedom is at hand. It's yours to take. He also posted on True Social in January, help is on the way to the Iranians posting in the street. Do you still believe in this particular objective?
The objectives have been clear from the...
Are you a wave or matter? That's what he's asking.
Believe in this particular objective?
The objectives have been clear from the beginning, and I've supported the president throughout in having the courage to take on this threat.
Okay, so then let's talk about what else has he said? So let's talk about the Trump doctrine. So on November 6th, the president said he was all about ending wars, not starting new ones. Yet in the so-called doctrine, the conflict has not answered why we're in the war, the objectives.
The war started 47 years ago. He's not starting a new war. He's ending an old war.
The
Great
change,
job,
we're not
great
sure
job,
about the
Democrats. Great job supporting the Islamic regime, Democrats. Thank you. Traitors.
Well, I'm glad that he had that thing behind him, that guy holding it, because without it, like, he just said it. Like, I don't understand, like, what
Yeah,
the, what's the
President
purpose
Trump
of
is ending a 47-year war.
Yeah.
The conflict has not answered why we're in the war. The objectives have changed. We're not sure about the exit strategy. This, to me, is the definition of open-ended or forever war. And you cannot claim to end forever wars while engaging in one.
Well, no, no, you idiot. Because to end forever wars, you need to engage in one to end it. You can't beg wars to end. You need to actually get into it to end it. You end wars by defeating. This is the basic thing about wars that these people don't understand, right? The way to end wars is to crush your enemy, is to destroy them and humiliate them. That's how you end wars. You can't end wars by signing papers.
Maybe they thought that President Trump would show up with, like, I don't know, a pamphlet and like a box of chocolates and be like, "Hey, Khamenei, here's some chocolates. You know, let's just hash it out." Like, what do they expect is going to happen here?
Yeah, exactly.
And you cannot claim to end forever wars while engaging in one.
There's no other way to end wars. You have to engage in them.
And then here's the one that really gets me. So I'll know when it's over when I feel it in my bones. So, Mr. Secretary, war decisions should be based on defined military objectives. You agree with that statement, correct?
It's the commander-in-chief makes the call on behalf of the American people when our objectives are completed.
There should be clearly defined military objectives. That's safe to say?
Ultimately, the commander-in-chief makes the decision about when our objectives are achieved.
Okay, because because I'm just trying to figure out, like, what kind of evaluation are we looking at with objectives when it's just what the president feels?
This is what this person doesn't understand. Whatever, like, you don't come when somebody asks President Trump, where are you going to know when the war is over? He's not like, yes, obviously, when it comes to talking to his military advisors, there are going to be strategic objectives that need to be accomplished, and you have different scenarios that you're evaluating, and whether or not, every time you're making in one step depends on whether or not you accomplish a previous objective and how successful you were with it. But here's what you don't do. You don't communicate that with the media, where your enemy will be able to know exactly what your planning is and basically give them the upper hand. Why would you put that out in the open? Why would you tell your enemy, this is when we will start, this is when we will stop? Don't you understand that you're giving them so much advantage? If you do that, of course, you have to put out something vague out there instead of actually defining the objectives and exactly when and how you're going to achieve them. You're not going to put that out there because your enemy is listening. Don't you get that? And just because the president is giving a vague answer to the media, that doesn't mean that that's how the military decisions are being made. It just means that they're being responsible enough not to communicate that publicly.
Feels in his bones, like, are we talking about like some Da Vinci Petruvian man or what? Like, what are we talking about when we just talk about feeling it in your bones? Because my thing is, we're not sit up here to trust.
Did he say, are we talking about a Da Vinci Petruvian man? Like, oh my, is he just trying to sound like, he didn't even pronounce it properly. Go back, listen to, go back a few seconds.
Are we talking about like some Da Vinci Petruvian man or what? Like, what are we talking about?
What is it?
Vitruvian man. It's the Vitruvian man.
I don't even know this. What is this? Is that the guy that goes like
you know the image? You know the image? It's that famous image.
This guy? Is this guy, right?
Yeah, this guy. This guy. But Armin, he called it the Petruvian man.
What is the actual name?
It's Vitruvian man.
Oh. What does that got to do with feeling it in your bones, though? I'm not connecting the dots here.
First of all, I have no idea what it has to do with feeling it in his bones. But second of all, he mispronounced it. He's trying to sound smart, and he called it the Da Vinci Vitruvian man.
I'm still not getting what does that got to do. I know this guy is above our level, so I'm not like. But what does it? Can somebody explain to me what does that Da Vinci painting have to do with President Trump feeling it in his bones? Is it a connection that we're missing here, Goldie? I don't know. Okay.
I just want to know, like, is there actually a Vitruvian man? Like, am I missing something, guys?
Maybe.
Am I missing something? Is there a Vitruvian man that we don't know about, but this Einstein genius knows? Like, he's literally an idiot.
When I search for Vitruvian man, Google corrects me to Vitruvian man.
Because there's no such thing as a Vitruvian man.
Maybe he's joking? No.
About when we just talk about feeling it in your bones.
Maybe somewhere between World War II and World War XI, we had something happening that we missed. I don't know. Okay.
Vitruvian man or what? Like
the people in the chat who are spamming with all caps and saying "Let it play," I want to hear it all together. Go and watch it on your own. You don't have to watch it here. Armin's giving commentary. I don't understand why you guys are complaining. Like, you can go watch the videos on your own. They've been out there for a while. So please stop spamming the chat. This is our channel. We're giving commentary.
Yeah.
Armin, please continue.
Okay.
What are we talking about when we just talk about feeling it in your bones? Because my thing is, we're not sit up here to trust anyone's judgment. We're here to represent our districts and the American people. And so my next question is, the problem that I'm concerned with is that Iran continues to increase their negotiating leverage with us. And so,
oh, really? How? This is going to be interesting.
We've been told that we've won this war. It'll be over in a few days. But now they didn't control the Strait of Hormuz, and now they do have leverage in the Strait of Hormuz. I remember in the strikes in June.
It's been 2 months.
What leverage does the regime have in the Strait of Hormuz?
Did they expect for the United States to go into a war and their enemy basically not being able to do like anything at all? Like, do their understanding of war is like the only way to show success is that not only we destroy so much of their capability, but they should be able to do absolutely nothing? Like, is that how you define a victory? It's like beating somebody close to death, and then while they're dying, they spit in your face. I'm like, you didn't have spit in your face before you went into this fight, and now you have spit in the face. Like, what are you talking about? I have punched his teeth out. His eye is on the floor. Like, I've smashed his skull in. I broke every single bone in his body. Like,
not literally,
sure.
Not literally. This for YouTube purposes. This is not literally.
Yes.
Armin's just giving an example.
But you did not have spit in your face before this started, and now you have spit in your face now. Like, oh, wasn't it great when you didn't have spit in your face? Like, okay, you're not a serious person.
After the strikes in June, I should say, they struck Al-Udeid, and we never responded to that. As a matter of fact, Trump even said,
"Wait, what?"
June, in the Strait of Hormuz. I remember even in the strikes in June, after the strikes in June, I should say, they struck Al-Udeid, and we never responded to that.
Because they called President Trump and they were like, this is only going to be symbolic. Give us a time that is convenient for us to strike. and we will only do like a very minimal strike. Wait a minute, Goldie, is this not a contradiction? So, like, we never responded to that. So, wait, do you want military operations against the Islamic Republic, or are you against it? Because
Armin, it's the dual wave theory.
Because it's like we shouldn't get militarily involved with Iran, as he says. But now it's like, why didn't you respond earlier? Okay, right, okay. What is it? The Al Udeid military base in Doha that he's talking in Qatar that he's talking about. The reason why President Trump didn't respond that time is because he humiliated them first. First of all, this is after President Trump has already destroyed 3 of their enrichment nuclear facilities. So, guys, let me tell you what he's complaining about, because this is absolutely retarded. President Trump bombed Natanz, Fordo, and a nuclear facility in Isfahan. Basically, decades of investment of Islamic Republic just went up in the air in a matter of like minutes. And the Islamic Republic in response was like, damn, we cannot respond to the Americans, but it would be humiliated to our followers if we don't do anything. So they communicated with President Trump saying that we need to actually save face. We're going to bomb the Al Udeid Air Base. Let's come up with a time that is more convenient for you guys, so you could actually stop our missiles, so that nothing significant happens there, so that you don't come and F us up after because we did something significant. They arranged the time and they symbolically bombed the Al Udeid Air Base, and that was it. So what do you want to respond to? Like, they already the military operation. This is Operation Midnight Hammer, and it was very successful.
They struck Al Udeid.
It's not Al Udeid. I think he's talking, guys. I'm assuming he's talking about the Al Udeid base, right?
And we never responded to that. As a matter of fact, Trump even
so apparently now he's switching to thinking that President Trump needs to be more aggressive with military operations. He switched his stance.
Said he knew that strike was coming and he allowed it. Do you agree with that?
So what should he have done? You wanted him to be more aggressive? Okay. Yeah, he allowed it because he already effed them up. He destroyed decades worth of investments on enrichment of uranium.
Ultimately, the president's been clear about his objectives. And if Iran thinks they're going to outdeal the best deal maker on the planet, they got another thing coming.
But they struck us and we didn't strike back, and you're okay.
Because it was a strike. The strike that the Islamic Republic did was a strike as a way for them to be able to get out. It was a face-saving strike. It was a de-escalatory strike. So I don't understand. This guy seems to be more war demanding for more military operations. Like, why didn't we respond to that? So you just started complaining for why do we have continuous wars, and now you're complaining that President Trump saw as the Islamic Republic strikes as a way to de-escalate the situation, and you wanted President Trump to escalate that, even though the Islamic Republic was trying to de-escalate. So you are actually this is actually more aggressive than neocons.
That he even said he authorized, he allowed it. He said that, and you're okay with that?
The president has done many bold things for this country to ensure Iran never has a nuclear weapon.
Okay, well, allowing another
this guy doesn't understand even what happened.
Country to attack us, isn't that treason?
Allowing
a country to attack us, that was a de-escalatory. They arranged it. They talked with each other. So if you want to, if you listen to this man, it's interesting because you're like, why President Trump is taking us into continuous wars. So if we listen to this guy, I mean, actually, I don't mind listening to this guy now, because he thinks that we should have, the United States should have continued with military operations after Operation Midnight Hammer and shouldn't have stopped. Like, I don't think he understands what he's saying. But if he did understand what he's saying, he means that after Operation Midnight Hammer, United States should have just continued military operation with the Islamic Republic from June up until now. That's what he's saying. It's like, isn't that treason? No, it's not treason to realize that your enemy is trying to de-escalate and you go along with it.
He allowed it. He said that, and you're okay with that?
Nobody, guys, in that operation, in the symbolic attack on the Al Udeid airbase, nobody died. because they arranged it. Everybody evacuated that area so that nobody dies. And the only thing that was damaged was a small radar system. It was like a part of a radar system was slightly damaged, or maybe more than slightly damaged. I don't know. That's all. The only thing that happened. This guy I started by saying like, "Oh my God, you guys are taking us into war," but now he wanted the United States to go into like full head-to-head, full like. At least President Trump is waging war against the Islamic Republic because they're trying to get a nuclear weapon. This man is now saying that they should have waged war against the Islamic Republic over a radar system that got partially damaged. I don't think these people actually understand what's happening. I think they just look these things up and think that this is a smart question. They have no idea what they're asking.
The president has done many bold things for this country to ensure Iran never has a nuclear weapon.
Okay, well, allowing another country to attack us, isn't that treason?
Allowing Iran to get a nuclear weapon.
Time's
Obama was
expired.
willing to
Chair, now
do,
recognize the gentleman
that's what
from
you want.
Arizona.
Yeah. No, we shouldn't allow the Islamic Republic to get a nuclear weapon instead of being worried about like a radar system that was partially destroyed. Unbelievable. This guy has no idea what he's talking about. Like he has no clue. How do these people become politicians? Goldie, is it this easy to become a politician?
Yeah, because you run on your identity, right? So he's a DEI politician. He probably like his campaign was probably like, I'm Black, vote for me, and then people just voted for him. That's basically how it works on the left, right? It's all about identity politics. So yeah, when it comes to like politicians on the left, literally some of the most retarded people because they run on identity politics. I actually myself personally made a point of never running on identity politics. So, you know, even though I literally like I fit all of the DEI boxes or whatever, I never,
all of them.
Well, I guess I'm not LGBTQ.
Are you handicapped LGBT?
I mean, sometimes I feel like I'm Mongol, so does that count?
Okay. You need to be trans, handicapped, the darker the skin, the better.
Yeah.
And what else?
I don't know, man. Okay, so I fit some of the boxes, not all of them, but like I actually like I never ran on that. And what was really interesting for me is when I was campaigning, the only time like my appearance or like my identity ever came up is when I was dealing with like people on the left, and it was usually like, you know, women on the left, and they would be like, oh, it's so nice to see a woman of color running, and I would just be like, what does my skin color have anything to do with the policies that I want to focus on?
Yeah,
Right?
Goldie, one time this woman told me that I'm white passing, so we could treat him as bad as a white person. That's what, like she said, like, I know he's Iranian, but he's white passing, so it's okay to basically attack me.
Wow, good to know.
Yeah.
Good to know.
Yeah.
Good to know. Wow, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, no
also
privilege for you,
Muslim.
Armin.
Yeah, no. So like, okay, I'll go get a tan. I'll be right back.
This is why you should wear like an amame and then grow your beard out.
Yeah. So wait, so I'm still a man, so that doesn't help. So you need to be LGBT, Muslim, so and then handicap, woman, then what else? Darker skin, the better, and yeah, being retarded also helps as a mental handicap. But what is this? Let's see. Yeah. Did I miss any of the guys? Did I miss any of the intersectionality points? Handicap, Muslim, dark skin, LGBT, woman. Immigrant, foreign born. Yes,
foreign born.
Okay, yeah, okay. Oh, poor! I forgot poor.
Oh yeah,
poor. Yeah, yes. Okay, yeah. Thank you. Poor is the original. Like poor is actually the original one because this started with communism and then it became cultural. It was Marxism and then cultural Marxism. So Marxism, you just need to be poor, and then cultural Marxism is everything else. You add everything else. So poor is the OG. the OG intersectionality point.
Well, Armin,
Okay.
you know that we have a new one, right? Like,
What is it?
Canada came out, like the NDP, the NDP came out with like a new acronym.
Oh, what is it?
Have you not seen that video? No, I
Oh
thought.
yeah,
I
I've seen.
put it in the
Yeah,
in group chat or group discussion.
Yes.
You remember? Wait a second, pull it up
Yes.
again. So, Armin, we now have to fit all of these boxes. We now have to fit every single one of these.
Oh, two-spirit. You have to be two-spirit.
So now in order to like be part of like the, DEI community or whatever, you have to fit into every single one of these, apparently.
Deal with the ongoing genocide of MMIW G2SLGBTQQIA+. This is abhorrent. Deal with.
Wait, I haven't seen this part. What does that stand for? What the hell does that stand for?
Deal with the ongoing genocide of MMIW G2SLGBTQQIA+. This is abhorrent. Deal with the ongoing genocide of MMIW G2SLGBTQQIA+.
Oh no. Oh my
Canada
God.
is not a real country, guys. Guys, rescue us, please. Americans, rescue us. Guys, this is why we have to free Iran so that we can we can go back to Iran, because Canada is not a serious country at this point. Like,
oh my God.
If there was ever a case to free Iran, this right here, especially for us Canadians.
Deal with the ongoing genocide of MMIW G2SLGBTQQIA+. This is abhorrent.
Wait, can you give us? Can you go over what that is? Like the whole thing? What is this? Like, what's that stand for?
Oh my gosh. Okay. I'll pull it up. So MMIW G2SL GBTQQIA+.
There's a number in there too now as well. Okay,
And a plus sign.
Okay.
Oh wait, my browser lost access to audio. Let me
It's turning into a mathematical formula or something.
We're going back to physics, Armin.
Yeah.
Back to Alien Revolution Live. Okay. So MMIWG2SL GBTQQIA+ is an acronym used in Canada to represent missing and murdered Indigenous women, girls, two-spirit, lesbian, gay, bisexual, transgender, queer, questioning, intersex, and asexual plus individuals. So, Armin, we have to add murdered to the DEI list. So, in order to tick off,
they should put H for people like why this is not like, if you want to include everybody who's suffering, put H for whoever has hemorrhoids. Like put an H's there. I don't know. Right. What? Murdered Indigenous woman. Okay, so murdered Indigenous woman, guys. If you are murdered, you don't matter. You have to murdered Indigenous woman. What about Indigenous women who, I don't know, been robbed? Why don't you include them? I don't know. No, why not Indigenous women who have been wronged in other ways? This is not inclusive enough. This is not inclusive. What is two-spirit? Is that people who think like they're a squirrel or a cat? Is that what they are? Two-spirit?
No, I think two-spirit is the Native American way of saying like trans or bisexual or asexual or something. So it's Armin, it's not enough to say bisexual or transgender. We have to include two-spirit. Also, if you want to be included, like if you want to tick off all of the diversity boxes, Armin, so when you're running, if you're ever running for office in Canada and you want to tick off all of the diversity boxes, just make sure that, you're somehow murdered, because, that's apparently apparently being murdered is now part of the LGBTQ community.
Yes.
Yeah.
We have to make sure at least a certain percentage of every boardroom in Canada has murdered Indigenous women in it. At least 2%. I don't know how they're going to. Oh, but also, what about the people who actually identify as cats and dogs and foxes and squirrels and stuff like that? That
Wait.
should be in there.
That would be, wouldn't that be under like queer or questioning? Or
Wouldn't
maybe that's
all of
maybe
that
that's
be under
intersex.
questioning?
I don't know. Maybe
most
that's
of this,
intersex.
most of what's there would fit under questioning, except the murdered people. They're not questioning anything.
Anyways, so we need to make sure that everyone is included because it's abhorrent that they're not.
Deal with the ongoing genocide of MMIW G2S LGBTQIA+. This is abhorrent.
Furries. They forgot the furries.
That's abhorrent. How dare you? How dare this politician forget furries? It's abhorrent. It is abhorrent that she forgot furries.
What about murdered Indigenous furries? Oh my God. Murdered Indigenous furries. I'm sure there are some murdered Indigenous furries. We need to include them.
Yeah. Anyways, I can't believe you hadn't seen this, Armin.
No.
Yeah. Well, welcome to Canada. And you know what's really frustrating about this? What's really frustrating about is that by speaking this way, they're literally making a mockery of it, and they're actually, like, in my opinion, they're contributing to making a mockery of all of this. It's just ridiculous. So there you go. But all right, I know I want to share this with you. This is a video. I thought we could, unless you have more breaking news, we could probably just end the live stream here.
Okay.
But this is a video, and it kind of lines up with what we saw before. And it's all about Trump derangement syndrome.
Yes. Okay, let's play this. I don't know what this is, so
you know what? I haven't seen it either, but I've heard good things.
Okay.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the 47th President of the United States, President Donald J. Trump, accompanied by First Lady Mrs. Melania Trump.
I got Trump derangement syndrome. I hate the motherfucker.
TDS. Democrats have TDS. You can't catch it from French kissing, no, it's all inside your head. What is more, there's no cure, makes you dumb and immature. Watch the fake news, it's atrocious. See their hatred so ferocious. They can scream, they can shout, some will threaten to move out and expatriate like Ellen DeGeneres. Although it may confound you, yes, it's all around you. TDS. When you're down in the dumps, you can blame it all on Trump. There is no accountability if you're living like a chump. You're alone on your phone, hear his voice, it makes you moan. That's when you increase your drinking, say goodbye to critical thinking. He tells jokes, you get ill, now it's him you wish to kill. To democracy, he's an existential threat. Come on, put down your drink, it's time to call your shrink for TDS. If you're stressed, an exorcist. If you're possessed with TDS. Life, it's so confusing for a libtard who is using blue sky, TikTok, mainstream media. Ah, those good old days when news was truthful. Suddenly, those good old days are gone. 10 years we've been seething like crybabies who are teething, but we cannot win alone on policy. Most days we just try hard to impeach him. Biden old and lazy, Kamala was batshit crazy.
TDS, how the left is all obsessed. Righteous holds are ignored, violent fantasies confessed. with each rally, chant and scream, Antifa on every street, while the cops do their arresting, agitators manifesting. We'll break laws, we'll get caught. Heaven's sakes, was that a shot? Film it quick, we want the country all aghast. We've got a lot to do until the Trump is through. Got TDS, 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 TDS is the Mars field to test. It's 10 years since Obama was in charge and we're all depressed. It's a real bad disease, you can catch it just like this. While my iPhone lights still glowing on that sweet high anger scrolling. Count by count, one by one, they said guilty, still he won. Yet no matter what we do, he's still the prayer. Next time we've got to ring it, but for now we're trading TBS. TBS? TBS, TBS, TBS.
And I'll just end with this. I would rather stick forks in my eyes than be here tonight to listen to Donald Trump.
I got Trump derangement syndrome. And you know what? I don't want to get rid of it. I don't want to get better. I want to get worse. I want to hate him more. I pray to God in heaven, God reign the righteous reign of Trump derangement syndrome. Pray for me, Lord. I'm your vessel on this earth. Pray for the people that listen to this. We want more. We want to hate the son of a bitch so much that we can't see straight.
Count by count, one by one, they said guilty, still he won. Yet no matter what we do, he's still the prayer. Next time we've got to ring it, but for now we're trading TBS. TBS? TBS, TBS, TBS.
That was pretty good.
Yeah. Oh my god. Did he put this on his YouTube? I don't know. Like, is Disney going to go after him? I don't know if this
No.
is
This is like, this video is just making the rounds. So it just showed up on my my X feed. It's just like this account posted it, but I think I've seen like other accounts post this video as well. But yeah. So there you go. I mean, this kind of lines up with that crazy Democrat who was just, going after Pete Hegseth and was just suffering from insane TDS. So guys, everyone who's asking, I just put the link in all of the chats. So the link is right there to this video. So yeah, I just added the link. I found it on X.
Wow.
So there you go.
I'm worried about Disney coming after. So I'm gonna be happy.
Well, I mean, President Trump didn't make this, so I don't know.
Oh, wait, 1 second. Look at this, guys. I have somebody. Oh, she's here with me. Okay, hold on. Hi.
What's her name again?
Nala.
Nala. Oh, hi, Nala.
Nala, say hi. Hi, baby. I missed you. Oh,
What a
oh, look,
cutie.
she's happy. Look at her.
I
tail.
know. Look at that tail. She's like, it's so like, this is her way of saying, Daddy, it's time to stop live streaming. It's cuddle
Yeah.
time. It's cuddle time.
She was knocking at the door. She wanted my attention.
Oh. You should bring her here more often because she can keep the Durka away.
Kiss. No. Okay. Okay.
Very cute. Very cute. Okay.
All right. So yeah, that's it. Okay, we're going. Guys, this was great. Thank you, sister in faith. That was a good show. I hope Allah is pleased with us.
Amin.
I hope. Yeah, Amin. And guys, we'll see you guys tomorrow, same time. So I'm Israel Chai. Long live America.
God bless America.
Javicha.
Payande Iran.
Iran.
See you guys tomorrow.
Of course.
Obviously. All right, guys. But for real,
right.
see you all tomorrow.
Bye, guys.
غرق انقلاب است. کشور ما، تاریخ ما، تفسیر گر فرا گرفته، گویی اهورا مستا دوباره در نور خود مرا گرفته. اکنون سرودی سر میدهم باز فارغ از رنج و تشویش. ایران غرق انقلاب است، به پیش به پیش به پیش. ایران غرق انقلاب است، به پیش به پیش به پیش. هن ای پدر، هن ای پسر، برخیز و با ما شو همگام، تا درد آن تجربه تلخ ما را نکشیده در خواب. بگذار هر دم بغرند گرگ‌ها دم لباس میش. ایران غرق انقلاب است، به پیش به پیش به پیش. ایران غرق انقلاب است، به پیش به پیش به پیش. ای کارگر، ای برزگر، راحت کنون ادامه دارد در این زمان که پرتو یزدان از هر سو بر تو میبارد. پس پیش به سوی آزادی از بحر خزر تا کیش. ایران غرق انقلاب است، به پیش به پیش به پیش. ایران غرق انقلاب است، به پیش به پیش به پیش. خلقا به پا بهر دفاع از استقلال و آزادی، تا بشکنیم پشت ارتجاع تیریزی ویران آبادی. تا زنده سازیم سنت‌های می از من آیین و کیش. ایران غرق انقلاب است، به پیش به پیش به پیش. ایران غرق انقلاب است، به پیش به پیش به پیش. با امید روزی که تمام این دلبشو و انقلاب تموم بشه و ما در روشنایی، نور و سعادت مردم کشورمون غرق بشیم. نه خارجی، نه بیگانه، نه مستشارهای ویرانی، نه چیر خاران، نه کاسه لیسان، فقط هم رزمان ایرانی. ما با شرافت میهنی بسازیم بهر فرزندان خویش. ایران غرق انقلاب است، به پیش به پیش به پیش. ایران غرق انقلاب است، به پیش به پیش به پیش. مردان بیایید داخل صف ما، اکنون که آغاز رویاست. دشمنان بدانید ما زنده هستیم، بعد از ما هم ایران پابرجاست. آن روح شیطان ما را فریب داد با صد شعار مردمیش. ایران غرق انقلاب است، به پیش به پیش به پیش. ایران غرق انقلاب است، به پیش به پیش به پیش. پرچم ما، پرچم ایران، غرق خون شهیدان. روی شانه هامان حمل میکنیمش در هر خیابان و میدان. تا ماسک دلقکان را برداریم از روی تسبیح و ریش. ایران